emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, no, no.
siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you, tie a trap.
of sin. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking it off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking it off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking it off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up?
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope without a chance. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide open in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause your rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face And if the pain that you feel comes to an end so soon, the time has come now. And we'll stop the time to quit, put ourselves together, whoa. And let us on it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, moon, and you. emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh. Oh,
when there's long eyes. You and me against the world. Oh, say no more words. 'Cause I've had enough and I had enough and I no more words. 'Cause I There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh.
So when you want to reach the stars, I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve our dreams. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the goal, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the goal, the game is on. 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 The game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love her for real? Do you love her for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love her for real? Why do
人生最大的烦恼就是记性太好。我还记得最后一班列车驶来，是在17年的夏天。我在最好的时候遇见你，是我的运气。人生若无悔，那该多无趣。喂，如果你多一张季后赛门票，会不会带我一起走？这是可以说的吗？如果你需要的话。但听好了 ，WE， 我们这月末会举办一个超棒的派对，所有风云队伍都会出席。但你猜谁收不到邀请？哼，痛，太痛了！对得起我们吗？退票！哦，你们好啊，各位亲爱的召唤师们！本周末的观赛指南如约而至。上次和大伙见面还是在上次，这个周末最不惹人关注的赛事莫过于 BLG 对阵 EDG。毕竟这又是一场普通的常规赛而已，没有什么特别的。这个周六敬请不期待。目光再转向近期的强势战队们，这一段时间超勇超会赢的 AL 强势逆袭，战胜银龙骑士 EDG， 状态只能说很润。 而赛季初期不被众人看好的 V5，如今气势如虹，连战连捷。所以说嘛，赶紧把球传给乔丹。最后再来关注一下被寄予厚望的滔博。等等，我有错，我甚至不愿喊他一声滔博哥。您可别说，滔博哥这人行，能处，6胜归来，街亭未失。Mark 超杯酒赢兵权，诸葛文波奇谋定天下。WBG 面对此战，程璐将军可否识得此阵？他们在上周被 RNG 2-0之后，队伍的士气稍显挫败，但做人嘛，要潇洒一点，哪儿有那么多东西放不下？加油啊，一路向北的大哥哥们！总之，更多激烈精彩的赛事尽在本周末。英雄联盟很好的工作，凉快的男孩子和女孩子们，爱来自观赛指南。
Welcome one and all to the LPL. We are coming into the end, almost the end, the penultimate day of Week 8. I am Oshin. I am joined for the first time in a very long time. We don't get to see each other anymore. We don't talk anymore. It is Jordan Lyric Corby. How you doing, my son?
First of all, you're an absolute liar. We talk to each other a lot more than we did at the beginning of the split.
Not on
but
broadcast where it matters.
You're right. It has been a long while, and you only get me for one series because then Ox gets to come in, cast Uzi versus Viper. But we'll get there later.
We will get there later. Before we talk about today, we got to talk about what happened yesterday as we got ourselves the very, very kind of, bog standard setup of how things really were meant to go, except for that final game where Top Esports kind of slapped Weibo.
They absolutely wrecked them. If you did not see that series, Top Esports clapping Weibo, Wayward especially, Solo killing the Shy on numerous occasions. Even the first two series, right? JG beating TT, RA beating up. Even though that's expected, I feel like this split, we've had so many 3-game series that having constant duos like that is weird.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing is that, or the best thing I can say, it is a bit strange to kind of look at it as you're going to look there. And you'll notice something at the bottom of the table. Ultra Prime are out, and the IG are still technically in. The reason for that is actually due to head-to-heads and game scores. So there's a lot of different ways IG can still, get knocked out. There is only probably one way, the very specific way they could make it back in, but still possible nonetheless.
Yeah, they have a very tough schedule ahead of them, though, so it would be crazy. 5 teams locked in. 2 teams can lock in today. Me and you casting LNG versus LGD. If LNG do win, they should be, well, not should be able to, they will qualify for playoffs.
There's no should about it.
Yeah. You know what? Even if they win, Rashid, we can decide, no, they don't make it.
Yeah.
But then BLG
you
versus...
are the judge, jury, and executioner on that.
I wish I was,
honestly,
but I am not.
Honestly, yes. But yeah, as you see, we only have 2 matches today, and out of the abundance of caution, players have been reporting sick, so we have been postponing the Anyone's Legend versus V5 game. That will be happening on the 23rd of May. Please check out the @LPL English for any further details. They'll also
23rd of March.
23rd of March. There you go. I said May. There it is. Schedule update. Oh my God, I didn't even know we had this. There we go. The schedule update. We got Anyone's Legend versus V5. Then OMG's rest of their series as well. The funny thing is, though, is that OMG are literally fighting for that last playoff spot because those 3 games could be huge.
Well, especially that first one. OMG FPX, because one of those, both the teams right now are sitting at 6 series wins. One of them will have to get to 7. So that game, and again, all of OMG's games, I think will be very telling to if they can get, whether it's 9th, 10th, even if they push their way up to, something like 8th, right? Because depending on how teams like BLG and RA finish off.
Yep, well, we can talk about that when that stuff happens. We got to talk about today's series, and a team that can lock in their own playoff spot is LNG versus LGD. Very, very simple. You win, and you're in. Nowhere else to put it.
And I think for LNG, they should be feeling decently well about this series because LNG have only lost to the teams that are qualified for playoffs right now. Our top 5 are the teams that have beaten LNG. LNG have actually been one of our more consistent teams at beating teams towards the bottom of the standings. We've seen other teams like, whether it's, the RNGs, EDGs drop to these lower tier teams, but LNG have been able to conquer them time and time again. So as long as they can do that once again today, they'll make it, they'll get their playoff berth, and then hopefully they have enough time to start rectifying some of the issues that we have seen in their play.
Yeah, apologies. That title at the end is my fault. I forgot to omit that little piece of the graphics, so I'll take full responsibility of that particular one. But again, yes, we can talk about LNG being a very consistent team against the bottom teams. It's been a bit of trouble in paradise. They have not looked as convincing since they went on their 7-game win streak. It's been very hot and cold.
Yeah, I think for LNG, we've seen some clear issues. First of all, they've had exploitable drafts. We saw in the last years against JDG was kind of a microcosm for everything. Things like the Tryndamere Rek'Sai coming out very early on, allowing for 369 to play things like the Gragas, like the Malphite that did so much against those compositions. Typically, we've seen LNG not really lean towards Drakes at all, whether that's early Drakes or just Drakes throughout the game. So you start the early Drake stacking as the opposing team, and then LNG, who typically go for these more 1-3-1 style compositions, will be forced to fight you. And that leads to the last question, Sheen, of why are we fighting? With the drafts running up for LNG, with the situations they're looking to go in, because we've seen them continuously flop in the 5v5s.
That's the big thing as well. Like, you've got probably, two of the best, or one of the best mid-jungle duo in the entire league, and it just seems to be so many moments where it just doesn't quite line up exactly how they want it. You can see here, they lose the Dragon. They're kind of separated. Ala's on a Tryndamere, so he's not really going to have that same teamfight presence, and it does feel like a very core misunderstanding of how your composition wins and what their strengths are.
Yeah, and it goes to like earlier in the game of the setups they needed in terms of playing heavier through that Tryndamere if they wanted to avoid these fights. But again, LNG just pretty much say, hey, you can take the early Dragons if you want, and they get forced in these points at Soul Point. But then you have examples like this one where Dragon's not up. It was actually just taken. They find the initial pick. They're looking for the fight, but still a combination, again, of a bit of draft, but also the setup coming to the fight here. Ala gonna spin right into the enemy composition. Very easy for JD to just lock him down with 369's Malphite and then turn the rest of the fight. So I think for LNG, a lot of their issues do kind of chain together again, like from drafts to Dragons to team fighting, like all these things are linked. So hopefully we can see them start to either rectify these things or just make small adjustments. Again, whether it is just playing heavier towards those soul lane picks that they're playing with, or maybe going to draft more for the 5v5s, trying to get this style going. But we're going to have to see what they do here today against LGD.
Yeah, exactly. I think for the expectation today is that they should come in and put the beat down onto LGD. As we said earlier, this is kind of what's expected. LNG yet to really lose to anyone below them, but in terms of people above them, all top 5 teams they have lost to pretty convincingly, if you do ask me as well. So definitely need a bit more of a statement game coming out here for for LNG, but for LGD, they're gone. They are out, no longer a viable playoff team, and that's just the run of the dice. When you've got 3 wins and 10 losses, you can't really be expecting a lot more.
Yeah, for LGD, it's been a rough split. It feels like they never really got it going. They did have a bit of a style. You saw Shadow playing a lot towards the top side, especially around Fearness. They swapped out Binlators halfway through the split, getting rid of Yeji, putting him on the bench, and bringing in Jay, who I feel like did have some bright moments. And then I feel like the player that we've kind of been looking at for the side of LGD, surprisingly, has been Eric, where Eric, right since his time in the LPL, has been a bit of a bottom tier AD carry, if we're being honest. But this split has been the only one able to carry any games for the side of LGD, even statistically, right, where you see a lot of this, like 5th through 9th in terms of where he ranks among AD carries in these stats. I mean, for a team like LG that's sitting bottom of the standings, there's actually pretty good stats.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, 5th to 9th, which is top 10, which arguably in a weird statistical way is a playoff level AD carry. The numbers he's putting out, the resources he's able to be given and convert that into kind of pressure and opportunities is very, very good. And I think Eric has been a silver lining to what has been a pretty dark cloud for LGD, but they're going to want to try and fight for pride today. Like we said, most teams when it comes to this stage of the season, you still want to try and put your best foot forward, because when you end up in this situation when you're already out of playoffs, most organizations tend to want to change things. They want to try and move players around and try and make something else work. You don't want that, so you want to try and put your best foot forward, make sure that you're keeping your spot on your roster.
Yeah, I feel like that is the most important thing, right, is making sure, even if it's just being like, hey, what are actionable things we could look to try and fix right now that will be able to carry over into Summer Split? So hopefully for the side of LGD, I'd like to see Shadow get more involved with the bottom lane. We were hitting on how Shadow's been playing a lot towards Fearness all split long, but when Eric has been the one kind of getting ahead in these games, playing more towards the outside, I think for Jay, he has looked most convincing on mids that have some sort of semi-global, so his Rise has been his best pick. The Galio as well, I believe, is one game, but was a win, and he was the defining factor of that. So for LGD, a bit of key learnings. For LNG, though, we were hitting on some of their issues, and I really just want to see Tarzan start coming back into form, because Tarzan has had a really rough, I'd say, last 2 weeks of play, pretty much across the board, whether it's been the ganks and dives he's been going for. There was one dive in the JDG series as well that's just completely overforced when you have the Tryndamere without TP. 369 comes in, kills pretty much everyone. And then his smites have not been on point. We've seen a lot of smite steals come against LNG. So, a lot of the team play stuff, that'll take time. But at least for Tarzan, hopefully we can see a better performance coming out from him today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing. Like we said at the start there, that in terms of mid-jungle, Doinby Tarzan is a match made in heaven. This is a very, very powerful combination on paper, and we have seen it working well, and it is taking a little bit of extra time just to work out all the different, kinks with it as such, getting all the different problems that you can have with it. And this is going to be a very, very big setup here for the side of LNG. And I will say that for LNG, they are still looking to find that core identity. Like, you think of teams like RNG, Top Esports, V5. There's a very core identity to these teams, and they play exceptionally well to that identity. I'm still waiting to really see what that is there for LNG.
Yeah, and something that we actually have not hit on yet, because we were expecting to get player lineups, but apparently we are just going to jump straight into band pick whenever that comes, is that Iwandi's playing today.
Yes.
So hopefully that actually could be a big boon for the side of LNG. Iwandi was always one of the best players on that roster when they did make that run to Worlds last year. Now's his time in the spotlight, Ashin.
Yeah, and spotlight with light in the bot lane. So now we're going to see LGD on the blue with LNG on the red. Quickly run through the bans. We will not be seeing the global pressure of the mid laners of Twisted Fate, Rise, and Gwen up on the top side. Tamken, Zeri, and Hecarim. And we've already seen the handshake, the Jinx for the Aphelios there, and the Lee Sin going over to Tarzan. Tarzan on Lee Sin is still something to be very afraid of.
Yeah, and I mean, heck, we're already running through this one so fast. LGD just bringing out the Nautilus, again, opting into more engage in that bottom lane, and a very early Zoe lock-in I think is a little bit surprising coming out from the side of LGD. Opens up for some pretty solid answers from LNG if they want to opt into some stronger mid lane options, but seems like they aren't too afraid in terms of getting banned out in phase 2. I expect them to just go towards Leona. Good matchup into the Nautilus, and my god, we have speedrun draft.
We really have. This has been so quick, but let's have a look now. Let's take a moment to take our breath, collect our thoughts, and let's see where you want to be trying to go first. So right now, LNG, they've got some pretty solid engage with the Lee Sin and the Leona. They've got good early game skirmishing, and of course that late game scaling. On the other side, LGD, as you said, they locked in that early Zoe, looking for that poke pressure you can get with those Trouble Bubbles and of course the Paddle Stars, and they still have the tried and tested duo bot lane of Jinx and Nautilus. So where do you want to see these drafts going now that we're in the second phase?
I kind of expect LNG to be leaning towards something like a Galio in the mid lane, just knowing what Doinby's pool has been this split. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see LGD take that one away, even though lane matchup-wise it is pretty decent for Zoe in that 1v1. For LGD, in terms of their picks, looking at where Shadow can go, something like the Volibear is still open if you want an early aggressive jungler, and when you have a Zoe, typically you're wanting to opt into those early game river skirmishes and try and get ahead that way. So for LNG, I think you're going to look to get mid here, save that counter pick for Ala, and then for LGD, very early pressure jungler coming out, Volibear being the one that jumps to mind.
Yeah, I think that's where you're going to be looking towards. You can just pick your mid laner here for the side of LNG. They're going to go towards the Corki. Okay, has seen a little bit of less play, but is still decent when you're going up against something similar like the Zoe in that poke war.
Yeah, and oh my god, LGD as well, going for something very aggressive. Not going to go for the mid-jungle synergy. Instead, they're just going to double down on what we hit on in draft. They're just going to play hard around topside with the Renekton Diana combo coming out. And for LNG, like you said, very strange that we're seeing a Corki. We've actually had one game of Corki ever since we've swapped over to 12.4. Gnar now being hovered. You expect that one to get locked in. Obviously wins in the isolated 1v1. For LGD, though, you don't want that top lane to be an isolated 1v1. You are looking to bring the heat with Shadow, making those constant trips up there.
That's the big thing. You mentioned the top lane. Fearness and Shadow are going to have to try and unlock this Diana-Renekton combination. It's an adaptation to the old school Elise Renekton we used to see. Well, rip Elise, never going to be played ever again. But it is very, very powerful, very potent combination that if unlocked, if able to get around the map around, say, Herald fights, Dragon fights, any kind of skirmish that can, really utilize the big ultimates and the AoEs that you have with this combination can be lethal. On the other side of that, though, if LNG can just keep that combo at arm's length, get them away from the side of, the Moonfall, the Dominus from the Renekton, this could be deadly for the side of LGD, and they won't have a way of getting back into it.
Yeah, for LGD, right, I think their comp is pretty straightforward in terms of the skirmishing it brings early on in the game, especially once you have those ultimates. It is very combo reliant, right? If you don't find that setup, if Diana doesn't go in and hit the big ultimate, they will lose out in the extended team fight up against LNG, who have a ton of sustained damage across team fights, right? Aphelios plus Corki going to be able to dish that out. You have a solid front line in your other 3 members. And this is the pivot from LNG that we were just hitting on. Again, drafting more towards the 5v5 team fight rather than the 1-3-1 that they've been playing all split long.
This is going to be a big moment now for LNG. Like we said, they've on a bit of a hot and cold over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. They need to start smacking down people, and this is where it all begins. This will be, if they're able to come out with a 2-0, even a 2-1, it would still secure them into playoffs. But like we said, it's all about positioning. We got to getting closer and closer to the postseason. And we are still not as 100% sure of where everyone's going to be finishing up. For LNG, it's all about getting as high up in the standings as you possibly can. For LGD, it is a little bit about pride. You need to try and put your best foot forward as we jump onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3.
I got to go back to saying I'm a little bit surprised that we see Doinby coming out on the Corki. LNG were never even really a team who gravitated towards it back when it was meta. We need to remember the package timer getting delayed to 10 minutes now, so not having it available for that first Rift Herald fight like we've seen it so commonly used. But are going to bring it out here today. And again, with Iwandi back on the Rift, rank 1 in Korean solo queue, maybe the shot calling will be better. Maybe there will be more direction there, and LNG can start getting back in the win column.
Yeah, not only was the package, just to kind of reiterate or, double down on your point, not only was the package first spawn nerfed as well, also the second and subsequent spawns as well. So you don't get it timed up as nicely as much with the dragon spawning every 5 minutes. You don't get that kind of setup where you're able to take it, have it in your back pocket and wait for that dragon to spawn with like 20, 30 seconds to spare. So it is very much a kind of take the dragon or take the package and then maybe TP down when the dragon has already spawned. So doesn't really give you the same level of impact as you would possibly hope. But for LNG, we'll see how they're able to make this one work. Like you said, in the isolated 1v1 here for Fearness, Ala will be able to get himself nicely set up on the Nars. Shouldn't have too much of an issue. And then as usual, we see a decent push here into the bot side. You can't really contest the Nautilus level 1. The Jinx straight up just has more range.
Yeah, and you expect bot lane to be a bit of a wash considering the matchup that we do have. Both jungles pathing towards the top side. I think you have very different goals early game. I think for Tarzan, as long as you're covering your solo lanes in top side, Doinby will be able to farm just fine, leave it to that 1v1 where Ala can get ahead, then you're fine, right? Because you do have the scaling on your side. For LNG, you're the ones who need to be able to force early. Maybe not in these first few levels. Again, Diana typically being the champion who wants to hit that level 6 mark first. But then for LGD, they need to slam their foot on the gas pedal and pretty much keep looking for constant skirmishes. First Rift Herald, even things like early Dragons, I wouldn't be too afraid to see LGD fight for, because it will spike extremely hard.
Yeah, I want to see them fight for it. I think that's the best way we can kind of put this right now. For LGD, you need to be finding, once you're hitting level 3 to 6, I want to be seeing them getting aggressive, getting in the faces of LGD, looking to try and make something happen. And this is where they're going to try and, put their stand down. I will say, if Jay can get ahead on this Zoe, the Corki will find it very difficult to really do anything, because the whole reason in my head anyway, that you take the Corki is you want to try and just clear the waves, have that constant wave push, and then go for those rocket poke that is so prominent to have. But if the Zoe gets ahead, basically just does it better than you for so long with those paddle stars. One hit, you're probably down to half health, as we see now. Xenoplay goes in onto the backside. Iwandi trying to make this fight work onto Eric, but Eric should be fine. No summoners burned just yet. But junglers now both on the opposite sides of the map. Nothing too untoward to be talking about there.
No, and just to hit back on the trading that we're seeing in bot lane, right? For LNG in particular, bot lane has been very hit or miss a split, mostly leaning on Luma. I think Light overall has had a good split. Lumao, I think, has kind of shorted in as the split went on, but Light Lumao still not really a dominant force in laning whatsoever. So nice to see Iwandi coming back onto the Rift, coming back with a player he does have some long-time synergy with, right? This was the bot lane for LNG last year when they went to Worlds. If that could give strength more to LNG's bottom lane, set Light up for success, where I think largely he's kind of stepped up to be the carry in the later half of the split. Early on was more of the secondary carry. But point is, if this guy's played around, he's been able to carry games.
Yeah, I think we've seen multiple examples of it on him on the Zeri, him on the Jinx, the Aphelios, obviously these massive carries that have been so prominent in our meta right now. He has been, I'll be totally honest, Light has really surpassed my expectations of him coming into the split. I think most people had him as a decent AD carry, middle of the pack, nothing to, he's no Uzi, he's no Viper, no Jackie Love, but in honesty, I've been very pleasantly surprised at how well he's been able to adjust to having a new support in Lumao, and obviously we'll see him now in this game coming back to his tried and trusted duo of Iwandi.
Yeah, and I mean, even in small interactions like this, right, where you can see LGD trying to bait out the fight, the fact that LNG pushed their wave in, but Light and Iwandi don't fall for it. They back off. They know their jungler's playing up towards the top side, and they just allow Eric and Jinja to have that priority for free, but Tarzan's looking for a gank, Oshin.
Yeah, they've got Ala with the Mega, so we'll be able to put down the wall up. No level 6s for either of these top laners as the jungler does land himself the Q. Fearness, though, with the flash away, keeps himself alive. And we talked about the early skirmishing power. LGD, not to be outdone, will use the pressure and knowledge of LNG's top laner and jungler being up the top side of the map. They will take themselves a dragon.
Yeah, nice attempt from LNG, but I really like the reaction coming from LGD after what we were hitting on about this team, right? Is going for these early dragons when LNG really doesn't put a lot of emphasis into their bottom half of the map. Even not having to leave it to a situation where we come into like a herald timing and you have to make a choice of, can we go for the fight or we're just going to trade objectives on the opposite side of the map? For LGD, where you are banking on having such strong soul laners in the early game, they get a dragon and you know they're going to be looking to contest herald in 2 minutes' time.
We got a bit of time now. Not really much to be talking about in terms of the game state in minute 45 until that Herald spawns, but I am a little worried about LNG coming into the postseason. This is a team that... Oh, I'm going to stop myself.
Oh, something's going on, Asheen. You were wrong. Something's happening.
Had to jinx it as we see now. Fearness just trying to get himself up to level 6. You can see what he's trying to do. There he is. He has a dominance. That means he can turn this one around with the health bar. And they're going to be able to turn this fight completely on its head. 2 kills to Shadow, and LGD punish LNG for the extension.
And this is absolutely what you can't have happen on the side of LNG. The Diana and the Renekton paying off dividends. Shadow clearing his grab, just waiting in the wings. Tarzan trying to force it, but not able to with Fearness having that dominance. So, again, we were just hitting on the implications being already having that strength for Rift Herald. They're going to have it in spades, but we're going to see here they're going for this dive, not accounting for Shadow being here. And then Fearness walking back towards the wave, hits the minion, gets level 6, pops the dominance, instantly stuns, I believe it was Ala, and then turns the fight for Shadow to be able to pick up those kills. Now look at it! Diana almost having his rocket belt completed 2-0. I mean, he's just going to be able to completely burst out Doombeer Light if he's able to get on top of them in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, and this is what my point was going to be just as we come into this fight was I'm worried about LNG. LNG have not been looking great against our top 5 teams. Again, playoff, if not championship contenders. And now... right here, this is the issues, and you mentioned it so beautifully in our graphic. Why are you fighting? It's like, why are you looking for this so hard? Of all lanes to try and focus out, a Renekton Diana? Like, come on, man. This is not the one to go for, and it just feels like, again, just fundamental issues coming in here for LNG, and I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, it's even, again, for LNG, I feel like you do have I don't want to say, like, I feel like the term easier is not exactly the right one, but we talked about, for Tarzan, it's a lot about just looking to cover your lanes. I think even if you're going to look for opportunities, maybe bot lane would be the best available one, but obviously they forced out the flash early, so they wanted to try and capitalize on that one once again, but just opening themselves up to get punished. And now for LGD, we've been talking about Rift Herald for the past few minutes with the soul laners they drafted, and it sets up for them taking the Rift Herald right now. Jay not having to be involved all too much. He's been just doing his job of keeping the wave pushed in mid and making sure that Doonby doesn't have the option to move. Which, speaking of Doonby, does have the Hex Drinker picked up. Makes sense, right? Playing against Diana, Zoe, as the opposing mid-jungle combo. But point is, right, there's going to be a lot of punching power on the side of LNG for quite a while at this point.
And that's the big thing, is that you're going towards the Text Drinker. It makes sense. It's not a bad pickup, but it does delay you a little bit further. With Rift Herald now in back pocket, you are going to start to see Jay going in. Buffs down the trouble bubble, but shouldn't be able to get in. I thought he was going to land the Everfrost afterwards and maybe go for a full combo, but not to be. But this is LNG basically waiting. But you got to admit that if LGD can continue to accelerate, now they haven't been the most proactive. They've definitely been a little bit more reactive. But if LGD can get themselves a good Rift Herald push, get a couple of plates, if not a second turret, if they can maybe get a second fight, as we can see now, Doonby trying to take this fight. He's going very well for him right now. There's the Mega Death Rocket, not quite going to be able to land. I thought it was on the side of LNG, but it was in fact LGD's one. And that's going to be just a big mistake there from Jay, not respecting the damage that can come out from the Corki in general.
I was going to say, right, I mean, at the end of the day, that was legitimately just a solo kill coming out from Doonby on the Corki. Jay thought he'd have enough damage. We even saw the Hex Trigger shield coming in there to help Doonby in that skirmish. Just not enough at the end of the day. I think it's a little bit tragic for LGD because I think their game plan going forward could have just been look for a timing to bring Jin Zhao and Shadow towards the mid lane, drop Herald, where Jay's already successfully gotten one turret plate from how much he's been bullying out Doonby in that lane, and look to raise mid lane turret very early on. We're gonna get a replay coming out from Doonby's point of view. It does miss the initial rocket, but I mean, his E damage ticking the whole time. Of course, does have the first strike to get that one off, and then I mean, a little bit unfortunate coming from the turret there to be able to finish Jay off. We come back instantly into the play we were just hitting on of LGD looking to take down this mid lane turret when you're playing up against so much wave clear.
Oh, they got him caught out, though. And that's going to force Jay to use his flash, but he is dead. You did not respect the Lee Sin Dragon Rage kick, and that's going to be a kill return. So the plates that you just got equaling out as LGD's Jin Zhao needs to flash over to his own red buff. LGD, it was looking so good. You just had to calm down, and for some reason, it's just very basic, unforced errors.
Yeah, and for the side of LGD, Jin Zhao not exactly there to play yet, so Tarzan very easily able to make that one happen, but Light!
They're going to see Light now. He actually fancies himself in this 1v2 as he goes straight onto Eric. He's not quite able to get that damage, and now we can see the fight really happening on the top side of this as Shadow tries to make something happen with his Moonfall, has to flash away, dodges from the Sonic Wave. They've got the damage here with the Jinx. They're going to go in with Jin Zhao, who lands the hook and gets 2 flashes for the worth and a kill. LGD coming back in strong, not quite able to get it, but on the top side, a solo kill for Fairness. What is happening?
I don't know. Both of these teams just opting into constant action. Fearness now going to be able to get himself some more money up in the top side. Got to go back and highlight Light for almost turning that one around as we get the replay coming out. Fearness going, gets the Empower W. Conqueror stacked up right away. And yeah, I mean, for Allah, still not Meganar. And doesn't even have a chance to get there. Nice flash coming out from Fearness, but a large chunk of that damage coming off with the initial combo. Beautiful understanding of his limits, just to spot the opportunity for that kill to come out, even when Allah was still relatively healthy at the start of that.
Great solo kill there for the top laner of LGD. I don't get to say that very often, I'll be honest. I've had that one in the bank for quite a while. I've been waiting for an opportunity to use it.
You know, you probably farmed a lot of cringes in chat, so you know what? At the end of the day, it's worth it. It is a win.
It's always worth it. No, remember, don't kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes. Always remember.
There we go. But speaking of things that maybe necessarily shouldn't happen, 3-0 Diana on the Rift. And especially when we're hitting on Diana, right? Diana really warping the game around her kind of becomes one of the big win conditions for any team she's on. She's going to have such an easy time accessing the carries for the side of LNG. Especially when you turn your eyes to the bot lane of LNG, right? No summoners on Light and Iwandi right now. If LGD can set that one up, should be pretty easy kills for the side of LGD.
And we might see them. They got 2 dragons, like you mentioned. We're going to see the stacking of that up, so they're going to be able to force LNG really into a situation. I will say the Mountain Drake is still pretty impactful for the side of LGD. It will prolong the extra little bit of engage they're able to kind of get off with the Renekton and the Diana. Should keep them alive a little bit longer in those skirmishes, as we now see with 30 seconds left until those TPs become unleashed. Where did the side of LNG want to go? They are down about 3,500 gold. It has not been a great start, and I will be totally honest, the gold they got back into that mid lane and even towards the jungle has been very much LGD overstepping. while we wait to see where everyone wants to go, I will say, looking at the gold leads, you've got 1,000 gold here for Eric on the bot side. You've got a nearly 2,000 gold, 1,500 here for Shadow in the jungle. So it is becoming very significant. The only lane that's really losing out is that Corki into the Zoe. And even then, that's a first strike Corki, so you're not really too surprised about that.
Yeah, I mean, even just the plays that we saw, right? Again, pretty much Jay putting himself in those positions. For LNG, at least you do have a nice caveat of the fact that Doinby is just pretty much being able to scale up. Even Light, who being 1k gold behind, again, I feel like has played relatively safe. We saw them not fall prey. Is LGD going to set up for the fight for Herald? Just gravitate over towards mid lane as a team, guarantee that push, and now you would expect them to start it up, but LGD still just looking for a potential engage, having to respect Doinby right now, but for LNG, looks like they might just opt out and play down towards this bottom side.
And they're going to look for an engage, though. Two-man Moonfall goes straight in, and they are just burning down Tarzan's health bar. And guess what, Iwandi? You're free, but you're back to the death realm. There's nothing else for you to do, and that's just honestly not quite sure what the side of LGD or LNG were trying to make work there. And again, this could be another solo bolo on the top side as Ala tries to kite this one out. It's a Gore Drinker against a Divine Sunderer. Ala will finally get himself away, but on the hunt is Shadow. He's looking for it. They will get the Mega Gnar out for Ala, which keeps him alive, but now he has no way of defending his turret.
And, I mean, you even look at the minimap in mid lane, right? LGD's bottom lane is forcing that there, Jay, holding down the fort for their bottom lane turret. LGD are just winning out completely across the map. And when we hit on LNG, have only lost series to our top 5 teams that are locked into playoffs. I mean, this is a little bit surprising. 5k gold lead for the side of LGD.
Yeah. You know they're there. Why are you walking that way? Just walk down. Just walk down. You just saw them in mid lane, Lyric.
It's just very surprising to me that LNG are looking for this, considering you don't have package on Doinby. You look at the minimap, Light hitting turret the whole time, so not really in a position to take a 3v4. They still wait around, still waiting in the wings, maybe hoping someone walks down while the other members start walking towards Herald. But like you said, spotting everyone out before you had committed. So, yeah, for LNG, just still some mistakes coming out. Doinby, though, now having the package, dragging up in 25 seconds.
Yeah, 25 seconds, but again, like we said, it is a 5,000 gold lead. You finally got the Luden's Tempest here for Jay, who's a little bit late on his reset, doesn't have TP. Did opt for the Ignite alongside that Electrocute, as we can now see Iwandi and Ala with his Mega Gnar primed and ready. And I think as LGD, you want to fight this right now. You are still waiting on 1 or 2 small cooldowns, a couple of the Ignites, but you should be able to take this fight here.
Oh, they really got to be careful, right? They got to respect the package coming out from Doinby. Even summoners across the board are up. Ala's starting to stack up his mini Gnar. This could be a bit of a mistake coming out from LGD. Shadow is flash, though. If he can find core members, Fearness
might have to use the Dominus. No, just going to use the flash, and the rest of LGD are going to turn back onto the Dragon. Tarzan has landed a Sonic Wave as he goes in, does not get the steal. Does get himself out for the Solar Flare, trying to set up the engage. They get the hook out there from the side of Jin Zhao as he looks to try and make this one work. 3-man Moonfall, though, as Shadow finds all the advantages he possibly can. This is a slaughter. LNG have no chance, no rights to be here, and LGD are putting them to the sword.
And it's still pre-20 minutes. I mean, where was this LGD all split, preying on all of LNG's mistakes? Even the setup to that was quite nice, coming out from Fearness going in, baiting out the cooldowns, and LGD turning on Dragon instantly. Doesn't look like they should be able to get too much else off the map with the members of LNG responding, but still, soul point and nice chunk of gold coming out from the fight win.
Look at what you're getting from this. Like, you committed so much onto Fearness. Like, your package is gone. You're trying to, like, scrappily look to try and make back the fight. It just feels so disjointed.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest overcommit is definitely the package coming out. I'm not sure how much time Doinby still had on that one, but I feel like even if you get Pinstered pulling them towards the Dragon, it would be better then, so you can commit to the 4. But like you said here, Shadow getting this 3-man Moonfall. Absolutely gigantic for the side of LGD. You look at Eric being peeled for by members like Jin Zhao and Fearness, able to make sure he's putting off this damage. And then, I mean, for LNG, that's all she wrote, right? For LNG's comp, we've pretty much only been hitting on this one Diana combo coming off. But as we saw in the fight, that's all that really matters. That's what happens when you pick Diana. The game really does evolve to around here is Light. You are probably dead, my dude.
Yeah. Nothing else really to talk about there. Shadow now 5-0-4, having an absolutely fantastic game. It's got to be said. Eric, on the other hand, though, actually going to get out alive. Feel like he should have maybe gone down there with the Gale Force, though. Able to keep himself there. Doesn't even lose any summoners.
Yeah, would have been fine, right? Gale Force still had the flash up as well, so maybe Tarzan could have tried to set up for some kind of, you know, flashy, like ward hop with his control ward, flash kick, and, you know, react before Eric can, but he would be committing a lot for a kill that is not guaranteed, so in the end, they do just decide to back off. And man, now we're at this point for LNG, and you kind of look at what they can commit to. They don't win sides, despite the fact that Allah is pressuring out. He's a whole item behind Fearness on the opposite side. They can't win this 4v4.
Here we go, though. Tarzan's going to try and look for a flank. The Solar Flare will not land. Jin Zhao going to tank up the rest of the rockets. They do get the flash out of Jay, but that is going to be the tier 2 taken down. That becomes a very long lane. Now you have to battle for all of that extra pressure in the side lanes. And yes, it is only one turret. You gain a flash for it, but it is LGD still making the right moves.
And now for LGD, it just becomes very a lot easier to be able to pivot into either side of the jungle, right? Push someone up decently far. We see their deep wards now in the top side, able to keep that up, and should just allow very easy pivots to their side lane turrets, just to keep whittling down the map. Dragon will be coming up in 1 minute 50 seconds. You know that will be LGD's main priority. And with their power spikes, I mean, heck, even if LGD don't over-aggress into the enemy jungle or look to steal away these camps, is Allah gonna look to be ganked by Shadow?
Real reason for them to overcommit onto him in a 30 till the dragon spawns, and they're saying, look, there's no benefit. I will say, yes, we were seeing Allah having a benefit in the side lane. He's 2 levels down. That is a level 14 Renekton against a level 12 Gnar, and this is where we're starting to see the bigger advantages come out for. Apart from Doonby, everyone is behind by at least a level. Jungle, 2 levels down. Again, Doonby ahead by 2 levels, but again, to be expected, he's just be kind of farming an absolute storm up about 50 CS. As we can now see Jin Zhao catching out Tarzan, so they know exactly where he is. They might look to try and maybe make this fight work for them. Iwandi was thinking about maybe helping out his jungler, but decided against it as Tarzan was able to get himself out. But in a minute's time, you have to fight LNG, and it does not matter whether or not you're ready.
It's even so rough, right? You were just sitting on the level advantages, pointing out the item advantages that we kind of touched on earlier in terms of, I mean, an item and a half for Fearness. Same story for Shadow. The only member, I guess, being down, like you're saying, is Jay, but in terms of gold, I mean, Jay still hitting the same item power spikes as Doonby, who is massively ahead of him, and bot lane really being your only saving grace for the side of LNG with the Collector coming out for light, but still doesn't look like it's enough. For LNG, right, they have flashes up. Doonby's is about to come up as well. You could try and flash that immediate combo. LGD will still have the DPS coming out from the Jinx, but try and layering down those rockets from the Corki, poke, Shadow, Fearness out from the fight. That could be your angle to pivot onto the Dragon and try and pick yourself up this objective.
Exactly what I was talking about earlier. With the package chiming going from 4-minute cooldown to a 5-minute cooldown, it means you basically have to pick it up immediately as soon as Dragon spawns, which means you have a little bit of an opportunity here as LGD to make something work for yourselves. They're going to find Allah and bring him down to below half HP, and with the paddle stars landing, the Mega Death Rocket don't flash in a straight line, and you will be punished for it. Now Tarzan has to come in with the Miracle Steel. They know exactly where he is because he walked over a ward. They don't know precisely, though, as they get the kick down. They're going to find it onto Eric, who flashes and cleanses, and now he's in the perfect position over the wall to keep kiting, to keep pushing, and to keep on fighting. LNG are falling apart at the seams, and there's nothing that the side of this team can do. There's only so much gold in the world, and it's all in the back pockets of LGD. It's going to be an ace for one, a Dragon Soul. This game is over.
This game has looked doomed from very early on for the side of LNG. We saw the desperation coming out. They looked for the play that they thought they had to make, trying to find their way onto Eric. But in the end, LGD have picked themselves up a soul. They're going to be able to keep these pushes going. And my God, man, I don't know the last time we've seen such a stomp between one of our lower tier teams and a team that's seriously just on the grasp of playoffs. They just needed this win today.
Just needed the one win, and it's still the way this game is going. This is going to be another long time before we see LNG able to secure their playoffs berth. It is still very likely they'll get it. As I say that, Feared is going to now find himself between a rock and a Doonby as he TPs in onto the backside of this, and just basically going to have to resign himself to the fate that they've invested a lot for you here, buddy, and you're going to die.
Yeah, oh god, LGD. Fearness is dead. What are you gonna do without your power of your Renekton? My god, Ashin, the 5-1 and 5 Diana definitely can't win a 4v4 still.
I mean, maybe. I'm not willing to fully take it out there. I will say it is a big shutdown going over. You have got the Ranju and Zoman now finally finished up. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's just Ala away from his team, not quite synced up.
And, right, he's trying to find an angle to be able to come in behind, find that massive Gnar ultimate onto the back line. But you look at the state of the bot wave. It's pushed in. You have no real information coming from your minion wave. You have no wards either, so you walked in blind. We see here Tarzan trying to find his opportunity to get on top of Eric. Really nice job by the members of LGD to be able to kite him out, dissuade him. You see Jay linking up on the opposite side. Shadow gets left on his lonesome, so he does get picked off. But with Tarzan going down, it gives time for Eric to rejoin, find some of these kills, and pick up the soul.
You have 3 items now on most of your carries here on the side of LGD, and Baron should be the next port of call. I will say, though, with Ala getting the pressure in bot side, you are getting a little bit of extra gold back. Still a 9,000 gold lead for LGD, Dragon Soul as well. And as much as we're criticizing LNG, we got to praise LGD as they continue to just be a thorn in the side of this bot side. You mentioned it, how this bot lane does not win the side lanes. That's a 2-level difference, a full item and a half difference between those top laners. Ala gets the tower, but now he's got to run away because LGD is going to have the run of the map. They're going to be able to get so much damage on the Doomby as well. That's going to be in the tier 2, almost certainly going over LGD, or even a Baron.
Oh, nice call coming out from LGD. They're comfortable that they have the ability to turn. Jin Zhao having his ult up. Yeah.
From no TP from Doomby.
Also surprised that Jay flash, but you know, it is what it is. Does have Void Staff, so he's going to be able to do a lot of damage to members like Doomby and Tarzan on the opposite side.
Tarzan, though, he's getting bursted out before he could really have any effect into this. There's going to be the dragon going down. Tarzan goes into stasis, but only for so little longer to finally meet his maker and go down. This is LGD in total control. LGD punishing LNG, and LGD just, I'm going to say it, clapping LNG.
You know, we see this every split, right? There's always 1 or 2 teams that the second they get eliminated from playoffs, they just start going on a rampage. I believe in 2020 it was Rogue Warriors. 2021 there was someone. I will look this up and find out, but I guess right now it's LGD.
Yeah, and it's going to be Ala trying to find out Jay, but between a rock and a hard place, buddy. I commend the effort if you're trying to go for it. Doonby getting Gale Forced onto by Eric. He is in absolutely no way afraid of this Corki. With the base finally cracked open, the rest of the map is all for LGD to take.
Yeah, for LGD. They got an inhibitor, they got a Baron, they're gonna back off, they're chill. They don't need to win this one too fast, Ashin. You know, it's already not gonna count as a sub 25-minute victory, so game lasts 5 minutes, you know, doesn't affect anyone. We're gonna see here, LGD knowing they have enough damage just with Eric and Shadow to take the Baron, commit 3 members to zoning off the rest of LNG. Sleepy Trouble lands, we see the hook come out from Jin Zhao, they're able to get Tarzan quite low, finish him off right away, and then Iwandi trying to help brute force their way into the pit, right? Just hoping for a steal. They must know they expect, you know, some members to go down. But when you are this far down, every play is a losing play, and just hoping that the enemy makes a mistake somewhere along the lines at that Baron for you to find a way for your jungle to get in there, get the Baron buff for your team, and, you know, stall more time.
Like Ala walked up and was like, "Oh, sorry," like the baby, you know, he runs around the corner and goes, "Oh no, I don't want to be here anymore," and starts running around. So, yeah, this is you got to try and go for it. Like you said, you know, you either die a death of 1,000 cuts, or you go out, you know, with your chin held high, saying, "Look, at least we tried something." And I gotta say, this is we touched on it a little bit in terms of like the woes of LNG. Tarzan has not been having a good time the last 2 weeks. He really has. Just had for the first time in a very long time, I think ever, he's had a bit of a slump, and that is, you know, we obviously have exceptionally high standards for this jungler, but it is starting to become a bit of a hindrance now. 1-6-1, really nowhere near where he needs to be, not having the great impact and just making mistakes that's really costing him and his team.
I mean, it's also just sad because he was coming out as easily the best jungler in the first few weeks. Maybe, you know, LNG, kind of the rest of the team's problems, maybe affecting his form a little bit come these last few weeks. Ala as well, though. I mean, remember, Ala got solo killed early on in this matchup. Ala coming in with so much hype from the previous years, and he's really been the consistent underperformer for me on the side of LNG. You know, barring Lumao, who isn't playing, so really no reason to speak on that one.
Yeah,
but...
we can't. We'll find a way to flame him either way.
no.
Well,
ooh, Jay's damage.
Iwandi's dead.
Pretty hard.
Iwandi is dead. Never mind. He gets a heal out from Light, and that keeps him alive just barely alongside the Locket. But now with Ala getting close to his Mega Gnar, finally gnarring out, and it's going to be the Elder Drake spawning. So again, this is a game-ending buff, but these Trouble Bubbles from Jay have been so damn good. The package has to be used prematurely because they're just not in a position to be able to try and use it actively. TP is going to be coming in. That's Fearness joining back in with his team, and now LGD have total control of this. You can't fight this LGD or LNG. You have to just back away. As Tarzan was trying to play sneaky, but he does not quite have himself the opportunity. Moonfall onto 2. Double kill for Shadow, and the rest shall surely follow. It's a double-double, maybe even a double-triple as we finish it off. Nope, double-double single as LGD wipe the floor with LNG.
Shadow coming in with an amazing performance on this Diana. Fearness on the Renekton, a pick we didn't expect to see. Solo killing Ala and completely rinsing LNG.
And Renekton's not meta in the rest of the world. He's meta in LPL because this is what he can do. This is the power that you can get with the Diana combination. LGD 25-5. Oh my God, Lyric, that was a decimation. Big smiles because my lord, that looked easy.
You know, first of all, Sheen, I gotta correct you saying the rest of the world not playing Renekton. Put some respect on Morgan's name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't watch
Former
LCK because when LCK's on, LPL's on. I know where my allegiances lie, Lyric.
You know what? I put respect on Morgan's name for my
I'm not some LCK sympathizer like you.
But point is, LNG, like you said, I mean, they got completely dumpstered. Everything starting from that early counter game coming from Shadow and topside. Did a really good read of what Tarzan wanted to do. From there, I mean, we saw how the top lane matchup went. They were already guaranteed to win out on the top side in terms of those 2v2s and 3v3s, but then they just started being able to manhandle the side of LNG. And it felt like things really went wrong once we start seeing LGD start being able to make those plays in the bottom side as well. Shadow's starting to hover around. You started to blow summoners on Light and Iwandi. And then you're pretty much losing every lane on the map. You're not able to contest early objectives, and you hit on it. For LNG, a lot of times we're looking at, like, why are you fighting here? What is your goal? What are you going to get from this other than some gold, some kills? Really, really nothing, especially when you're opting into the Corki Afelio setup.
Yeah, like, look, coming into this series as well, like, for LNG, it was like, okay, they lost to RNG. Not a big deal. Big top team. Lost to Weibo V5. Okay, that's a rough run of games. They went 2-1 in two out of those 3 series. You're not super worried. And they went 2-1 against TT, which they won. You're like, okay, that was a bit closer than we probably intended. Lost 2-1 against Top Esports. 2-0 loss against JDG. And it's starting to get worse and worse. This team is just falling apart in front of our eyes. And I'm being totally honest when I say this. I am genuinely concerned about this team coming into playoffs because it is still very likely that they make it, but I don't even know how well they're going to do against any of the top 10.
I mean, let's at least remember that this is them bringing Iwandi back first game on stage. We have no idea how much they practiced with him, and Iwandi was always one of the big shot callers for the team. So I still think there's hope, but that first game was not what we needed to see.
Yeah, definitely not. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we'll see if LNG can bounce back or if LGD will be taking a very surprising 2-0. We'll see you guys soon.
I don't know, they've got their ultis available and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down and with 10 kills and ready for some more. Making up for game number 1 as Weiwei started off on the end. Crescent Guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a shadow surge. He's got to reset. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The Eye of the Herald popped it, needs to go down. He's taking yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into this mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Nika should just about survive.
the Ignite does give you vision. So if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks.
They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes under the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Trying to chase it down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no realm of shenanigans. There is no way out. And now with TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow hearts we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful Oh, clouds of dust, coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine, I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child. The chaos of my mind, I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes with us covering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. Glowing light is shine.
暂时装备的改动的话，就可能破剑者、死亡之舞各有各的好吧，就一个是打团，一个就是边带厉害。就我们目前状态不太稳定嘛，就希望之后的训练能好好调整回来。
Not stable is the correct way to put it. As we come back, welcome back one and all to the LPL. We just came off of an absolute spanking as LGD laid down the hurt onto LNG, and it all came off of the back of quite honestly a fantastic performance from Shadow on that Diana.
Yeah, man. We saw Shadow completely pop off again. He read the early map stage so well, had this counter gank up against Tarzan, got set up with a nice early 2-0, and then was always able to find his targets. Really nice use of Flash and Rocket Belt to be able to consistently find 3-4-man moonfalls. You know, they drafted the setup for him. They took early prio and mid the Zoe that we were questioning. They brought out the Renekton, which isn't really seen play on this patch. Even here in the LPL, not seeing it really at all. But LGD used it fantastically to set up Shadow.
Yeah, and again, it was off of very uncharacteristic mistakes from the likes of Tarzan. Tarzan having a very poor game today in this game one and really not setting himself up. And Shadow just used that setup really of the first 2 kills to just catapult himself into either 1v1s with Tarzan right here, or just straight up team fights where he knew he could take over the game.
But even just the other members of LGD as well, right? And I guess on the flip side, the laners of LNG, Ala getting solo killed up in that top lane matchup, being overconfident. Doinby, yes, did pick into a losing matchup, but still giving early place to Jay in the first 5 minutes of the game. Sure, he found the solo kill, but it was Jay being the one who was the aggressor, even taking a turret shot there at the end. And this really didn't work out for LNG. We hit on maybe wanting to see them opt into this style. I don't know if I would have opted into the Corki, but still, it's been a lot of aggression coming out from the side of LNG, and this definitely wasn't the kind of draft to enable that. Their bot lane, mostly stable. You saw them, I think, playing well around the timers when Shadow was there, but still falling behind. Just 3 lanes of prio for the side of LGD. They were able to make it happen. Mistakes coming from LNG, and they punished. So now teams are going to swap sides, or we're going to see if on blue side, LNG can make things happen, not having to ban the Zeri. We've seen LNG as well on red side, banning Tom Kenshall out recently, so you don't have to opt into that ban either. Can have a lot more options in terms of draft, so hopefully they can turn it around. And again, Iwandi having a better performance, Iwandi having the ability to have a performance, because we didn't really get to see him even attempt to play the game there with how early on the top side of LNG got shut out.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing we can take this. I'm glad that Iwandi has not been swapped out, because what was he supposed to do? There's literally nothing he could have done differently in that game that would have randomly catapulted them into, you know, a much better situation. It was very much off of the back of very, very solid play from LGD, and also just very, very basic unforced errors from LNG. So you need to clean this up for LNG now as we come into the second game. But I'm very, very concerned. We obviously we know the dark technologies from Doonby. We know how good he can be when he's able to find those kooky matchups that we didn't even know existed, and he's able to find an advantage. Straight up, it just feels like his read on the meta right now is just very off, and it doesn't feel like he's quite there in terms of what is strong into certain things.
I feel like it just he doesn't play certain champions, right? We've
Yeah.
seen a lot of Ari. He doesn't play the Ari. Doesn't really play the LeBlanc, which is another thing you see come out consistently. He's played some Vex. I don't think he's looked all too comfortable on the champion. So you're already missing 3 pretty big meta picks, which then leaves like, hey, Doonby's best champion on this patch has definitely been the Rise. That's why we saw it banned out. So it doesn't get the Rise. You don't get the Twisted Fate. LGD even took away the Akali, which is his like go-to assassin pick that like Doonby is just spectacular on. I remember him completely taking over a game with it earlier in the split. But point is, you're missing out on 3 big options, and then it leaves you vulnerable to target out with bans like LGD did in that first game.
Yeah, it just feels like Doonby, who we always recognize as someone, it kind of feels like we've come full circle. Going into 2019, a lot of question marks about his champion pool, a lot of question marks about how he was going to play into the meta. He proved them wrong. 2020 was massively overtold as a champion pool, became a champion ocean, pulling out so many different styles of champions that really looked good. 2021 was probably the best year he's played since the 2018 World Championship or 2019 World Championship winning split.
His Lee
and then
was clean.
His Lee Sin was exceptionally clean. We casted that pentakill against RNG, and now it feels like we've come back down the slope of all of these different amazing champions that he looks so damn good on. It just feels like he's a little lost right now in the meta.
And right, I feel like every individual member of LNG's problems are exasperated by their team issues. So even him early on the split, right, was performing well. This team started off 7-0. I think that's something that is very easy to forget now with their recent performances. But I mean, Doonby Tarzan, we're in the conversation. We're like, hey, them or Rookie and Karsa, who's the best performing mid jungle 2v2? I think we have a more definitive answer now in the split. As we get through picks and bans pretty quickly, some things we hit on was the fact that LNG don't have to ban away the Tahm Kench and the Zeri, can pivot into those target bans, and now straight away going towards that Jinx.
I mean, I was just about to say, it's like, yes, the Jinx is nice for light, but the Rise, the big pick that was left open there for the side of LNG, they just decided not to go for it. So Jay going to be able to pick that one up here. You could go Rise Tahm Kench or even Rise Xin Zhao here, and you've got yourself an incredible mid-jungle combo.
Yeah, for LGD, you might also just feel like you have to pick AD carry now. So then if LNG pick like AD carry support, you don't get pinched out the opposite way. It does still work if you pick Tahm Kench, but again, not going to want to get pinched on the AD carry pool. Pretty much sets up for what you need to go towards. And LNG with a very quick response. I wanted coming out with the Rakan, I think one of his best champions, and then Tarzan getting on the Xin Zhao. So a lot of early game pressure coming out from LNG so far. They have set up down in that bot side. Tarzan being able to follow up. Before LGD, I like you hit on the Rise pick before because I think this has also been Jay's best pick. Jay's played it 3 times. He's 2-1 on the champion so far. Has the same win rate that Doonby does on the champion. So I think really nice takeaway. Sets him up well in terms of mid lane. And now you already see them start going back towards those mid lane bans that we were hitting on.
Yeah, again, he's just getting pinched. They're getting rid of those global pressures. The Galio now taken off the board. And it does feel like, yes, you got the better jungle matchup. You should be able to start banning away things like the Viego, maybe even the Volibear, if you so see it. There we go. Volibear going to be banned away. But I'm still a little bit worried here for LNG. They're going further and further down. And two of the the bigger, or one of the biggest kind of, underperformers so far this split has been Ala, so he's going to have to pick blind into this matchup as well. So lots of question marks coming in for LNG in this draft. It's not a bad draft by any means, but it definitely feels like they've let certain things go.
And I think a lot's going to kind of depend on...
Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. No. I got it wrong. My bad. Go on.
So I'm actually a little bit surprised they take away the Akali here. Again, it has been one of his standout champions so far, but I feel like you'd feel pretty fine in that lane matchup for Jay. Now for Doonby in his champion pool, we kind of look at what he's played this split. I mean, the only thing that really stands out being things like the Rise or Orianna are things you can gravitate towards. Obviously, a very good ball setup coming out from both Xin Zhao and Rakan. And now in terms of jungle for the side of LGD, the Hecarim still being left open, the Viego, I think those are really your 2 go-tos. They would give you either one, good skirmishing, right? You're going to be looking to play a lot around these 5v5s. They do opt into the Viego, so look to try and set up for the resets to come through. Now for LNG, you have to go towards those soul lanes. blind pick for Allah. Things like Graves being left open is, you know, where my mind would go. Fortunately, we hit on, like, you have Victor, but then your comp would be pretty slow coming out from that mid lane. The team fights you're able to opt into. Karma's been something he's played once, but now they're going to go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say the Graves or even some kind of AD champion that top side makes a lot of sense here for the side of LNG with that Malphite ban coming in and to stop a lot of the very bog standard, you know, see AD champion, pick armor champion as we wait to see now where LGD want to pick out their final ban or final pick into that top side. They know they'll be going up against the Jace and they're going to go into the Tryndamere. This is such a tough matchup here for Allah. This is going to be so difficult for him to get out of this laning phase.
I mean, heck, we saw this yesterday, right? We saw Wayward and the Shy, just what Tryndamere is able to do. Once you're at that level 6 mark, you're pretty much able to consistently look for the solo dives to shut him down. But for LNG, in their comp holistically, I think it's pretty straightforward. The range that you have, setting up these sieges, being able to dish out the poke on the opposing side, get on objective first, don't allow them to walk in. You win extended standoffs in terms of like trying to push out mid-wave as a 5-man. So for LNG, a bit of a different style, a bit of a different look. And then for the side of LGD, a lot of side laning coming through, right? Getting that push with the Rise, setting up the Tryndamere later on, and then being able to actively follow up. So both teams kind of flipping the script in terms of how they're going to play out this game.
Yeah, it really is just kind of a setup of two different kind of, you know, comps right now as both teams really want to try and, well, specifically LNG want to try and forget that last game. LGD really running off of the high of it as we jump into game 2 of this best of 3. And for LNG, this is a pretty big moment right now for you. I got to admit, you're running out of series to kind of climb up that playoffs ladder. We look at the last remaining series. You know, they play obviously today. They go up against EDG next week, and then they've got their final series against OMG, which was delayed. So they have got themselves 2 playoff contenders after this series. And if you're coming off of a 2-0, that could be detrimental to your mental.
Yeah, I mean, the EDG one, no matter how EDG have looked, that one will be incredibly hard. And heck, again, if you're losing to LGD, then even OMG probably considered a favorite in a series up against you. But who knows, Sheen? Maybe they could turn it around. Again, Iwandi just coming back in onto the roster. The tools are there. You found comfortable matchups for members like Dwinby in the mid lane. Your bot lane is set up. And then even if top lane is tough, hopefully Allah can pull through the years of experience, the years of, again, stomping a lot of premier top laners in the LPL to be able to take down Fearness this time.
Oh, we are going to jump on to the Rift. We do see pretty much bog standard for everybody across the board. The only one I was kind of interested in would have been the Karma runes of choice has gone with the Airy. So nothing too untoward. And of course, Jay actually going with the phase rush as well. I've noticed this as well with the Rise. Rise gets very fast with the phase rush. It's just something I've noticed recently as I've been playing a lot of them, that he gets very, very, like, more than I expect a phase rush Rise to move, you know?
You know, phase rush was pretty OP for a long time, as in last year, for a reason. Still incredibly strong, as we have. I remember when phase rush got initially nerfed. It was towards the end of last year, where teams stopped picking it right away, but then instantly realized, like, hey, it's actually still not that bad. On a lot of champions, it works out. And then even on champions who can run more aggressive rune choices, you still do typically take phase rush when you have things like losing 2v2s, or you know you're going to be playing a lot around enemy jungle or playing for team fights. So do love me some good old phase rushes. When we look at the lanes, we've kind of already hit on, right? We expect some action to come on the top side, especially once we do hit that level 6 point. I think your other lanes will be a bit more tame. For LNG, maybe you could look towards the spot side with the fact that you have this Rakan setup. Will be quite hard post 6 once Jinzhou has that Devour. And I mean, mid lane should be a wash, right? Karma not really looking to solo kill the Rise on the opposing side. Rise shouldn't find opportunities to do the same.
Just wait to see. Again, we could talk about it a million times, but the Jinx will always have push. Velios, and this is good pathing here from Shadow, recognizing that there was a ward on his Raptors. So, and he actually doesn't hit the wall either, so he doesn't give away his position with that mist coming around. As we do see the level 2 engage coming out here, as the heal has to come out from Eric. They trade back as Iwandi taking a lot of poke here. It is a trade of health bars. Eric definitely not the best of wear after that particular engage, and Iwandi will take that trade all day long.
I mean, even just summoner advantage coming your side, right? You blew one Ignite and heal going down on the opposing side. You have resource advantage in terms of Eric having to burn all of his potions already. Shadow just hovering around. I understand, right? Being very scared that maybe Tarzan would have pivoted his path and try and set up for an early dive with how low Eric got chunked out. But Tarzan not going to go for that instead. Just going to opt into the topside scuttle. Shadow going to answer on the opposing side as well. And I mean, so far, just all benefit for the side of LNG and their bot lane coming out. This is one of the benefits we talked about with Iwandi in terms of the stronger laning phase. Already finding quite a nice CS advantage.
Let's talk about where we want to see these kind of teams go. Like you said, it's a bit of a kind of a flip in terms of how we expected these teams to go in game one. But where do you want to see LGD to put the pressure here onto LNG and vice versa as well?
I think for LGD, it is going to be a lot about enabling your top side. First few levels, you know, gonna get pushed in, gonna be a bit weak as we see Ala having pressure. Iwandi gonna go out and be fine. But yeah, for LGD, I think topside again. We're gonna see Tryndamere be able to find the pressure later on. For LNG, I actually think it's playing for your bot lane. Your bot lane's already found a bit of an advantage early on. They forced out the heal. You can look for repeat ganks. You can look to hover bot side, deny them waves. Even if you don't find kills, at least set Eric behind. As we see, Dwinby's able to keep up constant pressure in the mid lane. He can hover down as well. And you can just look to make light this massive carry.
See if they're able to make it work. Maybe a little bit of a recall coming out here now for the LNG bot side. They get the push in. Let's probably see a Cull coming out here for Light. Let's see maybe if he doesn't have enough money for Cull alongside the High Noon Quiver, he might just opt out of it just for the moment. But nonetheless, still having a pretty decent time of it in that bot side. We do see the Jace with those extra abilities and extra harass he's always going to have. Going to be able to do a lot of work in these early levels. But like we said, it is that level 6 point here for LGD that is going to be ever so pivotal.
Realm Orb will be online. You'll have your Undying Rage for your Tryndamere Devour in the bot side, so that if you are playing up towards the top side, Eric has a lot of safety. So I think the map setup from LGD will make a lot of sense. Then when we hit on mid-game, right, pivoting towards those sides, trying to find picks with Fearness, Jay being able to hover over as well, and then hopefully using it to find picks to be able to force your ways onto objectives. But for LNG, I mean, if they can just keep the poke up that Dwinby's been able to find in this mid lane matchup, once we get to the team portion of the game, poking them off objectives, then LNG will be feeling really good. As man, Dwinby stopping his recall once again.
Trying to be an absolute nuisance. You have got a lot of multiple ability champions in their, what was it, in the 3-6 level, of course, with Jace and Karma. So you have a lot of early game priority. Now, Shadow and Jin Zhao just hovering towards this mid lane, making sure nothing happens to Jade as he comes back in with his Tear and his Dark Seal. We are going to see, though, Fearness with that level 6 straight away saying, look, I'm back now and I can go fight and toe-to-toe with you, as Dwinby is in a lot of trouble right now. The Realm Orb comes out, but they only use it just to scare him away, and that's going to be the flash broken here for Dwinby.
Both teams finding prio through different areas. You see LGD forcing their way through mid, which opens up them to get on top of Dwinby. So for LNG, they're trying to play and get pressure through bot. Eric playing pretty respectfully close to his tower, so not able to be taken advantage of. It looks like a potential dive coming out.
Yeah, they're going to try and make it work, as Ala now going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. He does get stunned up, rooted down. They're going to have to try and flash away from him, but Fearness, not to be outdone, has got himself his ultimate. He's trying to run this one down, doesn't have Ghost, waiting for the spin to win. He's going to run out of his Fearness. No! No!
Oh my God.
He overextended it. Not only do you get a kill on top side, you also get the Dragon. LNG perfectly positioned to capitalize completely.
It's so tragic as well, because I think there was a point in his mind where he realized, I am absolutely screwed, but it was a point of no return already. It's like, well, I'm going to die. I've already taken so many of these turret shots. I might as well keep going. Even if he tries to pivot, let's say, through the side and get away, I mean, at that point, all I can just turn around and accelerate shock blast him. So, Fearness way overcommitting for that kill. Could have just looked to deny him some more CS. We're going to get a replay of it as we see Shadow coming in. Everything looks so well, especially when Shadow finds the stun here. I thought they'd be able to pull it off. Fearness keeps going forward, but a really nice knockback coming from Ala to make sure that doesn't happen. And I think this was the point of no return, where he's like, well, I'm screwed no matter what. I might as well just E in and try and find it once again. Even if he started to back away, right, Ala maybe just being able to tether him on the edge of his range and still be able to find it. Isn't able to do it. And that is not what you want to see coming out as a Tryndamere against a Jace.
definitely not the best of situations. Why you need to kind of take that summoner spell Ghost to make this work. You need to be able to run people down. The phase rush doing so much there for Allah to keep him alive and well. Gets himself a kill. He is still equal on CS, but he's going to be pretty damn happy with that, considering, like you said, LGD, they want to try and play through that top side, give their top side carries the time of day to make things work for themselves. And sadly, that's not how you want to be doing it.
No, and now for LNG, right, they have a lot of control towards this top side of the map. Both teams kind of fighting for vision right now. Looks like LNG going to finally start being able to clear away some decision from LNG, but I definitely feel like LNG a bit stronger in these top side 2v2s and 3v3s right now. So Fairness and Shadow going to have to pay some respect. They don't feel all too confident to look for this one just yet. And I wonder if LG are actually going to send their bot lane up or just commit to getting more gold onto Eric, because they have been able to keep in some push over the past few waves.
Dragon taken as well. 3 minutes to that next. Dragon spawns. We are going to see LGD hovering around this top side. But Tarzan not to be outdone just yet. We'll see if he can maybe make a bit of a nuisance of himself as the bot lane of LNG now starts to roam up. They got push in that bot side, so they know they have the priority. It's a standard push-pull setup. They know they've got themselves a position where they can basically contest around this Rift Herald, and there's very, very little things that LGD can do unless they find a very creative entrance into this river.
Yeah, I mean, especially when LNG have 5 members topside, this would be pretty rough for them. And heck, they're still going to look for this engage.
They're going to look for it. Iwandi just go in there with the grand entrance to try and maybe make something work, as Doonby now trying to play keep away with Jay, but they get the spell fluxes going off. They're going to go flash in, land the CC down. They're going to try and heartbreak him in, as Doonby is still very, very healthy, and they finally get him down. The Viego, though, cannot get the reset, and the Tam Kench follows afterwards. 2 kills for Light, and LGD, again, very, very overextended.
And for LGD, you find the 1 kill, you keep going. Iwandi, beautiful knock-up to set up for Light to be able to clean up those kills. At the same time, we already hit on how Tarzan picked up the Rift Herald. You don't lose anything in your bottom side jungle. You picked up more kills. And, you know, I'm going to foreshadow a potential 3-game series here. So we see Iwandi go in. They're trying to find this. I'm a little bit surprised in their confidence, considering that this is only a 3v3. And if anything, Eric being closer to the action, they go to turn it around with Jay consistently following up. Nice flash done coming up from Shadow. Light flashed it, which set up for Duinby to go down. But then right here, the W coming out from Iwandi instantly pivots it into the quickness with the fact that he did just hit 6. And yeah, LNG, really great turnaround. 2-0 Jinx so far.
Jinx, you've Jace, you're just sitting pretty if you're LNG.
A 0-1 Karma.
Yeah, 0-0-2 Rakan, 0-0-0s in Zhao. I just like saying numbers, what can I say? As LNG, they, can't believe you called me out like that. How dare you? How dare you call me out on my filler words and things I use to give me time before I figure out what I want to say.
Whoa. I wasn't calling you out. I was more low-key just being like, ha ha ha, doing the on Karma. But point is, you know what? I'll take it. I called you out. Yep.
I was like, don't even try and backtrack this. You just called me out. We all have our own little tips and tricks. Stop saying
what?
And ah.
Oh, well, those are my only tips and tricks, is Duinby not going to get stunned. And you know what? Here's a tip. Look at Jay clear those minions, clearing them so aggressive. The minions going down.
And Iwandi might be dead here. There's going to be the Moonlight Vigil to lock him up just a little bit more, but he's got himself the Battle Dance, and now LNG saying, hey, we've seen this song and dance before. You're a little bit overextended here, buddies, and now you don't have any of those massive ultimates like the Moonlight Vigil or the Heartbreaker for this Dragon fight. Again, LGD just not really respecting where they can get their advantages, and LNG are taking all of these advantages with open arms.
And now for LG, it's going to be about pivoting up towards the top side. I would suggest Jay to push this one in. You just hover up. Go into Fog of War. He should spot that ward there, so we're going to clear that one out. Maybe take the Scuttle Crab. And I really want to see them start trying to get this Tryndamere into the game. Eclipse picked up for Allah. He's so strong right now. He's just been consistently pushing in that top wave. Tarzan having this Herald on the opposite side. Looks like they're going to look to funnel more gold into Light. And you're getting an easy time up in top side. You're enabling your bot lane. Both sides of the map being catered to towards the side of LNG.
Start there, or a good attempt, I should say, is Fearness now going toe-to-toe with Allah, but with the phase rush and the knockback, should be totally fine to keep going in this very much never-ending battle. But Jay wants to make it a little bit of an unfair one right now. Both flashes available for the top laners, but no flash for Jay as they get in. They're going to use the TP here. That's going to be Doomby joining in on top of the fray. The shock blast does not land, and now they're going to get to have a massive shield going on top of him. The flash in. Jay says, I'm out of here. Never mind. He just walks away as Fearness, without his undying rage, is going to be feeling pretty mad about this one. Give it over to Iwandi. Oh, I thought he was going to gift it for a second there, but no, just securing it with the extra little bit of assist gold. LNG gladly taking all of these advantages. LGD just can't find anything.
And for LGD, right, I feel like the second you see the TP come out, it's just so obvious to look for the walk away. They thought they had enough damage to burst him out in time. They didn't. Doinby gets in, provides the shield. You see another knockback come out from him, and you've now set all up to be massive. And I think even more problematic, it's not all of being big. It's the fact that Fearness has not been able to find a way into the game, still not having his mythic compared to Ala on the opposing side, who even able to upgrade to tier 2 boots.
Yep, this is a pretty desperate situation here for LNG, or LGD I should say, but I will say they do get themselves a trade on the bot side, so Eric getting a lot of PvE options available to him, and he's going to be feeling pretty good about getting his first item and a half. We got about 3 minutes until the next dragon spawns, so no real reason there. And despite all these kills going over the side of LNG, it is still only about a 1,500 gold lead, so LGD not out of it just yet. And they have some pretty decent scaling, but I will say, Tryndamere counterpick hasn't been doing the best.
No, they haven't found a window to be able to get it into the game. They've tried, so, you know, props to LGD for that one. It seems like they knew why they drafted this pick and how they wanted to play around it. Both times, though, was kind of just over-aggression coming from their side, right? We think of the earlier... Both were dives. The first one was pretty much a dive all the way to the inhibitor turret, and we saw what happened in our screens just now. Fearness finally picking up his Hullbreaker, so is going to be able to get a bit more strength. Ala hasn't really opted into the 1v1s, though. He has paid a lot of respect and just waited for his teammates to come, or just looking to take advantage of when the over-aggression has come on board.
I like how Fearness just throws up the chicken and is like, go on, get out of here. And Eli's just like, I don't care. I'm just going to take some more poke damage onto this turret. But now, LGD moving forward up towards this top side, trying to see if they can make something work onto this top tier 1 tower. They should, in theory, be able to continue their aggression and trade back tower for tower as the rest of LNG finally walk themselves over to the side. Jay is putting some decent damage down, but still only sitting on the components of his Everfrost, not quite able to be in a position to make it work for him. As Fearness doesn't land the spin to win and gets knocked back, he is starting to lose this matchup so badly. And Jay, now between a rock and a hard place, he flashes away, but Tarzan's now on top of him with the wind becomes lightning. No audacious charge to follow it back up, but it does feel like LGD are just going to start losing out all across the map. And again, Ala's fearless right now. He's got the Eclipse. He knows he can do so much here. As Light finally gets caught out, they finally find an opportunity. But LNG, though, still there to help out their AD carry. And LGD, I like that they're trying to find something. They're desperately looking around the map, but it's just not quite able to make it stick.
I mean, at this point, right, I think it's very hard for you to be able to force into the comp. You don't really have any set engage coming in anyway, right? You have Abyssal Dive coming out from Jinzhou. Shadow, we've seen a few times go for, Flash, utilizes W, stun people down, but single target CC coming out there. So I think it makes it very hard to force into LNG, and even LNG's comp. They welcome you to force into them. Iwandi can very easily just pop the Quickness or W, then be able to E away. You have the Mantra E coming out from Doinby to make it so you're able to kite out. And in that side lane matchup, I actually think it's so important, something that you hit on earlier, the fact that Fearness doesn't have that ghost. Because whenever Fearness's flash is down, as Ala, hey, he's not able to run me down. I can hit him 3 times, proc Phase Rush, knock him away, and then I'll be able to get out, have won that short trade, and what can you do?
Not a lot is the answer to that, as LNG will pick themselves up Cloud Soul Point. They're trading it, though, for second Shelly. Shelly the second. LNG start to just ramp up this game, and look, this is a much more composed LNG coming out compared to Game 1. Game 1 was LGD putting them on the back foot, keeping them very much, unsure as to where was safe, where was not. But now LNG, they've got themselves a couple of advantages. They've got themselves a couple of winning lanes, and it just means that LGD just can't keep pace.
No, and LNG just be able to keep powering this one forward, being on... Oh, wait, a big engage!
Big engage. You use the Moonlight Vigilance. There's the accelerated shock blast alongside the Super Mega Death Rocket. Jin Zhao does not have a ways to go, and he's going to be taken out by Light as well. And you're going to be able to push in so much of this. It's not even time for Baron yet. You're going to get so much more of an advantage off this. You can rotate bot, you can rotate the top. The world is your oyster.
And it looks like LNG going to head towards that bottom side. You're going to take away a blue buff as well. Push this wave and shouldn't be able to get too much more with that timer still being short because we are still only not even 20 minutes into the game. Not going to be able to get too much off of the push, but same item advantages we started to see last game for the side of LGD coming in for LNG at this point. We're going to go straight into the replay here. Eric going in to find some damage. Moonlight Vigil comes out, but I want him quickly showing up in the shield as well to make sure that Light doesn't go down too far. Beautiful Super Mega Death Rocket to be able to finish off that kill. And then Light just continuing to push forward to put the damage off. And something about Doinbe's Karma, right, is the fact that it goes for the Moonstone Renewer as compared to the Shurelya's, but we can't talk about Item Machine.
No, we cannot. We got to look into a fight straight away. We are going to see them take out Jay, and now with the Heartbreaker over the wall, Shadow trying to run the best he can to make sure he keeps himself alive. LNG finally getting themselves into a position where they're just running the map the way they want it. 4,500 gold lead as LGD just can't find a break. And Jin Zhao, you've no flash, buddy. You've nowhere to go. And you're going to be going down pretty damn quick. Tarzan now 2-0-0. I'd like to talk about those numbers earlier on in the day. And LNG, they're just going to be able to run around. They can't even take Baron. It's 30 seconds till it spawns.
So, here's what we see happen. I feel like it happens almost every time, right? You have both teams stomp each other in Game 1 and Game 2. Tons of aggression. Both teams going in. Action-packed bangers. And then Game 3 comes around. Very tempered. Calculated. No mistakes anywhere. 45-minute game. So there you go. I just broke it to you what we could expect from this game and next game.
I don't want that next game. I don't like this timeline. I don't want that to be the thing. But yeah, it does feel like it's going to be two stomps and a third game as we come into LNG versus LGD. And this is good from LNG, though. We talked about how Game 1 was just not good enough whatsoever. And this feels a little bit more comfortable from Doonby on the Karma. Feels like he's able to make a little bit more of an impact, the defensive TPs. I will say that LGD have very much set them up for success. As we can see Shadow force the flash away. He has his Heartbreaker available, but just about. Yeah, again, this is feeling like it's LNG having a little bit more comfort on their champions, feeling a little bit stronger with it. And I gotta say, Iwandi coming back into the squad has looked pretty decent, has looked pretty good on this Recon. I need to see him maybe a little bit more to make a full decision on it, but so far so good there for the bot lane support.
We've pretty much seen who comes in and has prio is just able to win out. For LGD, right, we hadn't hit the point where Fearness had started winning in the matchup yet and then would have had a lane of pressure, and they pretty much threw that away from early on as Jin Zhao might go down. Doesn't have flash.
Nope, doesn't have flash. Has got himself the thick skin to keep himself alive, but Shadow not so lucky. He's not a big old catfish, and with 21 minutes on the scoreboard, we are looking at inhibitor turrets being pressured. Fearness off to the side lane. He went the whole breaker build, so he is just not going to be in any way, shape, or form useful in a teamfight situation. He has to be on bot side.
And I even think it's the right call coming out from LGD, because with the advantages they found, I mean, in 5v5s, LNG's 4-man core had an advantage into yours regardless. Even the 5v5, they do great with Ola just being able to put off so much, consistent poke to Aphelios and Tahm Kench. So it's like, hey, even if they were ahead, I would opt them to play around side, so I'm glad they're opting into Fearness, just keeping this push up. And just looking at the drafts, right, I really like LNG with the Jinx, with the Karma, the Jace coming out against Aphelios, Tahm Kench. It was talked about all last year about just outranging the Aphelios. And even Tahm Kench, a lot of these champions super good into him with no real way to respond. And again, not the greatest engage coming out from that Abyssal dive. I think it works really well when you have it something to combo with. But for LGD's side, they really do not.
At the moment, LGD, they're going to look to try and flip this Baron. Honestly, I think this is the best call you've got right now. You know that the Dragon Soul is being taken. You got to go for some kind of a flip, but they're not really committing to it either way, and just kind of lose out on everything. I honestly would have loved them to go for the full flip.
I agree. Go for the full flip. Let them chunk you out while you're hitting the Baron, and then guess what? When you lose the team fight, You just got to game 3 faster, so it's totally fine. But point is,
I was gonna say,
LNG
it doesn't
pick up
change
the soul.
anything.
It changes nothing.
It
changes the
nothing.
viewing experience.
I'm all about entertainment as the base is finally cracked open at 23 minutes into the game. The Moonlight Vigil still available here for Eric as he finally hits onto his second item. The inhibitor has been felled as Allah is now prepping this bot side turret as they finally take down the final outer tower, and this is going to be LGD's last stand as the Moonlight Vigil does do some decent damage. Fearness trying to come in here, but he gets chunked out almost immediately, having to pop the Undying Rage, and over the wall and far away this Jinx shall come to play, and putting down so much damage is light, and this is just going to be a very simple walk back. Yes, you haven't lost any members just yet, LGD, but you can't defend.
No, they can't defend. LNG just going to keep trading their way through. But look at the minimap. Fearness going with a huge TP flank.
Okay, Jay's in the middle of everybody as they're going to try and make this miracle play work. They use the Devourer to try and keep him alive as Fearness finally gets himself on the backside of this. As Wandy is just about alive, but you know who isn't? Light, as he loses both of his summoners, and the rest of LNG are starting to run away. Fearness trying to see if he can make something work here as Doinby does not have flash, was left to die by his team. That's going to be 2 kills going back over to LGD, but they don't gain anything from it. They just get 2 kills.
Before, this was not your blue buff. Now,
I knew
this
you were
is
gonna
your
say
blue
the
buff.
blue buff
This
as
is your
well.
blue buff once again. There you go.
I mean, do they go for Baron? It looks like they're going to try and go for it, actually. They've still got a couple of seconds left on Light and 20 until Doinby comes back into this, so they know that they can maybe try and just go for it. They have to go for this. Shadow has absolutely no HP, has to smite early just to keep himself alive, and now the rest of LNG can come in. Doinby shall be up in about 7 seconds, and now this fight can really happen. Tarzan has not left the battlefield as this poke comes in. The accelerated shock blast, and they get the kill on top of the Aphelios. The Undying Rage means that Xin Zhao is dead. The Viego isn't here. He's already used his smite to keep himself alive. Shadow gets the red buff as a double kill, and the Baron goes over to LNG. Triple double as we come in. I don't even know who ended up getting that last kill, but LNG get the Baron. LGD went out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, even the minions just finishing the game. They know it's time for this to end. LNG were pissed off after game 1. Light, Iwandi coming out with great performances in this game too.
5.5 minutes come in. LNG get themselves the victory they were probably expecting in game 1. You can see they know they still have a job to do. It brings us to a 3rd game. They've got some more work to have to set themselves up for, but it keeps them in this series, and it means that their playoff berth is still very much alive.
Look, Sheen, LNG are like Steve from Blue's Clues. You're not aware of Steve from Blue's.
I know
You
who
didn't watch
Steve
Blue's
is.
Clues. I'm gonna say you didn't have a great childhood, but right, he left Blue's Clues. He disappears for like 200 years, comes back last year, gives us a heartwarming message, and shows you he's doing good. LNG disappeared the past like 7 series they had, looked atrocious, and that was the heartwarming message we all needed.
Against LGD.
Against whoa.
I wanted to
we
put
take
some
any
context.
W we can at this point, Ashid. You know, it might have been against LGD, but LGD totally stopped them game 1. So feels great to see LNG come out swinging. Hopefully, we give the MVP award to Iwandi just because I don't know, Iwandi had some sick plays in that. Some great
I think Light's
knockups
gonna
coming
get it.
through.
Yeah.
You know, again, Dagda, I was saying this consistently over the past few days, this typically like bigger number gets in. All his damage, huge. This one's a bit unsurprising though. I mean, LGD kept trying to force those dives against Allah. Way too hard. We saw TP plays coming out from Doinby to be able to react. We saw the peel being brought up. Then it got to a point where Trinivir couldn't play the game. So even though we were never panned in over the top lane matchup, I can only imagine how much damage Allah was outputting that whole time in that 1v1 lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And
actually, wait, I don't need to imagine. We literally have the number.
I was just
right
going to
on our
say,
screens.
I was like, you don't have to imagine
number.
anything. Yeah, it's the exact number. Ends up with about 28,000 damage done. And I will say a lot of that ends up being mitigated, but that last shock blast into the Baron pit does do a hell of a lot of
Yes,
damage.
it did.
And, It was definitely not a great game from the side of LGD. They got pretty much all the counter picks they wanted. They were able to take the Rise, which is so heavily coveted right now. The Tom Kench for that extra safety. Couldn't make anything work for it. And LNG finally, you know, considering the last week or two of games they've had, they finally came back and smacked down in a style we expect this team to do.
And, right, they need to win this series. If they win this series, they're qualified for playoffs. They can go back to their losing streak, lose to OMG, lose to EDG, but qualify for playoffs, LNG. You just got to win one game.
Just got to win one game, and that's literally it, as we're going to send it to a break. And then when we return, Game 3 of this best-of-3 series shall be coming to its close. We will see you guys very soon.
Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again,
Elk is wide! Elk is wide in this replay!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Elk is fine.
It's Harry Potter! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! All right. Forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how.
Got the Shy on your roster. Because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very, very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very, very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man, stepping forward with another point. Shots onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my God.
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a collar.
He's going to Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are you
resetting.
missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say. It's actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Hey, RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them.
who's back to blow your mind. But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope of the riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the pieces they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm.
我感觉他的思路很清晰吧，然后他中野联动还是很好的，所以我觉得我们要多注意一下他们中野的联动吧。我感觉现在打野也没那么重要，我感觉主要还是选前中期有那种控制，然后可以打出节奏的英雄吧，所以那些冷门的英雄有可能也会出来。
Coming back in now, we see a 1-1 scoreline there from LNG versus LGD. I am still Oshin. I am bringing you back into this series with Lyric. We got to talk about our MVP from Game 2. It's who I thought it was going to be. It was light on the AD carry Jinx.
What a surprise, Jinx picking up another MVP here in the LPL. You know, we got to get those numbers on Champion because I'm sure this one is the most by 100,000 kilometers. Light, though, did play extremely well. Again, the setup coming out from Iwandi, who I also want to highlight. We saw LGD, again, just continuously going for the aggression, going for these overcommits, always finding themselves between numerous towers from the side of LNG, which sets up for the turnarounds to come out from light, gets excited, gets in your face, and smashes you.
Yeah, absolutely smashes you and just does exceptionally well in terms of being able to set himself up and his team together. We'll say again, Iwandi coming back into the squad looking much stronger in Game 2 than he was in Game 1. Again, I think Game 1, not really a lot he could do about it, to be perfectly honest. Wasn't really set up for success, but this time around, having the tools available to him in the Rakan, making show that he was able to be around the map, be that positive influence for his team. Very strong showing for him. And for LNG, that Game 2 was kind of what we expected for Game 1. That was what we wanted to see from this team, and at least if we get it for Game 2 and 3, we got it eventually.
And I even think for the side of LNG in regards to that win, right, and bringing it back to Game 1, we hit on a lot how for their Game 1 draft, it didn't feel like they needed to be the team forcing the issue early on. They did. They got punished for it. This game, it was a lot of mistakes coming out from the side of LGD.
Yep,
and it's what you'd expect, right, of a team lower in the standings that I think for LNG, you can take a bit of a backseat in terms of the aggression you're bringing out. That time around, though, again, they did have a lot of prio in some of their lanes, which did allow for some aggression. LNG playing around it much better. And with teams going to swap sides once again, LNG completely changing their draft from Game 1. Where Game 1, we saw the Tom Kench ban, the Zarya ban, the Hecarim. Now LNG taking away both of the 80 carries that we see every game. So this game, going to be completely different issue.
Going to be completely different. LGD, though, back onto the blue side. LNG saying, look, we're going to ban away everything. We're going to just take it all away. You got to try and make a decision here. And honestly, I love this. We saw this, one of the games I remember casting up in the LEC last week was that they just banned away the 380 carries and said, no Jinx, no Felios, no Zeri. We got Jhin and Kalista. The Kalista got a pentakill. Something like that. Just a different flavor, you know? It's like, yes, you can have Michelin star food all the time, but if you have it all the time, it doesn't feel that special anymore, you know? Sometimes you just want a kebab.
Well, what do you call a first pick Renekton, huh? What's that?
Kebab. That's a kebab.
Renekton comes out. We have seen teams when AD carries. I actually think it was LNG. With an LNG game where Aphelios Jinx got banned out, and instantly on red side they picked Zarya Rakan. So thus far it looks like they're going to go with a similar strategy. They obviously could save support for 3. Are going to go for Elise in here, but for LGD, you'd assume the Diana pick is what's going to come out once again after their success in Game 1. And it just has been one of Shadow's more comfortable picks. Has 5 games on its 4th most played champion. A lot of other teams in the LPL have strayed away from the pick, but LGD have constantly kept going back to this one.
Yep, they've been constantly setting themselves up with it. We are going to see, though, LGD going back to that tried and tested setup that they had in Game 1 with the Renekton Diana, and now they can look to maybe set that up with something that has another little bit of engage, and the Nautilus would not be too bad whatsoever. And again, they don't have to worry about 80 carries right now because they're all banned. Zaya's gone. You're going to probably see the Rakan here for LNG, but you know, you're happy enough going into this setup and saying, look, we're taking the Nautilus. We know it's probably going to be a Zarya Rakan. We just need to figure out what we combo that with. And with the Diana Renekton locked in, you're not really looking at bot lane anyway.
No. I do want to say there's some good news. With the fact that we have the Diana Renekton coming out for the side of LGD, I think what I said last game is wrong. And that's for the best of how this game will go, right? Of just 40 minutes, taking it slower, having to, like, being more conscious of it, because LNG do need a win for this. So I do expect for LNG to be a bit more cautious in terms of how they play the game. LGD, though, LGD are out of playoffs. They don't care. They can keep slamming their foot on that gas pedal, looking for opportunities. That's what their draft spells out thus far. With 480 carries off the table, technically 5 if we include the fact that LNG have picked up Zarya. I love that LNG are just going to keep forcing Eric further down into his champion pool.
Give us a Jhin ban. Give us a Jhin ban. After that, could go Draven. Draven and Desire does fairly decently in the early stages. Would suck against the Rakan though. Let's see the last ban. You got to keep going down this this hole. And Samira, 580, technically 680 carry bans coming out of the 10. People tell me 80 carry is not a broken roll. Shake my head, man. Shake my head. You know, they had it too good for too long.
For Eric, if you're looking at his career, I mean, his most played that's not banned would be Ezreal. He's a decent amount of games on things like the Varus, but You know, even things like whether it's the Jhin, Kallistas, Varuses, I mean, single-digit games on 2 of those picks, not too many more on the Varus. So I'm very curious to see where Eric will go with this one. For LNG now, having to go into your soul lanes. We hit on how when you think of Doinby, things like the Galio do come to mind as potential options. But no, instead going to go towards the Scion. And I'm really curious, because when I think of Scion, I definitely think of Doinby a lot more than I think of Ala.
I was gonna say, I actually think this could be a mid lane Scion.
I'd expect it to be top, if I'm honest, just because you're playing around so much heavy pressure in that top side. But, yeah, just Ala on Scion sounds so strange.
Yeah, it does feel like it's not really the style when we think of Ala. We think of Ala, we think Camille, Fiora, these very, you know, 1v1 carry-orientated champions. We don't
He's not played a tank this split.
I mean, yeah, like when was the last time you played anything tanky in regards to that? I wonder. I'm gonna have a quick. You have a quick look at that as we get the last few picks coming out for the side of LGD. They could turn to opt for the Renekton to go into that mid lane as the Camille is being hovered here, and the Camille is locked. The power of having that AP jungler means that you can swap your Renekton to mid. It means that you do have 2 very powerful laners, and it means that the LNG, they might have been looking to try and bamboozle us, but they're not going to be able to get it, and it looks like they might try and go back to the Corki. I don't like this.
They don't do it. They don't do it, Ashin. They're going to pick a top lane counter pick right now. You're going to see something crazy like the
Fiora.
Jax come out or something. Fiora, whatever it is, they don't do it.
At least it's not the Corki. That's all I'm happy about. The Camille should be able to survive into either the Renekton or the Camille, but
I'm just surprised.
Could be top lane Karma.
There's
Maybe.
no, barring any like analytical points or comps work. Again, this just isn't what LNG go towards. LNG showing a lot more willingness to try new things, to try new setups. Everything being funneled onto Light in this composition. He's going to be their only source of consistent DPS coming out. They are very durable. They are very tanky. And when you are looking at LGD's comp, right, it is super burst heavy. You have a ton of setup coming in for Shadow this time around, though. Not only the Renekton in the mid lane, but Hextech Ultimatum, locking someone down with the Camille, hopefully being that Xayah, and just allowing for the Diana to unleash. At the same time, you'll always have damage coming from the backline as well with Eric on the Ezreal. So 2 very different compositions once again. A composition that is very different to how we've known this LNG team all year long, but they're going to bank on this draft to qualify them for playoffs.
Yeah, otherwise they will be waiting 1 more week to make it happen. They have got 2 series left after today. 1 is against the reigning world champions of EDG, and the second against OMG, who are also in that playoff picture. LGD looking to try and stop the party early, make sure that they are not the ones to be celebrated on by LNG. And for LNG, it is about securing playoffs, and not only securing playoffs, but also securing higher seeding. We mentioned this so many times. We get 10 teams into our playoffs. It goes from a single elim into a double elim. The higher up you are in the standings, the less best of 5s you have to play. And yes, WE and LNG ran the bracket last split. You don't want to be doing that consistently.
No. I feel like that is something we don't see happen all too often in terms of our playoffs, as LNG also posturing for a bit of a cheeky level 1. Finishing. Is there action? Is there blood?
I don't think so. I think Shadow stays safe. It's a golf. We'll make it a golf cast. There's a decent breeze coming from the left.
Sorry, that was weird. I wonder. I've always found golf casting to be very strange because I'm like, they're usually nowhere near the actual course, so it's like you casting, you commentating very, very low voice is just not going to change anything.
Have you seen those videos of when people swap golf commentary with other hype sports and
yes,
how
jarring it is?
It's so jarring. It's kind of nice. It goes so the opposite direction. My God, I've needed this in my life the whole time. But we can stop talking about that no matter how much I want to. Because I know people are like, what are these guys saying? Back into the game. Another thing I want to hit on for LNG's comp in regard to LGD, right? Because LGD, they've shown their colors. All in, burst, get onto that back line. Comes in very strong, very early on into the game. For LNG, I think another great part of their comp, in regards to playing against LGD, is at least they have a decent amount of disengage, right? The ultimate coming off from light, right on the Mantra E for doing B. You can even use both Lee Sin and Rakan as just peeling tools, knock people up when they're coming into you, the kick away, then all of the tank, all that damage. I am scared of the lack of damage on the side of LNG. I think that can be an issue, but at least if they can kite out the initial burst and combo from the side of LGD, they might be able to make some good things happen.
Yeah, I think the big thing you mentioned there is the lack of damage. Yes, their Xayah will be able to do it, but it is short range, and it's also generally lethality. We don't generally see the hyper carry Xayah picked up anymore. It is very much seen to be more that, bursts kind of, set up to try and kill off the squishies. Not many squishies, to be kind of totally honest. You will have bruisers more so than anything else. And even the way the Ezreal build, you generally see the Crown of the Shattered Queen, which gives them a little bit of extra kind of survivability as we see a hook go wide. And Jin Zhao going to be forced to try and back himself away. Shadow, though, saying, look, Tarzan, I know you're here, buddy. I know you're going to try and steal away my red buff, but he's going to be able to get it because they have priority in bot. But Jin Zhao might have something else to say about it.
And Iwandi and Light moving first. Very nice by them. Even Doonby following up. Looks like they're just going to have to back off and pay respect. There's some decent poke coming out, so they can look for a bit of an extended standoff with the Karma. But they're going to be careful because LGD do have a ton of CC around them.
What is this invade right now? LNG are just fully committing to this red buff. As Jay finally gets himself in, they will have to engage here from Iwandi, but he almost gets chunked out immediately. Smite goes down. I do believe it went over to the side of Tarzan. No, it actually went over to Shadow. And now you've got yourself a bit of a precarious situation. Eric is just free hitting with these Mystic shots. What on earth was that invade?
For LNG, they thought they had it right. We saw the knockup coming out from Iwandi. It was pretty good, hitting multiple members. We saw them burst Shadow very low early on. But like I said, not able to keep it through. The fact that Shadow was able to get in there and get his red buff felt like the biggest win. For LNG, they could have denied that if Tarzan could have won out. Then everything could have been worthwhile. Your lanes were in decent positions considering both your mid and bot lane had pushed in first. But ultimately, didn't pan out. And now for the side of LNG, not going to be able to find anything. And Shadow going to be able to get his camps. And maybe they can find Doonby. He does a flash.
And Tarzan's here, though. Ooh, the chain does not land. Doonby should be able to get his Mantra Q off. If he has it, he does not, so he backs himself away. But Tarzan very wise to the tricks of the side of LGD. As I say that, Tarzan now in a little bit of trouble himself. Level 4 to the level 3 as the junglers come in. And Jin Zhao joins it. It's a party, Lyric. No one wants to be left out of the fiesta.
No, and I love it because all of this is happening to set up for Shadow to just steal away these Raptors.
Yeah, we've downgraded in terms of priority of camp as well.
Whoa. But the great thing, Machine, is we're seeing a team aggressively play for a Diana to counter jungle and set behind a Lee Sin. You love to see it, as we've seen what Shadow is able to do with this pick. Also, being up on the top side right. Fearness, of course, winning out in this matchup. Has the range to be able to play off of and like whittle him down with the W's. Of course, in extended trades, Camille does quite well in the tanks, even having the grasp to be able to get a bit more damage down. So Fearness so far doing a decent job. I'll pick the Scion, just wanting to absorb the pressure after the amount of resources LGD have put into this top side of both games.
Again, very different style that we're used to seeing here from LNG. They very much tend to lean towards their solo lanes. This time around, they are very much leaning against that, going towards that bot lane. It's a supportive carry in that mid lane of Karma. It's a tank top, so very, very different style as we come into this third and final game of this series. Dragon is spawned. It is a Hex Dragon, so decent ability, haste, and cool. Attack speed. There we go. Couldn't remember the word for it, but this is going to be just a very slow, methodical start to this game as we wait to see with this Diana and this kind of top lane or top half of the map for LGD get themselves their full items. As Ala might be thinking like he can go for something here. There is going to be the ultimate. They land the Q. Fearness flashes, but he goes down in the end.
So LNG finding their window. Fearness playing so far forward. LGD at least will answer with the Dragon. I also want to highlight would be buying a Glacial Buckler. If people don't know, it's the component that builds into Frozen Heart. I also believe it builds into Zeke's Convergence, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, kind of interesting going for mana, but still wanting a bit of early tankiness just in regards to the trades coming out from Jay. will delay his mythic a little bit, but, you know, Karma, relatively cheap build coming out. Every time Doonby plays Karma as well, he plays Moonstone Renewer. We never see him go towards the Shurelias, valuing, you know, the amount of sustain that he's able to give his teammates rather than looking for the ability to run forward, or I guess in this case it'd be kite back with the composition that they do have.
I mean, it makes sense. You do have the Mantra W to be able to speed up your team with those shields, and yes, it can be very situational as to which one can work best, but Doonby obviously showing a very clear preference for one over the other. As we do come into the game, LNG get the first kill up on that top side. Did go over to the Lee Sin, so Tarzan very happy to know that he has that in his back pocket. We are still waiting for the level 6 to be hit by Shadow as he's kind of just farming up his jungle. Should be able to hit it on this next rotation of camps, and that's when LGD might start to look to be a little bit more aggressive. They got to be careful, though, because this Karma has been a very big thorn in the side of LGD. As you can see here, just being very annoying, constantly poking, prodding. Not going to be much kill pressure, but enough to dissuade Jay from really looking for anything else around the map.
And I feel like that's the most important part, right? Because you see how the trade pattern goes as Renekton, you slice and dice in. Instantly, Doonby can throw his E on himself, toggle the W to be able to just kite Jay out, lock him down, and be able to guarantee his poke coming out. So it's been able to do its job so far. They are still going to be able to guarantee that Herald up in topside, but Tarzan doesn't care about topside. We've said all their damage to Zion. He's looking to play for it.
Yeah, he is. Nice hook, though, there from Jin Zhao. Has himself the rune. I've completely forgotten the name of it. That gives you the extra resistances when you land CC. But Aftershock, my God, just could not think of the name of it there for a second. My brain decided to turn off for there. But you still get yourself some decent pressure. You lose a little bit of a wave there for the side of LGD. And LNG should be pretty okay with the way the map is being played out right now.
Yeah, I think they feel very comfortable with how this one is going. Even for the side of LGD, I think you're looking to force around some of these neutrals, so going to be interesting to see how they play when next Dragon comes up. You know they're still going to keep putting pressure on this top side as we see Shadow moving up here now, but Allah's starting to get really tanky. Be careful.
He's getting very tanky, and he's very much safe with his ultimate there, as you can see him just kind of keeping himself at arm's length from the rest of this top jungle duo. And honestly, unafraid, even though he did just lose his ultimate, he knows that they don't really have the facility there from Fearness or from the Diana to be able to try and make this work, as Tarzan picks up the scuttle and now starts to walk back towards this mid lane. And this game is gone. You know what? I know you said you wanted it to be super early aggression. We got a little bit of it, but it's kind of teetered out into what you thought was going to happen in this game, where we end up with a 45-minute slow burner.
And I think a lot of it comes down to the way that LNG have drafted, right? Because they've drafted, I think, some pretty decent answers individually into the lane matchups and the aggression. Eric, instantly burning the E in the flash, will be able to get out safely. But I want to highlight for LGD, right? They're playing a lot around top, but I think they might need to start pivoting to try and just punish Doonby on this Karma. And the red buff again, Asheen. It's the red buff.
It's the red buff, the most iconic fight of our generation. No, never mind. They're backing up. We're going to take the Raptors instead, which is a bit of a callback, because actually I say that, Shadow says, no, cannot have what I stole from you. And Light and Iwandi just pushing in towards this bot lane. It is very difficult for the Ezreal to CS away. You know, the wave clear, not really his forte at this stage of the game. Still waiting on a good few items before he becomes in any way relevant in that regard. But LGD still under the pressure of LNG, going to be feeling like they need to start making something work. Like we said, they have the Diana and the Camille and the Renekton as well. They need to start making something work in these solo lanes.
Yeah, right now they're looking to make this player on bot. Find the hook.
I mean, they're going to go for it. There goes from the depths as they try and find Iwandi. The Ignite did go down. They should be able to get themselves out. So difficult to catch out this Xayah Rakan combination. The buffs they get by being with each other are just so huge.
And this is what I was just highlighting. I think we need to start seeing them pivot around mid lane. Even if it's like Shadow hovering up towards topside, helping, making sure Fearness is able to move down, use Hextech Ultimatum to lock down Doonby, and then guarantee that kill that way, because Allah getting very tanky. We've already seen with his ultimate, going to be able to safely get away. Bot lane as well, just having so many survivability and escape tools coming out. Light not even having to burn flash or ultimate. Doonby feels like the only one that, sure, he is flash, but past that, he is still a squishy Karma that you can look to take down. And I'd also like to see them involve Fearness in that action for the fact that he is able to just confine Doonby to one area. So hopefully we can see that, the whole top side working in tandem to be able to take down this Karma.
Well, Dragon spawned, and it's going to be LGD looking to try and maybe get this back up, get the stacking. They have got the Rift Herald there. Shadow just start to put down a little bit of pressure. LGD seeing if they can maybe just keep LNG honest with this push. You have got the Scion now coming. He's going to be able to use his ultimate there to try and maybe get something to work, but Eric should get himself over the wall. But never mind, it's Tokyo Drift all the way right bang in the center of LGD. They even get the kick down. That was such an extended ultimate there from the Scion, but greatly positioned.
Ala coming in clutch. Iwandi as well, setting it up with the multi-man knockup. And now LNG able to pick up the Dragon. Ala doesn't lose anything in top lane because he'd already pushed in the wave. Light getting more damage down on the spot side turret. And heck, LNG came in unconventional with this draft strategy. Completely different from their team identity, and it's actually working out.
Yeah, it's doing pretty decently right now. As you know, I don't want to put too much of an emphasis on it, but this is just a great start here for LNG. And we talked about this. It was similar to Game 1 draft, almost identical in terms of Game 1 draft for LGD. You need the scaling. You don't have the scaling. You need to get ahead before the scaling can come in. And it's just going to become harder and harder, especially with things like a Karma, who's just going to be able to buff up people in these fights. Let's have a look at the replay here, because everyone just kind of gets corralled, as we can see. Beep, beep. Freight train coming in.
Yeah, it comes in, and again, even props to Iwandi for finding that to lock people down, set up so Ala's ultimate hits everyone. And then there's the damage, able to follow from Tarzan and Light is monstrous. And yeah, you're hitting up, what Doonby's able to provide, and going over some of the tools we talked about earlier in terms of Scion just being that front liner, Light having those disengage tools. I think it's going to be very hard for LGD to be able to find those combos that they're looking for now. You can see that they're respecting the pressure coming out from LNG. As you get a replay of Shadow having to burn his flash down in his top, up in his top side jungle.
Yep, well, down, going to be Doomy going up, then coming back down straight away. Jin Zhao does keep himself relatively healthy, so they do ban and they do burn the ultimate or the flash from Doonby, as we can now see Shadow in a little bit of trouble here. He should just be able to keep himself alive with the Moonfall as they finally get Iwandi in. There's going to be the Zhonya's coming out here for Shadow as they get the TP in as well. There's going to be a kill going over on top of Tarzan as Jay gets that one. Iwandi running as fast as he can, but the quickness can only make you so fast, and that's going to be 2 quick kills. LNG biting off more they can chew. They wanted to try and fight around this Rift Herald. It just didn't really work out.
No, we saw the TP come in, and it was absolutely massive. The one thing LGD does have going for them is the amount of CC their composition brings. Jin Zhao, Jay, and Fearness. A lot of great ways to lock people down. And now for LGD, this is a massive boon for them being able to pick up this Herald. Going to be able to start playing around those side lanes. It's one thing their composition definitely will be able to outdo LNG on. Get Fearness up to be a strong side lane threat. Drop Rift Herald, get gold for him. But into the replay, LNG wanting to find this pick on Shadow. We need to remember we just saw them force out his flash. Tarzan not going for the kick. We see the stopwatch come out from Shadow, which is able to buy time for Jay to be able to come in. And I think crucially, Doonby getting chunked out early means he isn't able to join the fray, get those shields down, and put down any damage. But in the left hand of our corner, it doesn't stop Machine.
The red
LNG,
buff
always the
brawling.
red buff.
It's always the red buff brawl. That's what this is right now. This is what this series depends on. Who gets this red buff? And finally, at the 3rd time of asking, Tarzan will finally pick up the blue side red buff. Well done.
Congratulations to Tarzan. Even if they lose, I guess could be a bit of a self-win there for him today, as Fearness hits level 11, rank 2. The ultimate coming in strong, pushes out this wave. He starts moving into the enemy jungle with Shadow. They get vision down, and they find those picks, Machine. They find those picks, as well as drop the Rift Herald, because why not? Standard Saturday night.
Saturday night, Saturday morning for me, afternoon. It's 11 a.m. where I am at.
Actually, it is Saturday morning for me, because it's 4
Oh, yeah,
a.m.,
it's like 4 a.m. Oh, my God, it's 4 a.m. You know what? We're not going to discuss that right now because we already know how you feel about the time zones and how it affects you. But mid lane did go down. We do see Tarzan trying to just keep away this mid lane of LGD. But in the top side, you do see Shadow there, and as I said, Jin Zhao
a little bit of trouble here. They do have the quickness, but they're not willing to commit it. It's Fearness now starting to lose this matchup in the top side, but I have a slight question for you, right? Controversial, all right? Say T1 go 18-0 in LCK.
I'm already not going to answer this. I'm already not going to touch this.
Does that make LCK a one-team? That's the question.
You know what? Fearness going into the Hextech ultimatum. The Q comes out from Ala. He gets knocked up. The solo kill doesn't come out. They both back off. And we successfully dodged the question.
You avoided that like the plague. You wanted nothing to do with that conversation.
But Sheen, look, a team fight is about to start. You love team fights. LNG have all the disengage tools up. No flash onto Indy. Potentially able to punish him for that one. LGD, though, they are going to wrap around. It's coming for us. Fight's coming.
It is coming, but it's going to be the Dragon started here by LNG. They should be able to burst this one out pretty damn quickly. Jin Zhao looking to maybe go for a hook onto someone, not quite able to get into the pit. And the Q, does Tarzan fancy himself? He does not, and they're just going to keep pushing forward. Fearness finally jumping in and joining his team. Zala shall be doing the same. Oh, the lollipop lands down onto Tarzan, who gets this from the depth straight away, but here goes Iwandi with the quickness as he's trying to make this Rakan work with the engage to get the feathers to fly as everyone gets drawn back into it. The Moonfall not going to be quite enough there for Shadow as the Renekton Diana fall down, and this by LGD running for their lives as Eric and Jin Zhao are the only ones left to stand.
And it started off with LGD being the ones to look for the pick. It was actually a pretty nice hook onto Tarzan, but LNG able to turn it around after getting the Dragon, able to burst that one out before the members of LGD are able to follow up. And Light and Dwinby going to be able to keep up the siege on mid lane. As Tarzan, you're not going to find Eric. He's Ezreal. He's Arcane shit. He is Flash.
Arcane? I heckin' love Arcane.
Oh no. Oh no. There's not even a Jinx in the game. Why are you doing that to us?
Banned. They're banned. Is there any? No, there's not any character.
No.
That I know of. That I know of.
Glorious evolution.
Why haven't we? Why haven't we seen any Vi's? We've seen Vi's in other regions. Why haven't we seen it?
You know, wait, we have seen Vi. Karsa played Vi. I think Karsa played Vi twice. Yeah, Karsa played Vi.
I just don't get to cast V5.
As here we go. Replay comes out. That's why we were biding time. We knew the replay was coming. Hook lands. Iwandi sees the opportunity to follow up. A little bit surprised since Ala isn't here yet. So they're kind of opting into a numbers disadvantage exchange. And then Light being the one to go forward. It looks like the Moonfall actually landed 1 second before Light came out of his ultimate, so no damage going on to him. But I feel like the most crucial thing is no one really able to follow up coming out from the side of LGD. We saw how the defensive tools worked out. The shield coming out from Dwinby. No one else really taking a significant amount of damage coming out from Shadow's ulti. And if that combo's not the thing, taking people down, really nothing else on the side of LGD is. So nice aggression coming out from Light. We saw I wanted to be the one to start it up, and Tarzan finishing off a lot of those kills.
Well, Fearness looking onto Ala as he gets down to about half HP, which is a feat on its own, as we're going to see the ultimates used. Hextech Ultimatum is going to stop the freight train from getting away as he flashes back to an underneath his tower. While this is all happening, we do see in the top side there, LNG picking themselves up an advantage. So despite Ala losing in the side lane matchup, it is still advantage to LNG.
LNG just trucking home pretty nicely. 5K gold lead so far. They're going to keep the push going up in the top side. You're going to see Jay, I'm sorry, I was looking for a top laner when I see Renekton. Jay come to answer this push, but isn't going to get here in time. And for LNG, that's just some nice free gold. They're going to be able to walk into the top side jungle, get some vision down, make it hard for any members of LGD to come respond. And if not, they'll be able to find picks. So for LNG, I like that they're taking this one, again, a bit more patiently this time around. We still have had a ton of kills, 9 kills so far in the game, but definitely feels like the most tempered game so far coming out from both sides. Sure, LGD have gone down, but I don't feel like LGD have egregiously run it down like they did last time, if that is a fair way of putting it. Game 1 was beautiful. If you missed Game 1, LGD absolutely smacked LNG. They had a 5K gold lead at 15 minutes, and it was a pleasure to watch.
It was a pleasure to watch. It was very much a
A pretty big stomping. LNG took that slap, woke up, and decided, you know what? That's the end of it. We're not going to let it happen again. Game 2 was much more composed and collected, and they slapped right back in this slapping contest between LGD and LNG. In the second game, we are seeing a 5,000 gold lead. LNG with 2 dragons to their name. With a dragon spawning in a minute's time, Lyric, we are going to start to see a little bit more pressure coming out from both these sides around that bottom half of the map.
Yeah, and for LG, just thinking about how they can take these fights, I think it's going to be rough because you need to try and find a way to bait out some of these defensive tools from the side of LNG, but the problem is a lot of your champions are full committal. Like, you can't just try and walk in, bait something out. No, if you're going in as Diana, you are going in. Same with Renekton. If you're going to slice and dice in, you're going to give an opportunity to be locked out for the enemy team to burst you out. So I think you're relying a lot on Eric to be able to get some damage down, but you know, does have the Essence Reaver and the Mirror Mana coming out, but still is not going to be doing almost any damage to some of these tanks.
Oh, that's a great engage from my Wandy. He's able to jump straight onto Fearness, who has to use his Hexock Ultimatum defensively. While that's been happening, though, we got on the top side, we are going to see Ala going 1v2 right now, trying to see if he can take down Shadow, who does have Flash to get himself away, should be able to keep himself alive, but he's winning this fight right now. This is the timer that we talked about. The longer this goes, the harder it becomes for LGD. They lose pretty much nobody, but they only gain 1 tower, and there's a dragon off it as well. LNG going to gain so much control of this bot side.
And I mean, what damage you have to take him down with? Jay definitely not hurting him at all. He's over 200 armor right now. Thornmail even sitting on like the Warden's Mail, building into his next item. Ala able to hold so well. They did lose a turret, but the fact that they aren't able to find the dive, I feel like is pretty massive. And now Soul Point for the side of LNG. LNG's composition isn't really the one to me that's going to look to, you know, let's say go for a reset, get deep vision down in topside, play for these picks. No, I think it is going to be a little bit of just kind of ping-ponging waves back and forth, picking up your jungle camps and waiting for that next neutral. They are very 5v5 oriented, not much about these small skirmishes, which is where I think LGD's comp is way more indexed into. They are starting to pick up more items. Zani is now going to come up for Shadow, so we'll be able to try and engage himself, get out of that, have a second rotation of spells to come out, get more damage down. Fearness having a bit more pushing power with that Tiamat, but it doesn't feel like we're hitting anything too impactful. Eric making his way towards some armor pen feels like biggest hope for the side of LGD right now.
Got the Chemtech Putrefier as well, so the Grievous Wounds being applied by everybody, and alongside Ala having his Thornmail, so excuse me, to kind of make themselves work, as they're going to use the ultimate there from the Scion. It forces the flash from Jin Zhao, and he gets himself charmed up but not knocked up, so he is still going to be totally fine with that. That's 2 big ultimates there used, and only gaining the 1 flash of Jin Zhao. LNG, though, still feeling confident they can go for those kind of plays, because there's not really any pressure around them to kind of, you know, answer around the map.
Yeah, for LNG, I didn't expect them to look for those picks because they realistically don't really do. But at the same time, you didn't lose anything. Even those ultimates, they'll be up in time by next Dragon, so it's not too much lost. And LGD, their only window to really punish is what we've been seeing consistently, right? Is playing for Fearness and strengthening this 1v1. But still, killing Ala could be quite hard, and Ala definitely able to buy enough time for his teammates to get here.
Yep, Fearness does have Flash and the Hextech Ultimatum. He's going to try and just delay as long as he possibly can. Has got the hook shot to get himself back to safety, but look on the flank of this. They know they're coming. They know that Light and Iwandi are here, and Fearness is caught up a creek without a paddle as he tries to get himself down with the hook shot, but he's going to fall. Light picks up that kill. While that's all been happening, we can see Shadow now seeing that he's going to not be able to push in that mid lane, and they're going to able to kind of set this up. They honestly might look to either push for Baron or just set up total control of this bot side river.
For LNG right now, just going to look to bring out the siege around the mid lane. LGD do not have great wave clear by any means. No, they're going to look for a dive.
They're going to go for it. The Dominus has been popped, but so has the Renekton. He is no way, shape, or form tanky enough to stand there as the rest of the fight ensues. Shadow gets hit there by the decimating smash. It is going to absolutely decimate LGD's chances in this fight. Ala is just tanking up towers for days. The power of this Scion is LNG keep pushing forward. They keep taking towers, and they keep getting advantages in this game.
Yeah, they're going to just be able to keep this one going. They should be able to guarantee this inhibitor. Then you expect them to back off. And for the side of LNG, now I want to see where they go, because I feel like they have the ability to try and bait a Baron and like find a turn and find a team fight once again if they want to. But with Dragon coming up so soon, I wouldn't be surprised if LNG don't want to opt into a risky play, especially with a lot of their camps coming up on the map as well. So there's some standing gold there. Get your resets off, reset your wards, come back down, get your vision line once again, and then we're probably sitting about, you know, a minute, 40 seconds away from Dragon at most. As we get the replay, LNG, I love the confidence. They know how big Allah is at this point in time. They go for the dive. They find the instant CC onto Jay. We see Jinzhao lock the Xayah up, but still, even just between the other 4 members of LNG, they're so far ahead at this point in time. They have the burst to be able to take down these members who are relatively squishy on the side of LGD because they haven't been able to get too many items. They weren't able to capitalize on their strong power spike either to be able to get ahead.
LNG slowly but surely picking apart LGD, and again, it might not have been the most convincing of wins in terms of the actual 2-1 scoreline, but a win gets you to 9, which gets you into playoffs, which means you have a postseason. How long or short of a postseason that is very much up to you. As we can see now, Allah with 3 items onto him, he's got himself the Randuin's Omen this time around, so going to be able to tank up quite a lot of damage coming in on top of him. He's going to try and see if he can make something work, but Shadow is doing just that, just shadowing around the side. Maybe they look to try and take out the Scion, who does not check the bush. Without checking the bush, but I will say, for the side of LNG, they need to be very, very careful what they go for. They actually have a lot of options here. If they have any information of where Shadow or this Camille is, they could just turn for the Baron and just turn this whole fight around.
And no, LNG, though, at least right now, they do have pings coming out. If you look at the minimap, they have pings coming out around bot lane, so they have an idea that something sneaky is going on. They obviously haven't spotted out either Fearness or Shadow.
Tarzan. Oh, he hits the Sonic Wave, but he doesn't know that Shadow is here. And now we're going to see Allah going in, trying to make sure that you can get his top laner out of here. 2 of these laners not quite in the right position to take this one, as we can see Fearness now trying to run away from this Scion. This undying man is just getting so big, as so much value out of the shielding of the Karma, as light shall be just that in the darkness of this map as the Scion finally falls. But it is light with 2 kills. It's light with a triple kill to end it all. That's going to be the soul. They might not even need it because you can see they're already...
It's got to be the game machine.
Yeah, they're going to TP in. It's Eric actually turning this one around very nicely. We talked about how this guy was the guy to bring it back for LGD, but now he's looking down the barrel of a Xayah, and that's going to be game 3 going in favor of LNG as they secure themselves a playoffs berth.
And you know what? It wasn't the cleanest. It was a little bit messy. And actually, is this going to end? That timer's coming up. Machine, it's not going to end. We're still in the game.
We never left the Shonies. We're still in the Shonies as this game will continue to go on. It will be infernal, so we will get a replay of that last fight. But it does feel like it's a never-ending setup right now as LNG, they're just not going to be caught out.
No, and I like this. They were conscious of it the whole time. We talked about the pings coming out. They go instantly on to Fearness and Shadow. Allah just pushing them away. And then the other members of LGD funnel in from really weird angles. In my opinion, it makes it easy for the 3-man core to turn on the Nautilus. And the huge energy from Allah to just get right in the enemy's faces, knowing he has the defensive tools. You see the shield going on him right there, locking people down, light finishing off Nautilus on the opposite side. And right, I mean, compositionally, I feel like LNG's a lot more suited towards this. The advantages they have with the massive gold lead, the items at this point in time. LGD tried to find something cheeky, hoping that it'd be enough, right? If you're able to come from behind, if you're able to zone in onto light, maybe burst him out before he realizes they're there, then you have something there. But LNG were aware the whole time.
And they are aware, now LGD are aware of this Baron. As we can see there, Jay pops a Dominus, but they can just back away from this. They don't have any pressure on this. You have a Karma and a Scion. Your shielding is disgusting from the side of LNG. You can tank this up for days, and you still have access to all of your ultimates except for the ally one. So still waiting to see if he's able to use that to any real good effect, as he does end up kind of just playing bouncer. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And now finally going in, he's going to be able to soak up that ultimate and just keep himself alive. Eric, who was the shining light, shall be taken down just about by Doonby as the rest of LGD fall. They put up a good fight. They gave us a good series. triple kill to end it all there by Light. Actually, a quadra kill by Light at the end of it all. And in the end, LNG will get themselves back into that playoffs. They will secure top 10 minimum.
We got a little bit baited before, but nice to see LNG actually close it out this time around. They showed a lot of different looks in terms of strategies and drafts today. They went against the identity that they pretty much hard-forced all split in terms of just playing heavily around their soul laners, getting Ala up on the split pushers, those fighter 1v1 champions. They go to the Scion, they put a lot of emphasis onto Light, but I feel like Tarzan, Iwandi, and Doinb having a really big game this time around did a lot of the heavy lifting after Light was the one who, had that carry performance last time around. So nice to see multiple members of LNG step up throughout the series after the shaky game one. Great by them to also pivot into putting Ala on a tank for a player who has been having a much worse and much rougher season than any of us could have expected. Maybe that's the route. I'll take another page out of the Shy's book. The Shy's been playing things like the Scions, like the Gragas. Those have been working out for him. Now we get to see Ala doing the same.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to take the Shy's book after yesterday.
Don't take the whole book. Take a page. One page.
Just take the one page. Don't look at the most recent chapter. Yesterday's chapter was not the greatest of examples, but LNG get themselves up onto 9 wins. That does secure themselves into a top 10. And I'm looking down the list. Again, it wasn't the most convincing. It wasn't cleanest as such, but we did see new styles coming out from LNG, which is always good to see. But I'm looking at the kind of teams that we're looking at here, like, V5, RNG, Weibo, JD Gaming, Top Esports. It does feel like this year feels like it's going to be the most competitive playoffs ever. I know we always kind of say that, but I'm looking at, the current top teams of EDG, RNG going to be there. The 2020 top teams of Top Esports and JDG being up there. V5 and Weibo now being the 2022 versions of those two top teams. This is becoming a very congested setup, and we haven't even looked at the likes of, BLG, who will be playing next.
Yeah, I mean, right, going to be getting that Uzi versus Viper showdown. But I agree, LNG are in a really weird place. I still won't completely give up hope on them now that they've made this roster move because, again, just it could change so much in terms of bringing in a big voice onto the team. The fact that they were willing to show so many different looks in terms of drafts and strategies today also kind of signals to me that they are not just sitting hoping things work themselves out. They're actively looking for answers. They're actively looking for things that can help them improve. And game 2 and 3 were as convincing as games could be. Game 2 a complete stomp, and even this game 31 minutes. Felt like it could have been over even a few minutes earlier. So for LNG, we saw the big carry performances coming through. We saw the interesting draft with this one. But looking ahead, right, OMG and EDG, I don't feel like either task is impossible. EDG have not looked on form yet either. I guess we're going to get a nice look at EDG's current form in the next game. And then OMG, I think, after the first few weeks, having a really rough season. So LNG potentially could make their way, up to 11 wins and fight for a higher seed in playoffs, get some buys. But, hopefully more time before playoffs will give them what they need to be competitive in best of 5. Just like you're saying, I was talking about this with Dagda yesterday. We have no idea who's going to win playoffs right now. No clear favorites.
No clear favorites, but we're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will be bringing you BLG versus EDG. We're going to try and speed it up as much as we can, so don't go anywhere.
I don't know, they've got their ultis available, and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down, and with 10 kills, I'm ready for some more. Making up for game number 1 as Weiwei started off on the end. Crescent Guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a Shadow Surge. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The eye of the Herald popped. It needs to go down. He's taking yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into this mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Nika should just about survive.
But
that the Ignite does give you vision. So if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks.
They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes under the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Vision here, trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no wrong shenanigans. There is no way out. And now with TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting.
We're back. We're going to be as quick as we possibly can. We are slightly behind schedule, so we are going to try and jump into this game as soon as possible. I have subbed out Lyric. He is not good enough for this series. I am going to be bringing in my boy Ox to bring in Uzi's first starting game for BLG, going up against the world champion bot lane of Viper.
I think that's the thing, is that we've had series where Uzi has shown up late, right? It's been, will Uzi play today? Will he not? We know 100% starting game 1. We're going to get Uzi. And against, as you said, Viper as well. What a hype matchup, in all honesty. Two extremely gifted players. And I feel like EDG, in the recent series, it's been a bit hit or miss. But Viper has been exceptional.
I mean, that's just how this EDG squad has been for the last, basically since Viper joined it. There's been moments of, you know, like this team isn't doing great or their top lane is not exceptional. Viper has been the consistent bar of absolutely everything. And we're not even going to go into picks and bans. We're going to have a lower third here. As you can see, all these ones different coming down. We get a Kai'Sa Renata combination coming in for EDG in that bot side.
Okay, so let's take quick stock, right? We see the Zeri gets left open. We normally see the Tristana as an answer, something that can jump on her and just blow her up. Kai'Sa does a sort of similar thing. And then we have the Renata, which is actually, you know, interesting enough. Wait, we have Renata and Alistar on the same team?
Is that Renata
and then we have TF Galio on BLG.
Well, wait, you know what? We'll wait until we get into game.
It's fine, it's fine.
We'll wait until we get into game. We should be jumping in very, very shortly. We all...
I hope the Renata's there, right? That's what I'm hoping for, is all I'm saying.
I mean, if this is a Renata solo lane, as we're going to jump straight into game, I believe we are going in at a 10-minute mark. I'm not sure if we're going from 0 minutes to 10 minutes, but I'll wait and see as we jump straight onto the Rift. Here we are, 10 minutes. We missed 1 kill. It's BLG.
Oh, my Lord.
Let's have a look now as a look at this one here. Slightly mixed up in terms of how everything went. I think the order was, I think this the position of some of the carries, but it's actually a Kai'Sa. I'm gonna stop myself as Mako goes in, has to pop his undying or his unbreaking will, and he's gonna have to try and push himself back, but he's in aggro, and they're gonna jump down with Wei picking up a kill. But here comes the Destiny Gate. We're jumping straight into the action. Ox, there is no stopping us as this series already delivered, and we've only been live for 10 seconds.
Hey, we said we were getting in quick, and oh boy, do we already get in. And honestly, the first 10 minutes of this game looked like it was pretty slow, so I feel like we didn't miss out all too much. Well, let's see in the first 10 minutes, Dragon secured by BLG, and also in that top lane, a 1-for-1 trade between them. It looks like JJ was assisting with the Flandre kill. We're going to replay, we'll break the play down, then we'll take stock. So Uzi and Chris just finding this opportunity, and that's the thing, right? If they get the jump on you as this Renata Zeri, very hard to get out with that chasing movement speed. And on top of that, as the Alistar, you have to be going in to win those trades, right? You're not going to really win by disengaging, but a little bit too far, right? They have the coverage coming in from the TF. The Galio is not in range. In fact, Fofo actually goes back to mid. So, okay, start of the game. Top lane, this matchup, you kind of expect Jace to be pulling ahead. The fact they had a 1-for-1 there, you know, kind of suggests that Breeze's been doing pretty well. Mid lane, interesting enough, have double roamers, which I think, you know, it's not too surprising for Scout, but for Fofo, we tend to see him as less connected with his team. It looks like mostly what's happened here is this is just denied plays on the bot side, right? By having those potential roamers to match. And bot lane, I mean, we have Renato, we have Zeri. That's pretty hype in my book.
Very, very hype. We can see a lot of pressure now coming down and towards the bot side. No Destiny Gate available to Scout as he used it to wait that full engage on bot lane. Fofo will be able to cheat it down. You can see on the mini-map, both these mid laners trying to move forward onto this, and this is how BLG want to play the game. We have seen this. It is a system that works as old as anything else. You know, the sky is blue, grass is green, and if you want to win with Uzi on your team, you give him the money.
100%. And I feel like, you know, this makes a lot of sense. And I feel like at times BLG have struggled to connect Fofo into the team. With this Galio who just walks in the fog of war, that's enough pressure to make them back away. And we will look at this bot lane matchup. So it's a Kai'Sa, not a Tristana. It's slightly different. It'll be interesting to see what build comes out. But ultimately, the goal is you can just dive onto the Zeri and blow her up if the opportunity arises, similar to the Tristana. But Renata and Zeri is such a hyper-scaling lane, right? And that's what I get when I look at BLG's composition. The side lanes scale exceptionally. This mid-jungle is all about moving to the sides and setting up pressure. So the fact that BLG have not only got those 2 dragons, but also got a decent gold lead for Uzi on this Zeri really sets them up into a good position.
Yeah, it really does. And let's have a look now as we're coming up to the mid-game. I can't talk to you about early game expectations, but coming into this now, you got 2 dragons for BLG.
Just quickly, Ishid, I'm going to say I expect the early game, 2 dragons to BLG and 2-2 between them and kills.
Pre-14 minutes, incredible.
Yeah.
But it's not even that much of a gold lead, though. Incredible how you were able to call that. But honestly, I want you to tell me now how we look into this. Where do EDG want to try and find their fights? We've obviously talked about those global ultimates you have available with the Galio and Twisted Fate, but where do you want to see them prioritizing?
So I think I don't think there's a specific lane they need to set up for, but I think finding numbers advantage is really valuable, and also very quick picks, right? I think a big aspect of EDG's composition is the fact that you have the point and click stun from the Twisted Fate, you have the engage from the Alistar, and Kai'Sa can easily follow up. And you want the fight sort of to originate from someone oversteps from BLG, you kill them, then you get another kill, right? You get the resets on the Viego, a lot of momentum coming there. I'm gonna have to hold that thought, because very in trouble.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of trouble there. He goes into the sky. He's going to try and flash away, but there goes the Stormbringer as he tries to keep himself alive, but the Needlework is going to do just that and get some work down. That's going to be a kill going over to BLG, and this is something we kind of saw a little bit of an airing of in BLG's last series. This is a team that is starting to throw away the chains of being considered a very slow and, you know, not so exciting team, and they are being proactive, and they're showing it again today.
Which is important, because I think we said that was their biggest weakness. It's just a slow pace, not too quick to go for these rotations that allow them to sort of set up plays on the map. And the fact that they're doing this with a composition, which again, Renata scales exceptionally well. One of her weaknesses is the laning phase, where she has long cooldowns. She's clearly got through that quite comfortably, and that combined with Zeri and Gwen, just really exceptional. They're going to be able to pick up the second Herald. Obviously, not sure who managed to get the first Herald. No, actually, that's a lie. We saw a bot lane, right, before, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a bit frazzled. Kind of a new experience.
High pace.
Yeah, keeping it fast. But BLG, so that's 4 for 4 in early game objectives, right? Both Heralds, both Dragons. They are doing exceptionally well.
They are. We can see Breed now getting ignited here by Scout, who does have himself the ultimate should he wants to go any further, but don't think they want to try and go into Uzi, who does have himself the ultimate available and a red buff, so it would be a very, very scary position for them to try and dive into, especially when the Gwen is, you know, immune. But they get the tower nonetheless. They're able to back themselves up, so they equal out on that front. Actually get themselves a little bit ahead, as I did see that the top lane tower had been taken. And I'm curious to see, you know, this is something that EDG have done, and we see this from teams when they're struggling a little bit. Go back to comfort, things that you've already played for. Kai'Sa is Viper's most played champion of all time. 66 games. This will be the 67. He's 42 and 24.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure what build we were going to see from him, right? Because we've seen Kai'Sa mid come out a few times. You know, it's played by Faker in the LCK. And, you know, as much as this isn't Kai'Sa mid, it's Kai'Sa bot lane, we've seen this AP build be really, really impressive. And the fact that I'm seeing that Lost Chapter in inventory, right? You pick up the Dirk and the Manamune to get your Q evolve, and obviously your W to scale with AD as well. And then you get this super heavy poke build. And honestly, I think this makes a lot of sense. Because I think if you dive into BLG's composition, the AoE Shred will absolutely decimate you. But they have a Jace, right? They have a Kai'Sa. If you play this as a poke composition, it's going to be very effective. And should BLG try and engage, right? You have a Twisted Fate to keep them at bay with Rapid Fire Cannon. You have an Alistair who can play Bodyguard. I think EDG's composition will work exceptionally well in the mid game in particular, right? That's where we'll really see Jace spike. That's where Twisted Fate is spiking now with the Rapid Fire Cannon in inventory. So BLG, minutes till that third potential dragon. They're going to throw the Herald down mid. EDG trying to contest.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for this. This will put the side of BLG onto Soul Point. You can see with the Predator moving forward, Fofo unafraid. Does take a fair chunk of damage, though, onto his own health bar. The Rift Herald shall get another charge. Breathe off to the side. And this is the thing, when you have such a short-range composition, it can work, though, in these odd number skirmishes. You knew that Scout wasn't there. You knew that the Jace was on the bot side, so you knew you could just keep running forward. I will say, the side of BLG having a very, very short-range composition. You can even look at the Zeri as well. Just very much, want to be on top of your face for these kind of fights. And it's going to be onto EDG to try and make sure that they do not get caught in those situations.
And I'm going to say, I feel like in terms of BLG trying to close the gap, their composition doesn't actually do that spectacular of a job, right? Galio is very much following up engage in a lot of situations. Volibear and Gwen kind of just run at you, right? And Renata, has been praised as a great anti-dive champion, right? But the ult is so slow moving. It's not the best at initiating. So I think that's why it's kind of important that BLG are in control, because I think them trying to push in, they would just get poked absolutely to hell, and they would struggle to find fast engages. But if they can continue the pace like this, right, secure the third dragon, if they get foothold on an area like the river around the dragon, it forces EDG to come into them, and that's where they can look for potential flanks, potential engages. It's a Hex Gates as well, which I think is absolutely stellar for their composition. Makes it a lot easier when you can get the likes of Gwen or Galio on the flank when you're up against this EDG comp. But interesting to see how it plays out. For now, though, 3 dragons in the pocket of BLG, but still down in gold by about 1,500.
Yeah, which is honestly incredible to say. I will say you do get a little bit of a cheat on that when you consider that the Twisted Fate does obviously have that loaded dice passive.
And I mean, he's been farming well as well.
I was going to say, he's been farming. But I will honestly put this out, and I've always had this criticism when it comes to the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate, your job is not to out-farm or DPS the enemy laner. In my opinion, the way you should be setting yourself up as a Twisted Fate should be to, in fact, impact those side lanes and maybe get yourself and your team ahead through that means. I don't really think you gain as much value by being ahead in this mid lane matchup, because the Galio does pretty much the exact same thing as you do and can follow you around the map.
That's true, but I do think the way he fits in this composition is pretty stellar, right? Especially when you think about how BLG want to try and get in range. If you can just stun card check anyone who gets near you, it's gonna be a bit of a pain point for the side of BLG, and that's why I feel like they're gonna have to get a bit more creative, because I mean, you just saw that there, the shock blast coming down onto Crisp, fair bit of damage, and that's pre-Manamune Jace, right? He hasn't actually finished stacking that 12 away, but close to, and already doing a ton of damage. And that's something I kind of want to mention. We didn't get to talk obviously much about the draft at all, but Crisp on the Renata, this is something we've seen banned against him specifically quite a bit, because he's been practicing it so much in solo queue. A lot of teams respect the bandit, and interestingly enough, he will end up having it this game. We'll get to see more of it later. For now, they're looking for a play on a Flandre.
Looking to try and make this one work. He does have his flash available to him. The Destiny Gate comes out. They might try and just turn this one around. There's Breathe. Going to try and see if they can get a poke down. This is good for the needlework as Scout almost gets taken, but Viper shotgun right onto the back side of this as Breathe has nowhere else really to go. He's getting ticked down by the red buff. Can he keep himself alive? He cannot. And when you need someone to step up, when you need a carry for your team, Viper is there for EDG.
Power of the Kai'Sa as well, right? One of the things with the Zeri is you want to have space, you want to use that movement speed. It doesn't matter how far away she is within reason. The Kai'Sa can just dash you, burst you out, and Uzi instantly has to back away. That's the threat. EDG's composition. It's very hard to apply this pressure in the side lanes when so many of the opponents can just join in, right? The Twisted Fate, the Kai'Sa, easy to just almost appear out of nowhere when you're making a play.
Again, this is just such a good composition to try and answer what BLG have got going for them. Like you mentioned, yes, they found out Flandre, but as long as he has his flash and he's got himself the phase rush, he should be able to delay long enough for a Kai'Sa, for a Scout's Twisted Fate. And it looked like it could have been a great moment there for BLG, but sadly they weren't able to make it happen. And
with 2 minutes left until that Dragon Soul point, it should just be EDG able to kind of keep farming up, keep getting up to those big items, and already we're seeing Kai'Sa, this Viper, with that Luden's Tempest, going to be poking out so much.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? Jace spiking really hard, has a fully stuck Manamune. Twisted Fate, his biggest spike in the game is the Everfrost Rapid Fire Cannon, because that long-range stun card into the root, it just makes it so hard to play unless you can get on top of him. And Viper as well now has that Luden's, will connect with the W. But a critical thing, the reason why we've been seeing this build more is they actually buffed the W. So once you have over 100 AP, which obviously Viper does, then you get a cooldown refund every time you hit a champion with your W, right? And it got buffed. It's pretty significant. I don't remember the exact number, but it's like over 70%. It's like crazy. So if you hit a W, you can basically just fire up another almost immediately.
Yeah, it is exceptionally powerful, and when you hit one or two of those, you know, it stacks up your passive as well, which does that, of course, true damage proc on it. So it is going to just become little by little, bit by bit. You're just whittling down these health bars, 200, 300, 400. It just becomes harder and harder for you to try and contest. And speaking of contest, Scout's moving forward with the gold card locked, but he's a little bit caught away from his team. Gonna have to use the Everfrost defensively. It's Fofo now with the Predator, going to try and push him down, but the rest of EDG is in the vicinity, and you can see Weiwei. Yeah, it's just so much poke being put down. Viper's not even down below half mana just yet, and he's just been constantly throwing out these these W's, I should say.
Yeah, now BLG looking for the engage.
Here we go. They're going to get a two-man knock-up. Weiwei has to ult out effect defensively as they get on top of Breed, who does not go immune. Now JJ trying to make this one work with the effigy stolen. But this is enough poke damage being done, and EDG's composition starting to come alive. Almost getting the execution there onto Chris. Viper's thinking he might be able to find it, but pushing forward, and that's going to be the Dragon now taken by EDG. In this game, this actually becomes harder. Heck, Dragon is so damn good for this EDG team.
Oh my god, if they get it, it's insane. But even just getting one right, it's more ability haste. And ability haste is so good for the side of EDG, and particularly these poke champions. I just looked it up, by the way. Kai'Sa, 77% is the reduction you get when you have your W upgraded. Yeah, that's why you see if one hits a champion, you almost instantly get another one coming out. But here, BLG are trying to get in range. That's the critical thing. They want a scrappy up-close fight, but other than just running at EDG, they can't do much. Mako, beautiful job here, disrupts the front line. They're taking so much poke already. They burst out the Gwen, avoid the ult coming out from Crisp, and then BLG are just done. They just keep taking this poke, right? That shock blasted hit. Chris probably would have gone down to the subsequent W from the Kai'Sa. It's just painful right now, and EDG on prime position. About 2,500 gold up, but they are spiking so hard, and now Manamune also finished for Viper. Zonya's in the pocket of Scout as well.
This game is starting to run away from the side of BLG. We said we want to be scrappy, but how do they come back into it? Tell me what you want to see from them to try and just mitigate this absurdly obnoxious poke coming at them from all directions.
I think they need flanks, ultimately. I think they need Gwen to be on the back line, and that kind of relies on EDG making a mistake, right? If EDG overstep, Gwen can get behind maybe Galio as well. That's where things get messy, because the poke only works when you keep BLG at a safe distance, and any threats that move close, you stun card. But when it's like this, and they just stand back and keep firing, it's so painful. Weiwei just can't do anything. And again, this is a volley bear. Yes, he can charge at you to stun you, but it's not like a crazy engaged champion, right? They don't have a Leona, they don't have a Nautilus, they don't have a Jarvan. It makes it a lot more difficult for them to close the gap, and man, they're just having to dodge everything now.
Yeah, there's just having to constantly be clicking left, right, center, zigzagging, as Dagda would say, because they're just getting pummeled down. And it's not about getting kills for the side of EDG, it's just about getting rid of health bars. If you know that the side of BLG can't run at you because they're down below at 2/3 health, half their HP, then they can't actually make any of their fights work. Right now, you can see BLG, they wanted to look for something, they wanted to try and stop the resets, but they just can't because Breathe can't go in on half HP.
I think what the beautiful thing as well is this isn't a composition where, like, you know, they poke you, but if you get up close, then they kind of just flop. This composition still has very, very high burst if you get up close, particularly on single targets with the Kai'Sa and the Twisted Fate. And once you get one of those kills, that's a scary thing, right? When you're against a Viego, if you're low HP, if one of you goes down, that's when the resets come in and the momentum is there. So I feel like there's very minute windows for BLG, but again, right? They have got 3 dragons in pocket, so they don't have to worry too much about Soul. The Renata, the Zeri, the Gwen do scale exceptionally. They kind of just need to find a good fight where they can approach. And I think the big concern for me is EDG have a long time to wait before they can threaten Soul. if they start to play around with Baron, that's where it gets scary, right? Especially with the Hex Gates. If we see Gwen being able to Hex Gate behind, or Galio, if we see them trapped in the pit, these are all scenarios where EDG's composition can flop.
Bring the tone down a little bit. The pace has been absolutely electric since we jumped in at 10 minutes into the game. We have not stopped.
It's like, we kind of missed like the lull state, the first 10 minutes. Like, it was 1-1, and then as soon as we got it, I mean, we haven't had that many kills, but with the poke coming out from EDG with their spikes, it has felt very tense from that moment.
Yeah, it's felt like we have just been constant action, but we now have a bit of time to reset. We have Uzi picking himself up his second item. He has got that Titanic Hydra, so his wave clear going to be pretty damn significant. And you can see when he gets one or two of those little aftershock kind of setups going, it can do significant damage. Viper needs to be very careful of where he positions himself. With just over a minute until Dragon spawns, both teams will have all summoners available for this potential impending fight.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is EDG having control first, trying to avoid BLG getting close, getting on top of them. And this poke is going to be such a pain point. Oh, look at Uzi! And that's the thing, right? Oh, they're going for the engage.
They're going to have to try and make something work here as BLG look to try and run forward. They do that to taunt down. JJ gets splashed on by Weiwei, but they're trying to burn down Mako, who flashes away. They did get the hostile takeover as Breed thinks he can maybe make something happen. They're going to use the hero's entrance. He finally takes down Mako. Scout forced to flash away as Flandre's onto the side. JJ trying to keep himself alive, but Uzi can follow him over the wall. They pop the Destiny Gate. Crisp just about keeps himself alive, and out of nowhere, BLG find 2 kills.
They managed to close the gap. Critically, I feel like EDG couldn't hold them at bay. The most insane thing was Renata W on the Gwen, right? With Ghost as well. Super fast. And what are your choices? You kill her, she just comes back. There's no counterplay. Gwen truly becoming immune to basically even death as well. And now BLG, who low health bars, they still can't go for this dragon, right? Because they're so low, because of this poke. The 2 main poke members still alive in Flandre and Viper. They don't even get a reset. What is this? This is so unfair.
Now needs to be very careful. As we can see Fofo going in, they land. The Everfrost Scout is dead. He has no flash, he has no Sonyas, and he has nowhere to go. And now Breed finds himself on the backside, but that's against a Flandre and a Viper. You've got to be so careful. There's the W coming out. Viper is still very healthy. A little less mana than he probably wants to, but they can go for this fight.
Yeah, they have the smite, so they should be able to secure this if Weiwei stays alive.
Go for this Breed, trying to use the needlework to cheat Flandre away. They are going to use finally the Uzi ultimate to try and get on top of this. Mako gets turned into burgers, and that's going to be soul now for BLG. It took a hell of a long time, but they finally got themselves that massive pull.
Yeah, Hextech so massive. When we talk about them closing the gap, the extra slow is really crippling for the side of EDG. Makes it very difficult to keep that space that we talked about. And here, I think they just get a bit overzealous with EDG. They see Weiwei rooted out, try to go too far forwards, and everyone is just a little bit positioned too closely. Like, Flandre has to flash away, but there's so much chase potential. And watch Breathe, right? The W comes out for the Renata so fast, immunes the CC coming out. Actually, did get hit by the stun card at the end, but regardless, can't be focused down when you have the Renata W, because you're just going to come back when you get a reset, and that's the difficulty. That's the exceptional scaling afforded to this BLG lineup between the top and bot lane. And now, I talked heavily about EDG's big mid-game spike. I feel like with the Hextech Soul coming in for BLG, I feel like with this Gwen spiking 3 items on Uzi, we're kind of pushing into BLG's domain where their bot lane and top lane have scaled exceptionally. You still see the poke coming out. Oh, Chris, man, that's painful.
It is exceptionally painful. Uzi has got himself to play the Rune King. 3 items now onto him. Point staff finished up there for Fofo. Get the top lane tier 1. They start taking some of the standing goal. BLG trying to force the side of EDG into a fight, saying, look, you have to try and go into this. But there's a lot of poke that can come in. Uzi is going to get chunked out. He's got to be so careful. A shock blast, a W from the Vipers. Kaisa going to do so much. Fofo going to try and use his ultimate to try and make something work. But like you mentioned, Chris, with that hostile takeover, very slow to make anything happen. But Mako trying to tank up as much as he possibly can. He will eventually fall. And now Fofo finds himself on the backside. They're jumping in with Weiwei, but this poke, this kiting is so powerful here from EDG. There's the Destiny Gate as they keep pushing back BLG. Uzi taking away the pink ward, but has to use the cleanse because of it. And the rest of EDG shall stay healthy and gain back control of this Baron.
Mako plays bodyguard again and dies for it, but the critical thing is they still can't do anything because of this poke, right? You see the W's come down for Viper, and it doesn't matter who he hits as long as he hits someone because he gets that reset. He's not even letting them reset, right? Constantly firing this. It's so frustrating to play against, and that's the thing. We saw the good fight from BLG. Gwen and the bot lane will scale exceptionally and are really strong. They have the soul, but it still comes down to them closing the gap. If they don't close the gap, it doesn't matter, right? Because of the range discrepancy, EDG can just poke, and it is feeling pretty frustrating at the moment for them. We're going to replay up that fight. So BLG start the Baron because they want to fight, right? They want EDG to come into them, but critically, the main carries of EDG don't really get too close. They avoid that ultimate from the Renata. Yes, we see the Alistair get caught out, but at the end of the day, no one really cares about him. He's just playing the sacrificial role of healing the team. Fofo tries to get in, isn't able. Oh, we don't get to finish the replay. More fighting coming out.
Fighting is happening. Weiwei trying to see catch out Scout, but shall not be able to get anything as the rest of EDG are there. But it does mean the tier 2 in that mid lane does go down. Weiwei now getting peppered by this damage. Flandre off on the side lane, trying to see if he can make something work for his team. But look at Fofo. He's found himself an opportunity as he gets on top of Mako. Mako just delaying for time. He again will just be sacrificed. And there's nothing else he can do. But I will say is that, yes, look, he's a 0-5 scoreline. It doesn't look great, but that's all he needs to do. He just needs to buy time so that this poke can land and Jace can split push.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're actually seeing Flandre get an inhibitor tower on the back of this play. BLG, oh,
Uzi,
engage.
They're going for it. He's going right in on top of everybody, and Viper is dead. The best AD carry of 2021 shall not stand tall against the best AD carry the LPL has ever seen. BLG, they may lose themselves an inhibitor, but they might look to end the games themselves.
Yeah, we'll see the Gwen go back.
Base
Should be
race.
able to defend on this. I don't think... Is this going to be a full base race? Actually, I think they're going to use the TP from Fofo so the minion can tank. Flandre's still going, but he's going to die.
Gonna die, not quite going down, but he does get one Nexus turret. Now he's gonna see the double TP coming in here for BLG. They want to end this game thick and fast. They're going down all the way into the mid lane. They turn off the towers with Weiwei's Bring the Storm, and that's going to be one Nexus turret, two Nexus turrets, and Nexus to boot. This game was all action all the time, and BLG come out with the advantage in game one.
Man, I know we missed the first 10 minutes, so it's gonna feel faster paced. But that game felt lightning fast, and not just because of the Zeri, right? So much advantage garnered by the side of EDG in that mid game, and that's where the composition really spiked, right? The poke, the Twisted Fate, keeping them at bay worked exceptionally. But the problem is you can hit 100 Shock Blasts, you can hit 100 Kaiser Ws, but all you need is one moment where BLG get in your backline, they get on Viper. That's enough. That's enough to close out the game.
Ourselves back in. Super glad we were able to jump into that as quick as we possibly
Good timing as well, right? I feel
yeah, like it was like, okay, the action starts, go, go, go. Like nothing else to be said about it. But great start here for BLG, and this is something that we've kind of been seeing. It's a downward turn for EDG in the last few series. It's been an upward turn for BLG, and this has just kind of solidified that scaling mark between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is that, you know, one of my concerns for BLG was being a bit slow paced. They were very proactive in the early game there, getting both Heralds, both Dragons, right? We saw Fofo. One thing that we've said as well is that he's felt a bit disconnected from the rest of the team. Picking the Galio in this situation, having a champion where your goal is really to link up. And in fairness, we didn't really see him do too much of that early game, but he mitigated the pressure from Scout, right? The TF didn't also get some successful plays off, and it allowed these side laners to flourish, right? Despite the fact we didn't see a ton from Renata, the W still has so much value on either the Zeri or the Gwen for just charging forwards. And BLG managed to make it work. It was tenuous at a point. I think you can see from the damage graph as well. Yeah, there was a lot of poke coming out from EDG, but it's such a volatile composition. One mistake, one opportunity where you're caught out, and it just feels like it crumbles.
Yeah, and again, look, people will obviously look towards different aspects of why it didn't really work, but I feel like Mako did the best he possibly could given the situation. They tried to go for something, but with the double TP available to Fofo and Breed, it meant that Flandre's base race, style just wasn't really ever going to be an option. And it meant that, the longer this game went on, the EDG needed to have those long extended fights. They needed to just kind of constantly be poking down BLG. And I feel like when the Hex Soul went over, that game just became so much more difficult because not only do you have the Soul, that Soul gives you a little bit of a slow. So you get hit by one ability there as EDG, you're just getting a little bit more slow, which means you're a little bit more out of position.
Sorry, it's a chain slow as well, right? So if you get clipped even slightly, it just completely nullifies your ability to kite. And that's the critical thing. Kiting was so key there. BLG doing a good job, but man, this felt like such a tense game at moments. And I got to credit EDG coming out with a creative draft. The Kai'Sa, we've seen it mid, hadn't really seen it in the bot lane, but it worked here. Just not enough to get them the win.
Not enough to get to the win. We are going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have a lot more of a lull state with picks and bans for Game 2. We'll see you guys soon.
Ew.
15年跟 VG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过 EQ 3仙这个连哨，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后拿到就是选拔赛的名额，就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但就是最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大王升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 고아프 백도 호자.
Is around the base, it's the base. Yeah, control ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there, but Sword has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available, but Griffin, can they actually make this win? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。记忆比较深的话是可能。 有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆，他们抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haro can't get into the pit. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Mako! What throws out?
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。就去年那个卡莎反杀镜吧。
应该就差不多就是很沙发也有，然后差不多很神的法的也有，就是这种盲僧什么莫言闪。 都很有，然后沙发的差不多都是这种，就是往往是1Q 闪控或者什么周通1闪控这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's on the blue Nexus. KT's on the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。升降级呗，打那个发条打新单。
还是偷家吧，因为我。 给他们当眼了，
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到苏宁吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作都挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
Oh no! How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
还是接着 ，S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
Looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个泥王的岩雀嘛。但其实去年一整年对我来说也是我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍得挺爽的，对。 就是可能红 buff 拍了EDG4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again. It's Shower. Oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次签约抢龙吧。
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在下路我们高地那边玩蓝杖，应该一个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就硬要说一个，就20年季后赛打方 Mars 那把 LG 就操作一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignites. What a big ballsy play!
I think was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna
Wow.
die.
正常操作就是打暗机，他那个阿卡丽把那个加料单杀。
On in the mid lane is Cream.
去年打 LNG 那把齐安娜吧。
It's on Cream, but Kiana in a dragon fight. You can get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧？没有什么操作，都差不多。目前还没有。令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种，假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，就可能好像先打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人脸上，直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中一个的话就好了，就收下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him. Forget the Nexus. Forget the Nexus lyric. Ace needs to kill him. He goes into GA.
Yeah,
Nexus
boy.
exposed. Let's try taking down Viewview. Finally, are we there? We're there.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve our dreams, so just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting
Welcome back, one and all. We are coming into our second and last series of the day. We're going to bring ourselves a little bit more calmly. I hope you've had a break. Hope you got yourself some snacks and some water. I know I did, because we needed it ourselves. We just got dropped into the absolute fray that was the BLG versus EDG game 1. But when we came in, it was non-stop action all the time. And it was BLG with the MVP performance of Breathe that came out with a win.
That was LPL full throttle. Now, what I will say, right, we didn't really get to see the early lane phase, but typically you see Jace kind of crush Gwen. It looked like Breathe was able to...
Goal difference at end. He kind of did.
Yeah, but it looked like he was able to trade kills despite being in a 2v1 scenario based on, you know, the assist and the kills. So credit to him for doing a good early game. And then when it came later, a huge force in those team fights, right? You have Ghost on the Gwen, the dashing forwards, and then able to have your team come in and back you up with things like the Renatus W, giving you that extra movement speed. I think it was just a menace. Moments like this, again, with the Renatus W on you, very limited answers coming out, able just to dive forwards and be such a threat.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing. It was just having the threat value that, yes, you know, this poke composition was doing so much, and it really felt like EDG were the ones coming out on top. But the longer it went, the more you saw these separated fights where Uzi and Weiwei and Breathe were able to get themselves into much more difficult positions for the side of EDG to deal with. It just became so much harder for EDG to, you know, to actually combat it. And I don't think it was very much a draft issue. I actually don't mind the draft whatsoever from EDG. I just felt like in terms of ease of execution, BLG's is far easier to execute.
Yeah, I actually love EDG's draft. I think it's really creative. I think BLG actually struggled. We saw that they struggled for quite a bit to answer it. It's just they only need to really find one window in, right? And that's what happened, right? They found an opportunity, particularly the end when Fofo got a flank onto Viper and was able to get that taunt onto him. He kind of just fall apart there. So yeah, I 100% agree. Hard to execute, but creative, and we saw the strength of it. So I'm not sure we'll see a similar draft like that coming out in game 2. But ultimately, we obviously didn't get to see too much of that game 1 draft. But the Kai'Sa was a bit of an interesting one. For context, Caitlyn and Jinx were banned away. And I was kind of talking to you, Ashin, about this as we were sort of in the break. And even if it hadn't been this poke Kai'Sa, I feel like it kind of makes sense into the Zeri, because we've seen the Trist come out into the Zeri as something that can jump on her and assassinate. Very good at closing the gap, and then has that single target burst. And it kind of makes sense in a similar regard, right? Just being able to dash onto the Zeri and get in her face.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It does feel like it's keeping the Zeri at a decent length away from you, so they can't actually get any benefit out of their own passive, or excuse me, their Q, and it means they also, you can kind of, you know, jump in on top of them whenever you need them. But we are going to jump into our second game. EDG this time on the blue side, going to ban away the Viego alongside that Galio, and then the Rise and the Aphelios. So again, multiple, like, you know, global ultimates being taken off the board here by both teams.
Yeah, and we actually see the Renata being banned away from Chris, but honestly, as much as we didn't really see too much of it, like not too much of the obvious effect of the ultimate, the W being cast on the Gwen was frustrating. Now, critically, in my mind, Jinx still open available, Zeri still open available. Also, we've seen 2 of the big global champions banned away in that Galio Rise. Twisted Fate is still open and available, and with little to contest him in terms of that map-wide pressure.
Jinx available as well, should BLG want to go for it. The Zeri has been first pick, so Viper saying anything you can do, I can do better. Zuzi did end up piloting the champion very well, but maybe BLG say the exact same thing and say, you know what, you want to run this back, you want to try this one again, we're going to maybe make it work for ourselves. But no, this time around they are going to try and maybe hover it back towards the Ahri. Very powerful on 12.4 right now, and should be able to kind of deal with whatever Scout throws to Fofo in that mid lane.
Yeah, but there are picks like the Vex, which answer well in the laning phase. And also, when it comes to team fighting, you know, I feel like it's quite hard to play into the Zeri because she's so mobile. If you miss the charm, you're going to be in a rough spot. But I like that the Nautilus comes out, right? This is something we've seen between that and the Alistar, very often picked in the Zeri because of that point-and-click lockdown. So for EDG, I feel like jungle pick wouldn't go amiss here. You could also take the support if you wanted something to match that Nautilus like the Leona. But you could just take the Vex, right? I feel like in terms of mid lane picks, Vex makes a lot of sense. Could even go towards that Twisted Fate against if you want that map pressure. I think there's a multitude of options is the pivotal thing here. They are going to go for the Xin Zhao, so wanting that early pressure. That does help facilitate those front to backs. And we'll see what they end up going for here. Again, I think support would probably be the safest, but there's opportunity to take a strong mid, or even something like the Gwen themselves. It looks like they might just go for that Leona. The standard LPL support matchup, right? Nautilus, Leona, we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, we're always complaining, I suppose, about the Jinx Aphelios. This time around, it is more about the Leona Nautilus, which has been tried and tested throughout many iterations. BLG, they have an opportunity here if they really wanted to pick up the Gwen for themselves, ban away some of those counters that could maybe go into it. But I imagine they want to try and secure their AD carry, which is most likely going to be the Jinx for Uzi, and keep him relevant in that bot side.
Yeah, Uzi on Jinx, I like it. I feel like, you know, there's also the potential to match what we saw before. And they're going to go for the Kai'Sa. So similar to what we saw in that game 1, but on the opposite side, picking the Kai'Sa into the Zeri. You know, we've seen Kai'Sa flex to mid a fair bit. We saw Faker playing the LCK, but with the Ahri there, expected to be in the bot lane. Now, BLG, they can look to ban away mid laners. I think Vex would make a lot of sense. LeBlanc is also something that we've seen. The LeBlanc Ahri matchup, a bit more about skill expression, but definitely opportunities to punish. And for EDG, I think you look at junglers, I think in this situation to trim down, but also you could have some issues with some top laners, maybe things like the Jace, maybe things like the Gwen. Now going to start off with that Volibear.
They're banning away some more of these very powerful picks. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see the, I was going to say the Lee Sin, but he's already been banned away. Trying to think about other kind of high priority junglers. Maybe go with a Diana if you're really feeling it, but that would make you very AP heavy. Hecarim, yeah, but we have seen a lot of it, especially when the Xin Zhao has already been picked. The Hecarim has been very much subdued as the Vex does get banned away. So even big answers here.
Trundle occasionally comes out as like that, kind of matches the Xin Zhao early.
That's true, actually. I don't think the Trundle will be bad here either. I think, you know, you're very much looking at Fofo and Uzi kind of catching out your team, maybe just setting them up with the Nautilus. It depends on what you go for top side for BLG here.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, I wouldn't be against honestly them just throwing a ban to something like the Gwen. I think Jace would be risky. I mean, they're going to ban the Jace. I was going to say, I feel like Jace is risky because Breeze can just take the Gwen here and that main counter isn't available. There is still other picks you can take into though. We've seen Akali into Gwen. We've seen Kennen into Gwen. Both things that can handle her quite comfortably. And Nara's been a bit of a neutralizer. So we'll see if BLG opt to go for that Gwen here or decide to leave things and just pick up the jungle and play it safe.
See now where they want to go for it. It's going to be the Hecarim locked in. Like we said, though, that Xin Zhao does have priority in those first few levels, so it's going to be all about where you can find these junglers in the first few levels of the game to maybe see where they can actually set themselves up. EDG going to try and round out their composition. Silas was banned last time. Yeah, I was going to say something that has been kind of picked up by the side of LPL exclusively. No other region really playing this, and I really like this pickup here from EDG.
And there's the Gwen as well. Yep, so Jace banned. They're going to take the Gwen themselves. I think for Breathe, your options are kind of Kennen, Akali, or maybe just that Gnar, but I don't like Gnar here because of the Sylas. His ult is one of the best in the game to steal. And I love the Sylas pick here, right? Because not only is it a good matchup into Ahri, you go fantastic if you steal away her ultimate. Hecarim ult is also one of the best in the game to steal. You know, the Nautilus ult, fantastic as well. Just great options. They aren't going to go for that Kennen or the Akali, the things we see often picked up. They're going to go for the Graves. Is something that's going to have priority into the Gwen, just from his ability to just permanently shove. And for the most part, you can just scale up alongside her. If you do make a mistake, you can all in you, but for the most part, this is kind of just a top lane where we're expecting them to scale. But both teams have a lot of tools to be playing around with, right? We saw the Kai'Sa last game be pretty instrumental. Interested to see how Uzi pilots it into Viper if he also goes for that poke build. His composition definitely isn't as poke focused this time around. No Jace on the top side.
No, definitely not as poke focused. We will say, though, the poke build is still strong in its own right. We mentioned how the upgraded W gets 70% ability, 77% of its cooldown. Yeah, 77% of its cooldown taken away from it. So even regardless of it being a poke comp, it still has a lot of value in it. And for the side of EDG, they're taking the Zeri this time around. They're saying, look, we want to be on top of your face, and everything about their composition very much emulates what EDG had last game, or BLG had last game, excuse me.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, there's a lot of scrappiness. I think particularly EDG, if we get into those close range skirmishes, you know, they have a lot of tools to play around with. Gwen, Xin Zhao in particular, very hard for these range carries to deal with. You have to basically be in melee range to hit them. And that's why I feel, right, despite the fact that, you know, you have the Zeri backline, the front to back is pretty solid for EDG. I'm looking at this Ahri and Hecarim to be a bit creative. If they can find these engages, find picks, there's definitely potential for that. We've seen this combination time and time before. Post 6, if someone is even marginally out of position, they are definitely a pick target to be capitalized on. But we'll see how things go on the early levels. And I think that's the thing. Xin Zhao on the opposite side going to have more agency than that Hecarim pre-6.
Yeah, I think completely agree, but we're going to see what they're able to do as we jump onto the Rift. EDG very much on a rocky standing right now, having a bit of a mare of a time, if I'm to be honest, with the most recent run of form. Have not been looking like the 2021 World Champions, have lost to anyone's legend most recently. RNG was a loss. They lost to Top Esports V5. It's definitely been a bit of a rough patch for them, but they are going to try and maybe put themselves up into playoffs with a win here. One of these teams will be making it in, and we will go and have our 7 team in the playoffs with only 3 spots left, regardless of who comes out with the victory today.
Yeah, so a lot on the line. I think particularly, you know, BLG, I feel like they're on that point where they're really on the cusp, where it feels like they're, you know, for a long time they've been so close to sort of getting to the top echelon and contesting playoffs. It feels like they've been on the upper end of the middle of the pack. Definitely would go a long way if they're able to close this series out. But let's kind of take stock of what we expect from the early game. Xin Zhao expected to have more pressure, and I think this mid jungle is going to be really important. For Wei Wei and the Hecarim, probably just going to be looking to go for a full clear, right? Farm up on this Hecarim, perhaps cover your lanes when necessary, but I don't expect too much aggression to come out from the side of BLG, from the jungler at least.
They want to go Wei kind of taking his combo. I like this route he's going for. We talked about how it's going to be very, very important to know where these junglers are going to be starting, and he's immediately taking away one camp on the top side, goes back down towards bottom. It does slow him down a little bit, but it's a Hecarim. He is a power farming jungler if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, the important thing is what he does is if you actually look at his position on the minimap, he's doing both the Grump and the Blue at the same time. It's something Hecarim can do with his AoE. It means that you do them really fast. And the reason it's important he passed straight towards them is the worst thing that can ever happen is you get invaded while doing this, because it gets you a little bit low. Both camps are quite low on health as well, so they can potentially be stolen. So I like that he's just going for that to have a pretty fast clear in the situation. We'll be able to deal with those and then continue his clear up to top side. Actually, looks like he might even potentially look for something here.
Oh, I love this. I love this. It's not what you expect, and that's why it's so damn good. Mako trying to run away, but he shall not be able to get himself out. They'll even flash forward onto Viper as he almost goes down. Still has his flash available. Crisp thinking about it, and he gets it. Not going to be able to get out with his own life, but that is a huge play there from BLG.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, Mako was going down before Weiwei even turned up. He was pretty much dying to the Ignite. Yes, the kill is picked up by the jungler, and I love the play. I love the confidence that they can go for that with the jungler there, but EDG's bot lane just getting caught out here, and we'll see the replay of that, right? Kind of feel like they're playing a little bit nervously there. They don't have vision, but look at Mako's health. Before the Hecarim even gets there, basically dead. Uzi could have probably flashed forwards to finish it, but obviously holds a summoner. And then this play coming out from Crisp. Yes, it's not exactly an ideal trade, you know, a support gets a kill versus an AD carry, but the critical thing is you take Viper off the map, so he's going to end up missing out on some more farm and experience. It does look like because there was a slow push towards EDG, he isn't actually going to be denied much. But either way, I love the aggression. I didn't expect it. I was even saying, I don't expect to see much from Weiwei in the early game. He surprises me and EDG with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. Again, you talked about BLG. You looked at them throughout the entire split. They have been slow, methodical, very risk-averse right now in this series. And I think Weiwei has honestly been stepping up so much and really showing that he can be a big, big carry for this team, because you just don't expect that from the Hecarim whatsoever. But the creative pathing, knowing where the wards were, he's able to put himself into a nice foothold, and it just becomes a much harder game now for EDG. And JJ, yes, you're getting the invade off, but it's too little too late. The invade doesn't mean anything now.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been punishing if he was able to pick up the Raptors, the Red, the Krugs, force them away. Because Fofo turns up, he backs off. And so Weiwei doesn't even get punished for this, right? This is one of the things, if you go for some of these creative paths, if you skip some of your jungle to go for a gank, you can get punished, right? You can miss out a lot in terms of the camps cleared. Weiwei doesn't lose anything. So he's in a very, very comfortable position right now. And it's a good start coming out from the side of BLG. I wanted some momentum, particularly, you know, as much as I didn't expect it pre-6 too much from the Hecarim. Ahri, Hecarim are so much better when they're ahead, right? I feel like if they have momentum, they can be really powerful. And I think it's important against EDG's composition because, again, Zeri scales exceptionally, Gwen scales exceptionally, and Silas, the old choices he has in this game mean he is going to be an absolute menace once he gets access.
Yeah, it is 2 kills, obviously, over to BLG. Obviously, trade it back as well. But you can look at that bot lane. It is very difficult for them to really make anything happen. As I say that, they have got Ahri roaming down. That's going to be a flashless Mako trying to just slow himself down. But the Glacial Augment does so much for this side as BLG will get themselves another kill in this bot side. They are bullying out Viper and Mako.
And we didn't see this. Well, I mean, okay, we definitely didn't see this in game 1 because we didn't get to see the first 10 minutes. But when we joined in, it was 1-1, no kills on the bot side. And this is kind of the thing. When you play Zeri, she can be punished in lane. And we've seen like the Tristana lanes. We've seen these lanes that just want to kill them. I love that despite it being the Kai'Sa here, the concept is still the same. They are just bullying out EDG's bot lane time and time again, looking for the all-ins. And it's what you want to do. You want to find that momentum. Out looking here, though. We'll steal away the Naught Assault.
If he lands that chain, I feel like that's the moment for him to be able to go in. But does not find himself the hook, and therefore it is just going to be a dragon there for EDG. So they still have the early dragon pressure. We knew this coming into this. Very, very much got a strong skirmishing jungler for pre-6, so not really too surprised to see, despite all this bot lane pressure from BLG, that they're not able to hold on to that Drake.
Yeah, just finding a window. Obviously, resets coming in from BLG's bot lane. They take that opportunity. I don't think BLG care too much. Get the Naught Assault thrown out mid. Won't really achieve too much other than just annoying Fofo. But I still think this game is kind of fine. I think one thing to note is Flandre in the top lane on this Gwen really having a whale of time in this matchup, right? I've seen scenarios where the Graves has managed to bully and have pressure on the Gwen a fair bit. But here, it's really Flandre where you're going for those short trades. You dash in with the fully stacked passive, get those 4-stack snip off, and then instantly walk away. And it just doesn't give the window for the Graves to trade with you.
Oh, we're seeing more trading going on at this bot side as Mako and Crisp find themselves going toe-to-toe, but JJ was off into the wings, so Uzi's sixth sense from all those years of playing has maybe tipped him off, but Crisp doesn't have quite the same amount of tuition as JJ actually takes a very unfortunate trade. Uzi's level 6. They could look to try and dive it. They got the Onslaught of Shadows as well, but they decide against it in the end.
Yeah, I was thinking Weiwei's there because BLG kind of need to crash in, right? The wave's pushing away. They need cover in case JJ tries to gank. But, you know, JJ tries to gank, Weiwei isn't even there, and he just almost gets demolished in 3v2, right? This Xin Zhao really hasn't come to fruition yet. Hasn't been able to find too much success, and overall, it seems like wherever he turns up, he's been bullied out. Weiwei, the fact he's 1-0-1, has a farm lead despite the fact he went for that early gank and is now level 6 on the Hecarim. This has been a very comfortable early game for BLG. We're just going to look to see them continue that momentum. Fofo enabled with that ult, right? And I think you have so much opportunity. If you find pressure mid, you can just lean to the sides, but even so, you can look towards this Herald, right? A lot of team fighting tools in your favor. JJ is going there early to set up the vision. I don't think they'll commit to it yet.
For EDG, let's talk about how they... Oh, I'm going to stop myself very quickly. No, Viper's going to be fine. He gets himself over the wall. But for EDG, how do they come back into this? Because, again, they're not a million miles away, still under 1,000 gold in favor of BLG. But it does feel like the momentum and the proactive play does feel like it's a bit more in BLG's favor. What do you want to see EDG do to try and make sure that they don't fall further and further into this hole?
Well, I think the critical thing is just being cautious about engaged on when there's numbers advantage for BLG. BLG are very good at finding, you know, with the Kai'Sa, with the Ahri, with the Hecarim. If you're out of position, it's accentuated massively. But I think when it comes to those structured 5v5s, EDG are pretty strong, right? They have a CS lead in the top lane for Flandre. The Gwen and the Xin Zhao are very difficult to teamfight against because they have the Venn diagram of immunity. Scout's caught out, though.
Oh, Scout's going to get breaking down here. Yeah, steals the Onslaught of Shadows, but the Red Smite alongside the Ignite means there's nowhere for him to go. And this is, again, just BLG running over EDG in pretty much all lanes.
And that's kind of the problem in this situation, right? Is the fact that, again, you're slightly out of position. Hecarim could just fly over there. Ahri sets up a charm for a pick. And that's what EDG really need to avoid. I do feel confident if they get to the later stages, without falling too far behind, their composition will start to shine. But for the time being, they are struggling, right? I think critically, you know, in those group 5v5s, they have such a strong front line with the immunity. They have the Zeri who can ramp in the longer team fights. It's kind of making the team fights go a bit longer, right? Avoiding those big engage tools at the start. But for the time being, it does feel like BLG are in control. 1.5k gold lead. Going to pick up the Scuttle on the bot side. And Weiwei had a fantastic game so far, I will say, on this Hecarim. Really able to make things happen, despite the fact we often see Hecarims even punished in the early stage.
You still have Scout with that ultimate. He's got a plethora of options available to him. One specific one that I am going to be looking at is going to be that Onslaught of Shadows. The AP scaling with that ultimate is pretty ridiculous. Can have a massive impact, but you got to land it. You got to be in a position to be able to utilize it as a minute or just under until Dragon spawns. It is going to be EDG trying to push themselves now into this hit. Mako needs to be very careful of how he positions himself because they could end up going for a fight and not having any contest whatsoever.
I feel like so many abilities where the AP ratios on them is just like a massive help to Sylas and not really anyone else. Like, a great example is Gnar. His ultimate has a 100% AP ratio. Gnar doesn't care about that. Sylas loves it. It's the same with Hecarim. His ult
What if
has
he goes
100...
Nashor's Tooth, you know?
Well, then he's trolling, so... no. It's Hecarim as well. His ult has a 100% AP ratio. This Hecarim isn't going to build AP, but when you pass it over to the other side, pretty painful. Similar thing with the Nautilus. So, as you said, a lot of value. But for the time being, let's hold in a little bit on this objective coming up. In 5 seconds, it is going to be that Drake. It's only seconds, so we don't often see teams tripping over themselves to get control of this. But we do see that BLG have a pretty good setup in the river when it comes to vision. And again, they have that pick potential. Oh, see, Freed now has the Hull Breaker, by the way, which is something to mention. Definitely does make things a bit easier in that 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, you can see the little aura around the cannon minion. Makes it a lot harder, gives it extra magic resistance. But JJ is behind enemy lines. Has not been spotted out just yet. BLG will pick themselves up a dragon. EDG maybe look to try and force something up on this top side. The Xin Zhao pick, such high priority, hasn't really done a whole lot. And now that he's been spotted out on the top side, it's just going to open up the map for BLG to kind of, you know, play whatever way they want to play.
Yeah, he's falling behind in farm, right? He's 1,100 gold behind. The kills definitely a factor in that, sure. But then BLG also pick up that dragon. It's going to be Infernal Soul, which is pretty scary when you're going up against the likes of a Kai'Sa. We already saw how disturbing that poke was last game. It's going to be more disturbing, right? But on top of that, I think it was just good setup from BLG, right? They know they have the strength in the mid jungle at the moment. They have a decent spread of vision across the river. No real contest to come in from BLG, and now they're looking potentially for Mako here.
Now looking for him. Weiwei is in the vicinity. Uzi not going to land his W. They're going to get a flash for flash off the supports. And at the end of it, it's just an even trade. But again, BLG being the ones to be proactive, being the ones to try and make something work. EDG now saying, look, we know that the jungler's on the bot side of the map. We need to make something happen top.
Yeah, and if they can cash in for this Gwen, absolutely great. But Viper, oh no.
I've seen hooks like that lollipop into a hook once or twice, so would not have been surprised had it happened. But the Rift Herald does get its push, but it only gets the charge, so only 320 gold basically going over to shared between Flandre and JJ, so not really ideal usage of Shelly. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit, you know, more difficult for BLG, or sorry, for EDG, because you talked about how great it was for BLG if they keep getting ahead, and they are very much firmly ahead. Everfrost finished up the turbo chem tank as well. Like, there's not really a lot of options here for the side of EDG.
Kind of feels like a bit of a waiting game, right? The gold is definitely nice, but Flandre is really ahead, and as you said, they weren't able to translate that into anything more in terms of a full tower. Fofo does a combo on a JJ, and like, he loses so much HP. This is a fear right now. I think BLG, this 3-man that we're looking at right now, Fofo, Crisp, and Weiwei are so threatening between them, just to be able to move around and find picks. And speaking of threatening, we saw how much pressure Flandre had this lane. Had this CS lead, had the pressure, and now the Hull Breakers changed that.
Oh, they have changed, and that's going to be the red buff steal as the Onslaught of Shadows is used by Weiwei to try and get himself away, but he just cannot escape just yet. Finally finds the Blast Cone as Fofo gets himself over the wall. The Charm lands to stop Scout from pushing onto Uzi, and they are going to get Crisp as a little bit of a response here as he hasn't gone down just yet.
Someone has to kill him.
I mean, he's waiting, and Viper will end up getting the kill. I think that was probably the worst person.
That was the plan. They give it over to Viper. EDG is so big brain. The problem with that play is you TP'd your top laner in. Breed has the Hull Breaker. I think you just lose top tower. And actually, mid tower pretty low as well. So you got to kill. You're losing quite a bit in return.
Yeah, you're losing 2 towers off the back of that. I think they gain 1 in the bot side. The Gwen should be able to try and do this or get this down pretty easily with JJ in tow. You can now see Weiwei coming in. Will be dissuaded from his onslaught on top of the Gwen by the Xin Zhao, and they all start their back away. So this is the now state of the game, just over a little under 2,000 gold in favor of BLG. They've got a dragon apiece, a minute 30 till that next one spawns, but Rift Herald on the table. We might see some engages and some fights coming up in the next few seconds.
Yeah, and I feel like BLG are in a really strong position. I think a big thing as well is them getting that mid lane tier 1. The traded towers on the side, kind of whatever. But the mid lane tier 1 means you can push in that deeper vision, right? If you think of towers as like a relative safe haven, EDG, it's a long distance between their last safe haven and that Herald. And now look, picks come in. Mako isolated. Does end up stopwatching to buy some time. Fofo looking for more. EDG feeling confident now. With no Ariel available, they want to start this Herald, and I think BLG just end up backing off. So maybe not the best usage there from Fofo, but ultimately I think BLG is still happy because they have this Graves in the side lane, still applying so much pressure. Remember, he came out of the laning phase with the CS discrepancy. He now has a significant lead over Flandre.
Yeah, I mean, significant is putting in a very light way. Is then, you know, BLG know that their win condition is not fighting over these early objectives. There's only a dragon apiece, so it's not as if EDG are barreling towards a soul point either. They are happy to keep this Graves in the side lane, to keep winning on the lane that, you know, this Gwen can't really deal with.
No.
And that is just going to be a very simple kill there, going over to JJ, just walking forward way too far as we're going to see the needlework. Breed, though, gets himself over the wall and keeps himself alive. That Hull Breaker doing work, but now we might see them get on top of Weiwei as both junglers end up being taken out. It's going to be the Shield of Daybreak to finally pick it off as Uzi flies in, flashes over the wall, but that's a Flandre, that's a Gwen. Uzi, you got to be so careful. Does eventually take it off as now Fofo gets himself back with the Spirit Rushes. Viper turns back and says, I can do it just as well. He's got himself this area as he's trying to figure out where this Graves is going. Eventually figures him out, but that's a smart move. Uzi is here. Viper trying to see if he can make this one work. He's trying to kite this one out, but he's basically 3v1. As here comes Scout. This fight shall never end as Uzi gets caught. And the MVP mid laner from Worlds 2021 steps up.
Very, very chaotic and messy fight, but ultimately, EDG pick up a spree of kills on the back of that. They can be super happy with how that one panned out. Uzi just streaming in, able to clean up a bunch, but not quite enough. And Scout, the pivotal member, he's looking for more.
Stop, EDG. I need to take a drink of water. My God. They will eventually back themselves away, but what a scrappy affair.
Yeah, and pivotally, they're able to pick up that second dragon, right? They also have a Herald in pocket, but we'll get a replay. So Breathe, as you said, the Hullbreaker, he survives for such a long time here. So tanky. It looks like he's going to go down. The team kind of plays that peeling game. Things start to get scrappy for EDG, right? The ultimate not available for the Ahri or the Hecarim. And in these close range extended fights, this is where really we can see EDG flourish, right? We're able to see Viper ramp up on the Zeri. We're able to see similar things coming out from Flandre. And Uzi, despite being full HP when he jumps over after Flandre, nearly loses. We don't get time for the replays. More fighting.
No, Stolen Spirit Rush means that we are going to see Scout finally try and get on top of this BLG 3-0. Flash being burnt there by Chris means that he's not able to land the chain to catch him out, but that is going to be more advantages. And all of a sudden, the gears of this game are starting to turn back in favor of EDG. They are starting to figure out how to play this game, and it is starting to come back a little bit stronger for them. There's still a ways to go, but they are starting to look a little bit more positive, shall we say.
100%. And I think the thing we're saying about EDG, right, is that the Silas really has such a great choice of ultimates when it comes to those team fights. We suddenly see Scout, since that double kill, really look to have a lot more agency, but also Viper and Flandre will scale up pretty exceptionally in this game. The Gwen in particular is such a pain point in the later stages. With that Xin Zhao in unison, the front to backs, those scrappy skirmishes feel really nice. And it's kind of going to be on BLG. They had that momentum. They kind of lost a little bit of the wind in their sails. We need to see Fofo and Weiwei in particular looking for those picks. And EDG are the ones now setting things up with that Herald coming down mid.
Yeah, you're going to have the Herald available too. No Onslaught of Shadows here for Weiwei. It's going to be difficult for them to really go for a big engage. We will see Shelly get her head buff, and that brings that tower to... Not quite enough, but they will bring it down to just about enough to maybe make something work with them later in the stages. But you can actually see there, I saw W there coming in and hitting Viper. I thought it was going to do a lot more damage, but Uzi's actually gone no AP so far. Very much sticking to the tried and tested AD build so far this game, meaning he looks like he just want to try and take those 1v1s.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing in this game. You're not playing for the poke as much as the previous one. Yeah, Treader ults there. Yep. But the pivotal thing here is that Uzi, you know, it is going to be more about bursting out those targets, using the AD build to shred through EDG. BLG fishing here.
Still fishing, looking to try and make this one work. It's going to have a full 5v5 as we can see Crisp just gets deleted. The needlework doing as much as it needs to do. And honestly, without your support right now, EDG could turn and look to try and get this Baron. That's a lot of damage from the needlework as well onto Uzi.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? In these 5v5s, this is where EDG's composition shines. You can't find any headway, right? If anyone from BLG goes in, they are kind of lost to the void. The fact that you have the immunity coming out from this inside on the Gwen just to soak any damage coming over means very difficult for the ranged champions from BLG to really contribute, and they have to basically disengage. I said BLG need numbers advantage. It's still true. They end up committing to this, and just watch, right? Crisp goes in, and then what we end up seeing is the Xin Zhao pops the ultimate, Gwen pops the W, and Breathe is just unable to do anything, right? Fires ult over the top, only hits Mako, really. And the ranged carries can't find any headway. So EDG, you know, not the best early game, but they won that team fight, and now it feels like the comp is coming online. Viper, 5-2 on the Zeri, 2 items in pocket, is going to be super powerful.
Yep, 2 dragons apiece, gold basically dead even. 2 dragons to 1 in favor of EDG, and the sole point available to them in just under a minute's time. And EDG feeling confident right now. They should have all their summoners available for that. And important to note, Chris won't have his flash. That's going to be a big key engage, not available, as now EDG just keep pushing towards this bot side. Breathe is very, very big, but he needs to be so careful. I don't even know if he can defend this.
It's gonna be hard, honestly, but I think EDG need to be careful because the engage might come in if they stay too long. They won't get the tier 2 in the bot lane, right? They won't get that extra influx of gold, but they definitely set it up later. Now, TP coming in for Scout. Dragon in 30 seconds. This would be the third for EDG. Would put them on soul point. Definitely those extra stats and the soul itself so valuable. So BLG, we'll have to see if they can try and contest this. And the critical thing for me is looking for picks. You have an Ahri. You want to find someone isolated. You want to blow them up. Problem is, it's kind of tricky, right? Because, you know, Leona, Tanky, Flandre, and JJ have immunities. Scout, kind of wily, and Viper is also quite mobile, so not really given much of a chance. And now EDG are the ones who control the area. They have vision. Bofo's on the top side with no TP, and this signals to me they're not even going to try and contest, right? They're going to push the wave and maybe move over to Baron, try and secure some vision there. The Dragon will be taken by EDG.
Yep, that's going to be the third Drake of the game there for EDG. Fourth overall as we kind of see them start to ramp up in this game. And it's coming down to similar to in game 1 where we saw the Zeri-Gwen combination just constantly pushing and prodding, and you have to either fully engage on it or just not interact with it whatsoever. Both very difficult things to do onto these champions. So right now EDG are bringing themselves back, and for BLG it is all about finding that sweet spot in a fight.
And now Uzi has picked up the Nash's Tooth, so it's kind of like, you know, how we saw the build before that was more heavily focused on like the AP aspect of it. There is still with this build the fact that Nash's gives 100 AP. You still get the AP upgrade, he's got the attack speed upgrade and the Q evolve, so all three of them available. A lot of close-up damage, and obviously his poke isn't as high, but still definitely relevant. Now BLG are actually starting the Baron. They want to fight immediately, and they want to try and find a pick here. Look at JJ.
I mean, they're going to try and look for him. They don't land the dredge line, though, and the charm goes missing as Scout gets flashed upon. They're going to use a solar flare defensively on the side of EDG, but here comes the TP, and they've got themselves a little bit of a moment here. Viper and Flandre can do so much work on this backside. The needlework doesn't really do a lot. It's only really hitting 1 or 2 members. As we can see, there's the charm going a little bit wide, but I feel like at the side of EDG, you got what you wanted. You got everyone off the Baron, but you had to use a teleport.
Yeah, I will say they've been a teleport, so definitely there is that element to it for BLG, but it felt kind of desperate, right? The flash ult on a Scout didn't really feel telegraphed. It just felt like, oh, you know, we're trying to turn, make something happen, go, and it didn't really come to fruition there. BLG are trying to start these fights. They want to try and get EDG to come into them, particularly areas where they have vision control, and that's when you find those picks, right? When Fofo's in a brush and you can get a charm off at the start, that's where things go in your favor. I feel like when everyone is in vision and it's like a straight up 5v5, they know already, despite the even gold, that's a bit of a struggle. Now Scout, buddy,
I mean, he's playing with fire, and he's on a little bit of a bad situation, but Uzi gets jumped on. They kill him off straight away, so it's a trade of mid laner for the AD carry. Is now the real fight can ensue. Flandre is here to try and keep away Breathe as he TPs into the rest of this fight. It's a 1-for-1, but importantly for EDG, they keep their AD carry. BLG lost theirs.
I love how BLG are like, yes, we have TP advantage, and then 2 minutes later, no, we've lost the TP advantage. Oh, they're looking for Weiwei.
I mean, Weiwei might be going Weiwei if he's not too careful. He needs to keep himself healthy, will canter himself away, but EDG are just feeling more confident, and honestly, they could start up this dragon. Again, like I said, they have their AD carry.
Yeah, they have so much damage on this, right? Between Flandre and Viper, Weiwei has to go back to base to reset, doesn't have the ult to even get in the pit, so he's just not going to be here in time. BLG need to fight this without him.
Here we go. Breed's got to go in. He does not have his collateral damage, so it's not real chance of him getting a steal. As you get the hook in, there's going to be the ultimate from Viper as he's trying to free hit on the backside of this. As Nautilus is just down and dead. Fofo and Breed stay alive. As here comes Scout, though, to steal away the Spirit Rush. They even had the needlework just in case, and that's Baron for EDG.
Yeah, beautiful window found by EDG and the confidence to go for the play. One thing to notice from that is that JJ actually went back in the pit, even though the fight had started, because he wants to make sure the Baron can be aggro. And again, because it's this Hecarim, no ult, no way to get over the wall. But we'll get a replay, and Scout, you know, they try to engage on him, and he's like, I am killing Uzi. Steals the Hecarim ult, uses it to dodge any CC, and Uzi basically just gets 100-0 by him. Yes, they kill Scout. The AD carry gone as a result, even with the attempt from BLG to peel.
It's just feeling like a series of whoever gets Zeri and Gwen has just such a bigger advantage to try and work with. They have so many more avenues to make this team fight work, or even go on the side lanes. Just so many ways that you could do it. And twice now we're seeing the Kai'Sa, and twice it's been okay. Like in the game 1, it felt a lot more powerful than in game 2, but it just feels like it's just not enough of a counter.
The problem is, right, in the previous game, there was so much poke coming out from EDG, right, between the Jace and the Kai'Sa. And although, you know, we're seeing a decent amount of AP from Uzi, he hasn't fully gone for this poke build. It's kind of like a hybrid. There just isn't enough poke from BLG. And the problem is, when you start the fights, they can't do damage for like 5 or 10 seconds because of the power of JJ and Flandre just being immune, right? It makes it so difficult to actually win those fights. And you see by this point that the sort of immunities pass away. Viper started to ramp, Flandre started to ramp. It's very difficult to approach. And now, EDG looking.
Yeah, they're going to drop down the stolen dredge line onto Fofo, but Fofo uses a Spirit Rush to get away. So it's an ult for an ult, and the Silas will have his up far quicker, as we do see Breathe and Flandre maybe looking to try and fight each other now. Wind Becomes Lightning does connect and just put down a little bit of a slow onto Breathe. As you can see, just the Zeri getting those constant W's off, making so much of a nuisance of themselves. Mako gets caught, though, and the Onslaught of Shadows disrupts everything. Weiwei is traded, and you can see the power, though, with this Gwen and Zeri. You just cannot fight this. As I say that, it's a double kill for Breathe. It's a 2-for-2 trade, as now both teams are left with 3 men standing.
Yeah, no jungler here, so it becomes a bit of a flip, but Viper's still looking.
Viper is still looking. Uzi trying to make this one work. They do get down the Silas as Flandre is immune. Viper goes forward and picks up the kill. It's going to be almost another one there as Fofo gets out with the skin of his teeth. But Viper not to be outdone just yet. Not quite finding himself the snipe, and that's going to be Soul here for EDG.
And only just now you can see on the right of your screen, Fofo's ultimate just ticked over and became available. That whole fight without it made such a critical difference. Scout with a great heads-up play to burn Fofo's ult before the fight. Really reduced the fighting potential of BLG. And then there's extended fights. That's the problem, right? In the short fights, you can't do much because they have the Venn diagram of immunity, right? And in the long fights, they have Gwen, Zeri that are so strong. Like, Mako gets caught out here. And despite the man advantage, we see Weiwei dive in, but no damage can really come out from the rest of the team because, again, that immunity. And then we see Flandre's ramped up, Viper's ramped up. They start chasing down, and there's just not enough gas in the tank from BLG. Fofo playing on the sides, trying to find these charms, but without that extra mobility, so subdued.
Such a close fight. The charm stopping him dead in his tracks. That could have been a clean ace had he been able to catch it. But I mean, we didn't get to talk about it today because we had to go straight. We didn't get to set up the stakes or who we'll be looking at. But just so everyone knows, we talked about in our pre-game that we were going to have about Uzi versus Viper. It is the 2018 MSI champion, considered to be one of the greatest AD carries to play the game, going up against the side of EDG, and we're going to see now BLG looking to try and re-engage on this fight. Mako gets caught out, and that's 2 quick kills. Viper might be in a little bit of trouble. He goes gold, and the charm should be up in just a second. They don't even need it, and out of nowhere, BLG strike back.
Yeah, Infernal Soul and Pocket for EDG, right? Such a power spike, and I think that got to their heads a little bit. Massive overstep there from them, diving the towers, and Scout and Flandre weren't even there. I'm not sure what the game plan was, but overzealous, and as a result, BLG still very much in this game, and that's where they flourish, right? When they have the numbers advantage, when they don't have to deal with as many threats, they have that great engage potential. Speaking of engage, Weiwei's going. I'm not sure you want to find it, but he's looking
for it. He's looking for it. Breathe will have a TP as well, should they want to go for it. Yep, they're going to try and fully burn down this Gwen. Flandre trying to see if he can get the back off, but not even going to try and use his TP. He knows he's dead. There's 4 people here. They found the odd-numbered skirmish, exactly like you said, and that's going to be...
Oh, my lord.
That's a bloodthirster. That is a bloodthirster. Immortal Shield Bow Graves that almost died.
What is this champion, man? It's so insane. Well, oh man, I can complain about Gwen a little bit later, but we got to see the play coming out from EDG, and I feel like, again, just a little bit overzealous. They go for this wave in the tier 2. They see Breathe. Remember, this is a Hullbreaker Graves isolate. He is very tanky. So much committed to try and take him down. The shield bow comes in, and then it's just easy for BLG to jump back. And that's the thing we kind of talked about, right? BLG have the strength of being able to join fights from much at a much quicker rate than the opponents because they have like the Hecarim, the Ahri, the Kai'Sa can just swarm in really fast. So now we return to the live game, right? It's a 700 gold lead for EDG. The Infernal Soul makes a big difference. I definitely agree with that, but things still feel pretty even. But it comes down to execution. Can BLG find those big charms, find those picks?
That was looking.
EDG actually looking.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can go for that one there. Does steal away the dredge line, so that's a good, big, guaranteed point-and-click ultimate available now to the side of EDG. Bot lane, we did see in the picture-in-picture, Breathe was able to get himself pushed up, picked up that tier 2, and with Baron spawning, they are able to force themselves now all the way into this side of the jungle. I will say for the side of Uzi, he's finally got himself indexed very heavily now into that AP Kai'Sa build, going towards that Nash's Tooth, and of course the Luden's Tempest puts in a lot of damage. And to say that the hook has landed, they're going to get the Zhonya's out of scout immediately. Chris may have gone just a little bit too far. Breathe gets caught by the solar flare as Flandre finally joins the fray. He's going to have Gwen snip, snip, snip. Breathe forced to flash away to try and get his own breath back into this fight, but it is still EDG in control.
They're looking for more. They don't think that just the support is enough to guarantee a win in this dragon fight, but unable to find anything, they will move back towards it. No ult from Fofo is significant, but Weiwei still has his to get in the pit.
And Mako trying to see if he can maybe dissuade the big old pony as they're going to try and maybe make this fight work. Uzi's going to get kid up by the stolen ultimate, and the dredge line goes in, and Scout assassinates him, and snip, snip, snip. This is all Gwen all the time. Triple kill for Flandre, and this game's looking like it's going to be going to a game 3 because this series is going to 1-1.
And Scout again finds Uzi in that fight. EDG bouncing back after the game 1. The composition works in those tight 5v5s, and they make it happen. They're going to push to the end, and Crisp, yeah, no chance here, buddy.
No chance whatsoever. I'm going to snowball's chance in hell, and we will get a game 3 of this best of 3. The day is going the distance, full 6 games, and this game is already starting to be a cracker.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, there was definitely moments, you know, we saw the early game from Weiwei very successful. We saw when the Ahri and the Hecarim can work. We saw them find some good engages, some good picks. But it got messy, it got scrappy, and then in those 5v5s, the Gwen Xin Zhao, this combo is so frustrating to play against, especially when the enemy team has a Zeri as well, who just ramps and ramps and ramps over the course of the team fight. It felt like if it came to those clustered 5v5s, the death ball from EDG was just a bit too strong.
Yeah, it really was. And again, we're seeing this easier to execute composition coming out. Like, yes, the Kai'Sa can be seen as a counter to the Zeri, but when you have Zeri and Gwen combined, it just feels so overpowering, overwhelming for anyone to really try and deal with, because they just run at your face at such high velocity and such high damage numbers. There's not really a lot else you can do about it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Kai'Sa might have a new build, but Gwen and Zeri are newer champions, and that's the golden rule of League of Legends. The newer your champion is, the more broken it is. At least it feels that way. And I mean, Flandre on this Gwen, look at that damage, man. And we saw that, right? Remember bot lane when he was in that 1v4 and nearly killed Breathe? This is kind of problem with the Graves, right? Is that, yes, Graves can kind of hold his own against Flandre. Yes, he'll get plates. Yes, he does pretty well in the late game, but you're not really going to punish Gwen that much. And Gwen is just obscene right now.
Honestly, yes, there are answers into it, but I just feel like in the right hands, in a top-class, top laners kind of, you know, setup, people like Breathe and Flandre will just be able to make the most out of this champion, will be able to make the most out of this setup.
I feel like it's applicable to both, right? Both the Zeri and the Gwen. There's definitely picks that can cause issues for them. We're seeing teams draft to punish, but if they mess up, if they don't manage to keep them down, they just become so exceptionally difficult to deal with in team fights. And that's kind of what happened here, is they weren't able to stomp them down, despite good efforts, right? We saw a lot of bot lane plays coming out from the side of BLG, but it just isn't enough to stop them from ramping up. And I think the critical thing as well is that, you know, EDG did a good job of facilitating them in the team fights. And I think the Xin Zhao Gwen combo is something that we've seen quite a few times. And I think those two together are just so frustrating to play against.
Yeah, you can't touch this combination. We'll see if it ends up coming to fruition again in Game 3, but we are going to send it to a break. And when we return, we will have the third and final game, picks and bans, ready for you guys to see who will win this series.
I don't know. know. They've got their ultis available, and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down, and with 10 kills, I'm ready for some more. Making up for game number 1 as Weiwei started off on the end. Crescent Guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a Shadow Surge. He's got to reset. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The Eye of the Herald popped. It needs to go down. He's taking yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into his mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Nika should just about survive. But the Ignite does give you vision, so if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock-up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks. They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes under the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Here, trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no wrong shenanigans. There is no way out. And now with TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile and sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want.
We're back. Look at the beautiful skyline of Shanghai. We are into our third game of this series, sixth one of the day. We are going the distance. I am still Ushi, and I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Ox, and I'm kind of bringing us together now in this series, this best of three. We're finally seeing a full best of three here for Uzi, but it was BLG who got slapped back by the vanguard of Scout as the MVP from game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Scout had some pivotal moments when it came to those team fights, really just able to find Uzi in particular. It's like, hey, we've been looking for Uzi all split. There he is, and Scout really managed to pick him apart. But just some good team fighting from EDG overall. You know, the early pressure was definitely in favor of BLG. But when it came to those 5v5s, target selection was good, but also the death ball just worked from EDG. Yes, a couple of mistakes here and there. For the most part, can never return to form from them in this one.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit more of a setup. It feels like this is the EDG we've been kind of waiting to happen to see. You know, they started off very brightly. We thought, nope, you know, business as usual, but they definitely have faltered in the most recent series. And this is not only to get EDG their playoff berth, but it also kind of knocks down BLG. It's BLG sitting on 7-6 at the moment. If they lose this series, they go to 7-7. Not guaranteed the playoffs just yet. So for EDG, a lot more than just the game to kind of bring in here. A lot on the line for both these teams.
100%. I feel like there's a lot when it comes to making it to playoffs, right? It still actually is, despite them being pretty reasonably high in the standings, still not confirmed. But also just coming in with good form, right? And the fact that if you can get a little bit higher, it can make a difference. But it's been kind of, you know, the expectations for BLG were kind of high as this super team that came out. But for EDG, especially after the start of their split and the fact that, you know, they are world champions, I think expectations were they would just they would continue that momentum. For now, it really does feel like it is a big all-out brawl in these games. A lot of back and forth, a lot of chaos in these first two, and now for the game 3 to decide it all. And that's the thing, this late in the season, especially when these two are so close in the standings, so impactful if you're able to find it.
Yeah, well, we'll see what if anything changes in the draft. We are jumping in as BLG on the blue again with EDG on the red. looking at it, kind of, we got the cheat codes. We know what was banned the first time. This is exactly the same bans that came out for BLG in their Game 1 win. The Vex, the LeBlanc, and the Rise. This time around, though, EDG are changing things up ever so slightly, saying, look, we prioritize the Aphelios a little higher. Honestly, I think you just got to ban away the Zeri, get it off the board, give away the Jinx, maybe take the Caitlyn yourself. But no, this time around, they're going to take away Weiwei's Volibear. Interesting priority.
Yeah, especially as the fact that Zeri's 100% win rate in this series so far. BLG gonna lock it in, no surprise there. We've seen the Kai'Sa answer 2 games in a row, obviously not working out, so it'll be interesting to see if EDG decide to change strategies going up against this. Either way, would be pretty par for the course if we saw AD carry come out here, and they will change up. They'll go for that Jinx, that long range, that team fighting potential. And already, this is heavy resets coming out from EDG, right? Both of these champions, you get a kill, you will look to snowball. And now for BLG on the other side, kind of standard part of the course would be like jungle support here, right? Pick the Nautilus to kind of deny it away as an answer. They are going to go for that Lee Sin. A lot of power, a lot of pressure. It'll be interesting if they go for a mid laner here, if they opt to prioritize potentially something like the Ahri here, right? It's kind of now or never, it will get banned. And I do like it with the Lee Sin, right? You land a charm, Lee Sin lands a Sonic Wave. Great burst potential on a strong 2v2.
Yeah, very, very solid setup here for the side of BLG. They don't need to go into their support just yet. They know that they have got themselves the options with a couple of things still left on the board. Only the Renata banned away. And now EDG, do they want to try and take their support of choice? And no, they're going to put Scout back onto the Twisted Fate. He didn't have a bad game in Game 1 when it was very far ahead of Fofo, who was taking the Galio in that particular series. But this time around, it's going to have a lot more kill pressure on his head.
Honestly, I like it here, right? I think it's good into Zeri if he doesn't have Cleanse, that point-and-click CC, frustrating to deal against, because with Rapid Fire Cannon, he's pretty much always going to outrange you. And on top of that, on the Ahri as well, a great way of keeping it still. It also adds into that single targeting off EDG to get those resets. Now, we're seeing support bans start to come out from EDG. Interesting enough, the Nautilus, because we often see the likes of the Nautilus, the Alistair into the Zeri. So seeing that one banned away, but still looking to trim down Chris Poole. I could see from the side of BLG, there's a lot of options, right, in terms of top laners, potentially for Flandre. They're going to ban away the Graves here. We could also see the Tahm Kench actually banned, which hasn't really been touched yet in this draft phase, but often is high priority, especially with the Jinx.
See what they wanted to go with it. I would expect maybe, honestly, I wouldn't even mind to see a Leona ban here from EDG, or just to ban something that could maybe do well into the Leona, pick themselves so they know that's going into it. No, they're going to get rid of Gwen. Thank God we have finally gotten rid of that champion, because as much as Zeri is pretty powerful, the Gwen is obnoxious.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Zeri's 100% win rate in the series. So is Gwen. Kind of, especially those two in unison. So they'll ban that one away. Now it's kind of interesting for BLG. I feel like a support ban might be rough here, because if you ban Leona, they'll probably take, you know, something like the Alistair, the Tahm. If you ban, there's a lot of options that you don't want to thin down your pool, because EDG, they could just take support here and have priority on it. We'll see what they go for, though. There's also some blind tops available. Now, we haven't seen too much this series, but is an option. Either way, I feel like top lane kind of pick would probably be better, and they are toying with the idea of that Tahm Kench I talked about before. So much safety to this Jinx, and I really like that pickup.
Yeah, big movement here now for EDG, kind of saying, look, we know our strengths lie. Our strengths lie in that bot side. We are giving you so many tools to just keep this AD carry alive. Viper doing so damn well on big carry champions. We know how high this guy's ceiling is. And it's got to be an answer into the Zeri. This time around, though, there is not going to be a Xin Zhao. There is not going to be a Gwen. So I'm curious to see how this game now will kind of transition after those two massive picks no longer exist.
Definitely does change the dynamic. Now, we see the Alistair picked up. I think this is critical because BLG need engage. It's going to be difficult getting in range of EDG with that composition. But with the idea of the Tryndamere, so, you know, we've seen the Tryndamere picked a fair bit as a counter to various things, but this is kind of Breeze saying, I don't think there's really too much you can pick to match this, right? Jace and Gwen off the table, but even then, Jason Graves aren't necessarily the best, and it looks like Flandre might go for the Nara in this situation. It can keep the Tryndamere at bay, but if you fall behind, he will run over you, right? He will just dive you when you're a mini, bully you out, so definitely potential volatility, but they are going to lock it in. Now, I think we can kind of take stock of where things are, right? Mid jungle for BLG, extremely strong. And they have a top lane matchup where if they snowball it, boom, blows the game open. They also have Zeri who can do Zeri things. But I feel like EDG's composition, I kind of like quite a bit when it comes to the mid game team fights, even the late game team fights. If anyone steps up to you, they get stun carded, they get killed, we get a reset, boom. They just move forwards like that and keep you at bay. I feel like BLG, I'm looking at this early game to come out strong. Maybe I'm going to have some concerns.
Concerns. I was going to mention that I wouldn't mind even a Scion here for Flandre, but obviously opting in towards that Gnar can do well, can have some decent split put pressure and plenty of ways to build it as well. If you want to go Hullbreaker to deal with the 1v1, you can go with that with the Triforce. You can even go in towards the Divine Sunderer and the Ranswood Omen pickup. There's a lot of different ways you can build it, so it does give you a little bit more flexibility in that side. But that is going to be the picks and bans done for this last game in this last series. Both these teams desperate for a win. For BLG, it puts them that little bit closer to playoffs. It doesn't 100% lock them, but they are so ever so close. And for EDG, it's about kicking the slump and locking themselves into the top 10. This game can decide so much for these teams going into the playoffs.
Absolutely, and I feel like we've had an exciting game 1, exciting game 2, and we're sort of set up for more excitement in this one. Really feel like BLG are the ones we expect the early pressure to come out from, and in fairness, we saw Weiwei with a really strong jungle performance in that game too. He's on the Lee Sin here. I am really looking at him to establish control, especially pre-6 when the Viego is a bit weaker.
Here we are. We are jumping onto the Rift. Both teams going to be fanning out to make sure there's no level 1 shenanigans, as we like to say here in the LPL, but both teams just happy to make sure that they're not really in a bad situation.
Yeah, and tracking the lead, pretty important, right? We've seen a lot of teams make these attempts to get that early vision, get them down on jungle camp, see where they're going. I think keeping tabs on where the Lee Sin is will be important, particularly, I think, for the bot lane, right? Because you have that Jinx who has the AoE from the rockets, you're able to find push fairly comfortably, especially into an Alistar lane. Alistar really posing little to no threat, level 1 in most scenarios, so I expect that lane to be applying that pressure, and as a result, we can see, Weiwei path down towards that potentially, and look to gank. Alternatively, top lane, you want to enable that Breathe can do what he wants. He has even gone Ghost in this situation. This is not, I am going to build, I'm going to join team fights probably and look to have an impact there when I've won lane. This is, I want to crush the side lane into the ground. If I do join team fights, it's because I'm so monster strong that I can just run everyone down.
Well, using that early pressure and early mobility to get himself back up onto the top side of the map, pops down a ward onto the red buff. I think they're pretty confident he did that, though, as he now pops himself behind the minion wave. And we are going to start seeing now both these teams finally getting themselves out into the brush. See now where they want to go with this. As we can see, Flandre, he actually went with the fleet footwork. What is going on right now? Both these top laners are just kind of looking at each other. It's like, oh, you didn't see me. I'm in the brush. And now they finally get themselves into a common laning state.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you play around the brushes quite heavily in the top lane, but also for Flandre, like, you're trying to pick up that first wave without really giving Breathe a chance just to spin on you. That's always the fear, right? Is that Breathe just spins on you, gets a crit, and suddenly you're chunked out enough that a potential dive that could come in later. Now, we see the junglers, both of them pathing up towards the top side. It does mean that Viper Maker, as expected in this 2v2, can just push the waving and zone BLG away. No real reprieve is going to come for them for the time being. But BLG will spot JJ on the top side, and for Weiwei, if the opportunity arises, you could dive the mini-gnar, but for the time being, you kind of just want to keep both your solo laners safe, because they do both have priority in their lanes, and it also means that you're probably going to be able to take that top side scuttle, and perhaps even contest JJ on it, because you have the backup of your solo laners.
And the big thing as well, like you said, is that BLG, they've got themselves a much bigger kind of, solo lane setup. They are looking at winning lanes, and for EDG it is about getting those resets, about those team fights, keeping this AD carry safe and looking to try and utilize the enemy team against themselves. Getting that Viego to get those resets on the Heartbreaker, getting those extra abilities available to you. The extra mobility in CC can be absolutely massive, especially on something like Alistar, for example. But we'll see what they want to go for. Weiwei now moving up towards this top side. They may feel like they want to go for a dive here. Would be very early. Flandre should just be able to keep this wave away from the tower. That's exactly what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they could bring Fofo up, that'd make a big difference. But the wave bounced back mid, so he's not really going to be able to freely move at the moment. Now, these trades are critical, right? If Breathe spins in, gets a crit or two, that could be enough to signal a go for the dive. He does end up having to use the heal, though. Loses that crit chance. So now Flandre, I don't think this is a smooth dive. He's pretty close to Mega, and he's pretty... I mean, it's not healthy, but he's plenty on HP. Again, keeping the minions away.
Just
They're not really going to
hops,
find
yeah.
anything. Just a good job by Flandre, honestly, to mitigate this.
Yeah, really, really solid play there from Flandre. Just kept the minion wave away from the tower, making sure that no matter what happened, he was going to be safe. Gets up to his Mega, and then it's just basically a very bad idea for anyone on the side of a BLG to really try and contest it. I will say it is still advantage to Breed. He actually popped his Ghost at some point, so not quite sure. Maybe they were really trying to make that dive happen in the top side and just wasn't really going to be able to make it work. And now we see EDG just trying to just soak up all of this early pressure, because it is a little bit on BLG to make these early aggressive plays happen for them, because they are the one with the winning solo lanes and the big skirmishing jungler in Lee Sin.
100%. And I think a big thing is just mid-jungle, you know, what I like to see sometimes is that the support can move up, can find a kill onto the enemy mid lane, particularly TF. That sort of keeps him locked in lane if he's flashless, right? If he's being pressured out. The problem is in this situation, your support has no room to move right now because he has been pressured in the tower. Because JJ was over there offering that support, they really went uncontested. But we do have a wave bouncing back now. It's kind of good timing for EDG, right? As JJ starts to move away, they'll be pretty safe in the tower. But this is kind of the opportunity, right? I would like to see BLG push this wave in, and then Crisp can start to move. But they might not get the opportunity to do so.
He's going to have his escape, but they actually go in with the W there. Mako just trying to maybe like keep away. They don't fully commit JJ just yet, but now they'll know that he was there. He's just have the Harrowed Mist just kind of walking around him. So I like the idea from EDG, basically kind of saying, look, we're covering for a potential gank, but we're also seeing if they go too far extended, we can capitalize.
100%. I think that's the thing, is that you'll often see those timings played around heavily, like the wave state, when you find those moments where one side is forced to overextend and push. Now, Andre's starting to bully out the Trinity. And overall, I feel like the state of the game at the moment, EDG pretty happy with it, right? You know, nothing really has came to fruition for the side of BLG. Top lane, we haven't seen any massive advantage picked up for Breathe. He's going to be up in CS after this wave. But on top of that, the mid jungle, right? We said BLG's mid jungle, a lot of strength level 3. But really, when that level 6 comes in for Scout and JJ, that's when the matchup gets a little bit more even. And we are closing on that point. Scout already has the Destiny in hand.
The big level 6s we were talking about. You've got it for Flandre, you've now got it for Scout. You're just waiting for JJ to catch up just a little bit as Weiwei now puts himself bound in towards this bot side. Dragon's still up and available, minute and a half until the Rift Herald spawns, and that's going to be probably the next big port of call for both of these teams. As we can see now, both junglers just trying to see how far they can take this, how much they can get going. And that's a good little word there onto the blue buff by Weiwei, saying, look, if I can see where this Viego is going, I'll know exactly where I can look for make an advantage. And he knows he's on the blue buff immediately, so therefore he knows he's probably on the top side.
Yeah, they have prio in bot lane, they have information, they have prio mid, they got everything they need to go for this dragon. And BLG just will be able to pick that one up. You see EDG moving over, but I think this is mostly just looking to get a reset for Scout by pushing the wave in. And JJ's going to head over to that blue buff. For the time being, again, you know, Dragon's nice for BLG, but still, I think a lot of this early game, if it's going inactive, I feel like EDG are going to be happy with that one, because now, you know, we talked about the potential dive plays onto this mini Gnar. It's going to be a lot harder when there's potential Twisted Fate who can just ult, you know. It makes it very, very risky to go for those plays if the Destiny's available, and can really just shut down that pressure for the side of BLG.
And for BLG, like you said, they've lost that window, if you say, for that very early advantage they might have had now that the Destiny Gate has been available. Where do you want to see them, you know, try and overload EDG? Where do you want to try and see them highlight if they can't really go for a super safe dive on top or mid because of the Destiny Gate?
I think you go mid, right? Because if you target the lane, it's just a fate. He can't Destiny there. If you burn his flash, great, even better. It means he has to be a bit more precarious when moving into the fog of war. And critically, it's about getting vision control in the area. So definitely a lot of positives if they can pull that off. For the time being, though, it is that look towards that Rift Herald, right? And this ult, we'll see come out. It won't really achieve anything. We often see these ults come out from Jinxes where they're trying to stop a recall. Uzi hasn't actually started his yet. But the critical thing is they still see him on the map. They know, right? They've already brought Viper and Mako over. This is 5-man strong from EDG. And Weiwei just reset. So I don't think they're going to really be in time to contest this unless EDG gets spooked and start playing it slow.
Yeah, Gonna see EDG maybe look to try and just take this one. This would be pretty good for them to be able to try and, you know, keep that acceleration going. Breathe will spin to win outside of the vicinity of the fight. Drop down those traps. Very, very powerful tool to be able to zone out any kind of control. JJ picks himself up the Rift Herald. They will leave the Scuttlebug over to Weiwei, and that's going to be a pretty decent setup here for EDG.
Good start, and honestly, this was just EDG being sharper on the resets, getting that bot lane there first, and not even that much is missed out on by Viper. He's still up in farm, right? Uzi overstayed bot. And that's the thing, is that sometimes we see teams do this thing where they don't move their AD carry, right? The AD carry stays bot, they get a plate or two. It can sometimes end up being even if the Herald isn't utilized effectively. But Uzi still, like, started to move up, right? And so Uzi didn't get anything on the bot side, and they lose out in the Herald. It's just a lose-lose scenario for BLG. And now you can see him a little bit concerned. Oh, Fofo, he's gonna have to ult.
Gonna have to ult, yeah. He's already used one and flash as well. Knew if he got hit by the Heartbreaker, he was going to die to the Ignite of Scout, who had got that ult in his unsealed spellbook. Very, very well played. And this is EDG just kind of, again, we're seeing this is kind of what we expect from the series when we came into week 1, if you will, of the split, the spring split 2022, is that EDG just being smarter around the map. BLG very slow, very much not doing a lot for the first 10, 15 minutes of the game. And it is just leaking out to be EDG getting small incremental advantages.
Yeah, and now the Herald being thrown down as well. Gold going between Viper and JJ. So getting that lead for the Jinx, but now Scout actually gets caught out.
Why? Why? You were out. Now he has to use his flash. He's going to get the gold card, but I feel like he's already dead. There's nowhere for him to really go here. He's going to try and bring Breathe back in front of JJ, I should say, but this is a Tryndamere with an undying passion for blood, and that's going to be an easy turnaround.
The block.
Crisp coming in with a thumbs up saying, don't worry, buddy, I got you.
And an uncharacteristic horrific mistake from Scout, quite frankly. You were out. You even saw Breathe. Can I just be like, okay, I guess we don't get this play? Starts the Destiny in front of the Ahri. What? I don't know. What was the game plan?
Just a very, and this is the thing, and this is something I love bringing into certain teams, unforced errors. Errors that are just so, you know, just not something you needed to do, not something you needed to try, you know, outplay, quote unquote, because the easiest answer was the simplest answer, and that was, or the correct answer was the simplest. He sees Breathe, so he knows he's there, and he kind of goes, okay, I'm a little bit overextended, I'll pop the Destiny Gate. Breathe then walks away.
He spins away. Oh, man. Like, he was like, we're not getting the play. At least I forced the Destiny. I don't know, man, Scout. That was, I get it, you're world champion. That was rough.
That was very rough, and Scout just kind of dropping the ball. Maybe, I will say this, and I will always give defense to a lot of the different players. Maybe he thought that it was a spin on top of him, so therefore he thought maybe he had to try and Destiny Gate.
Nah, that's a reach. That's a cope,
I'm
honestly.
trying, man. I'm trying.
Don't try that with me. There's no way, bro. No, absolutely not. I will not allow that. I will not allow that. No, shut it down. Instantly shut it down, dude. Here's the other direction. No way, man. That would be more damning if that was the case. In all honesty.
Well, we're looking at now Flandre and Breathe finding each other in this jungle as Dragon has now spawned. BLG looking to maybe contest this one as they have moved down their top laner. So don't have Flash on Scout. You will have Destiny Gate up very, very soon. It looks like EDG will have enough prio in that bot side to make sure they guarantee themselves this objective.
Yeah, so managed to secure it and managed to get control of the area first and foremost. And critically, they managed to equalize in terms of dragons, so Soul is slowed down by a fair bit. And we kind of take stock of where the game is now compared to our expectations. Top lane, Breathe isn't ahead, right? He's down in levels, down in gold. He did manage to get that kill, obviously from dive to the tower, but still not really finding that success we hope that the Tryndamere would have in that lane. That being said, he is able to get an extra plate there and will be a thorn in the side lane. But for the most part, my focus is on this bot lane. Look at the gold discrepancy, 500. Oh, tower low, but they're engaging.
I mean, Mako's not feeling that he had to use it just yet. I was just about to say, he didn't feel like he needed to use the Devour right up until Uzi had fully engaged and fully committed to it. Viper, though, recognizing that he does not have the safety of that cooldown anymore, is going to have to try and back away. And unfortunately for the side of EDG, that wave is kind of frozen against them. It's pushing up into Uzi, so they are going to try and maybe just make this one a little bit more awkward for them. And Saj, for everybody in the chat, that is a cannon minion gone awry.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations for Mako where if you ult too late, it's not even going to save him. But it's unfortunate because nothing was burned by BLG, right? They didn't even burn any summoners, any ultimates themselves. But you kind of have to play a little bit safe on the Tahm Kench. And obviously it's a longer cooldown, right? It's no longer the Tahm Kench. You can just eat them, have it on like 20 seconds, have that safety net. So a little bit of vulnerability for EDG. Unfortunately, JJ is on the bot side offering some cover, but we do see Weiwei and Chris pairing up. They set up some control, and they have prior mid again for Fofo. You know, this is what we've been talking about, this mid jungle. A lot of pressure in the early levels. Can they find something here?
Here we go. They're going to try and make it work. There's going to be the headbutt. JJ is just being so trigger disciplined right now, saying, look, I'm not going to move up. I'm not going to overcommit because I know that we don't need to show just yet. There's no dragon available. It's in 3 minutes time. So you are just basically mitigating all that pressure from BLG, and Scout does get himself back up into the mid lane. They don't lose anything. So this is good, absorption here from EDG, and specifically from their bot lane.
Yeah, and honestly, Scout didn't even really move from mid. Like, you kind of expect the Twisted Fate to start walking down, and that's enough of a threat, but he was chilling. The call of EDG was like, we're fine. There's no way they make this play work. And Crisp actually headbutt the minion, trying to go for like a flash pulverize, but he knew Viper has sums, and it's Viper. Of course he's going to flash that. So ultimately, they don't find the play bot lane, and then the pressure comes out in return, and EDG able to get that tower, but BLG looking up towards the top side. We finally get that 3-man lean that I was kind of looking for earlier. We even have Crisp in the wings, so they will be able to pick up this tower. It won't be first, but at least finding some momentum, some gold for Breathe.
Yeah, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a kind of overwhelming in that top side. Flandre playing it very well. Actually rushes the Triforce, so has that first item, so is very much looking to try and just duel out this BLG top laner in the Tryndamere. So able to have a lot of early game damage. You can see how much it was helping him as well. He was able to kind of take those advantages and take those skirmishes very much in his own stride, as we now see Fofo maybe getting run down a little bit here, but with the ward all in the tri-brush, it is going to be very easy for him just to walk away and keep himself very, very safe. Now, coming up just past 15 minutes in the game, Rift Herald has spawned. We might see another 5v5 here. All summoners available. Scout, though, missing his flash. Has got a substitute for a heal, and BLG are willing and ready to try and fight for this.
Yeah, they're 5-man strong. Flandre's coming from base, but remember, he won't have his Mega Bar charge. He is going to TP in. This looks like we're getting a contest for this second Herald. Look at Crisp on the flank, ready to engage.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for it. The Herald, though, down to 900 is secured, but they just use this on EDG. Say, cool, look, this Herald only guarantees you really a tower push, so we're going to be able to trade that one straight away. So, yes, EDG do commit their teleport for Flandre, but they also make sure BLG can't rush back to mid, and they trade back the turret for the Herald.
Yeah, they get the mid lane tier 1, which is often the goal of the second Herald, right? Is to secure that mid lane tier 1. What I do expect to see with 50 seconds until that third dragon, BLG have that Herald in pocket. We're probably going to get them resetting, coming mid, throw down the Herald, use that pressure to get control of the area. And EDG, they're going to be a little bit slower on these resets coming out. Now, it is Hexgate, so you can afford to be a little bit behind just because you get that extra speed getting out the base. But I feel like this is going to be a pretty pivotal one if both teams up the contest, right? We don't have the rapid fire completed for Scout. I think he might be looking for it. I'm not sure if he's able to reset in time and grab it, but it's such a massive spike for Twisted Fate if you can have that one in pocket. Time being, BLG don't even use the Herald yet, but they do have control of the area.
Yeah, I think the call right now, you can see from EDG, they haven't moved down Scout. He's lost his teleport, so he's got a ghost in himself in his summoner's inventory instead. So I think they're just going to say, look, you take the dragon, it's only second Drake. We don't care that much about it. We're going to take ourselves a turret, keep ourselves in tow with the gold, and that's going to be enough of a trade here. So again, this is kind of the difference we see from a lot of the top teams. It's not just about fighting over every single objective. It's trading up and down depending on what you go for. Oh, wait, that was close. That was very, very close. Now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Does safeguard over the wall. BLG maybe got a little bit complacent there, trying to get the resets off for the Tryndamere, and they almost paid very dearly for it.
Yeah, bit of an ebb and flow. You can see BLG were like, okay, we got this. We don't really need to hold up too much presence, and as a result, EDG just able to scare them off. But I think EDG, it's fine to make that play, right? You're still up in gold. You're about 2,700 ahead. The second dragon isn't too much of an issue. It does mean that Soul Wincon is quite a bit away, but I feel like EDG are comfortable taking this one later, right? They're going to have Scout's rapid fire on this back. He's just picked it up now. This is where they got a lot of strength. I think particularly if Viper can get his rapid fire on the next reset, it's playing with that range, because that is where a discrepancy will come out. If you get up close to EDG, great. But if you're sort of at an arm's distance away, you'll get stun carded, the Jinx will start hammering down, and that will make things difficult. Now, they are throwing down that Herald to get that tier 1 mid.
Arm comes out, Everfrost does land. Shelly gets her head bop, and that's going to be a very simple tower take here for BLG now. Put the Trinity on the backside, the Destiny 8 comes in, that's over to the side of the wall with that rapid fire. He gets the extra range, and that's going to be a dead Fofo. Uzi forced to flash away because he knows if he gets caught, he is just going to die. And that's going to be a very, very good opportunistic kill here for EDG.
I love the angle from Scout going over the wall with a rapid fire cannon, and it's almost like a signal. We have that tool in our arsenal, that extra range. It's such a massive spike for Twisted Fate. As soon as they get it, they're like, right, go. They apply the pressure, they get that tier 2 mid super powerful. Do they lose that tier 1 on the side? Yeah, they're not really that bothered, right? It's a bit of gold traded back, but ultimately the pressure you get from taking that mid tier 2 so valuable. And as their extra reward, they'll sweep through, clear out some jungle camps, and take those away from BLG as well. Great play from the side of EDG.
Look now, as we come to 20 minutes, we talked about the win conditions, the early game for both these teams. I want you to kind of give, as we look at the replay here, this is just a great flanking setup, but this is kind of what we said. The longer this game goes, the more opportunities you're going to have, and why the TF is just so damn powerful.
Yeah, stunned over the wall. Still limited counterplay, right, for the Ahri. Didn't actually have any mobility tools to get out of that one, but the Everfrost follows. But yeah, I mean, I think if you want to talk about the sort of win cons for this team, I'd take a look at Weiwei, Lee Sin, 0-0-0.
Yep.
20 minutes in the game, level 11. That is never what you want to see, right? You don't pick Lee Sin to be 0-0-0 at 20 minutes. I think it goes without saying. And I feel like EDG right now on a real power point, and they curve very well into the later stages of the game, right? Because the stun cards from Scout will help keep Viper safe. They can play the front to back very, very comfortably. And really for BLG, they have side lane pressure, right? They're 4-1, very effective. They have pick potential with the Ahri, but when it comes to those 5v5s, it's going to be Uzi popping off, or it might end up just being bust.
We look back towards, you know, what we wanted to see from BLG. If sadly to say, they've kind of gone back to very bad habits, in my opinion. The idea that, you know, that the early game wasn't very proactive. They had winning lanes, and it does feel like they've let EDG, you know, get to the point which you said they would be the scariest. They've let EDG get to the point where, as you mentioned, this Viego with resets, this Jinx with resets is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. The safety you get as well, the Tom Kent to be able to try and save anyone who's overextended is absolutely massive. And I start to look at now who needs to step up for BLG, who needs to be standing up and making sure they are counted. It's got to be someone like Uzi and Fofo.
It's got to be Uzi.
Yeah, it's got to be Uzi. As much as, you know, the narrative gods of the world like to try and put this on this, but it has to be him. He's on the Zeri who can, and we have seen pop off in these kind of, you know, 4v5, 4v3 situations.
I think what really favors them is when the fights get messy and scattered, right? I think when that starts to happen, because, you know, if EDG are grouped together, they have the safety tools from the Tom Kent, they have the stun card. If they all focus one target, that's where the resets come in. If it's scattered, that's where Breathe will flourish. Fofo can use his mobility to outplay. Uzi can ramp up and not just get focused down. So it's hard to force fights to occur like that, especially when you're behind. But that's definitely how they would sort of find favor. Again, if Uzi can ramp up in these fights on the Zeri, we've seen what this champion can do. Again, 100% win rate in this series for the Zeri so far.
Again, doesn't matter how far ahead you are still looking at about a 15 CS lead here for Viper, and only a kill apiece. We've only gotten one. It's funny because we've only had 2 kills, but this hasn't felt boring. This hasn't felt like a game that has just been dragging on. It does feel like, like you mentioned earlier, the ebb and flow of this game has been very much toing and froing as we see Breathe jumping in with his team. As we go in straight away, they find themselves an advantage as Mako gets caught, and they get the Mega Gnar as well. Flandre trying to turn this one back. Scout is untouched as they get the exhaust down. Mako falls down, and Uzi is just free firing onto this. They get 2 quick kills. Fofo goes in, but look at Uzi just keeping in the queues, putting down that electric damage as the Pikachu is popping off. BLG find themselves 2. This is going to be on Viper, though, as he gets himself so much more damage, but he hasn't got the mana to continue.
Beautiful engage, honestly, coming out from BLG. I love the kick from Weiwei. Tom Kent eats the Jinx. You kick the Tom Kent back, and you get a 2-in-1 combo. Viper does survive the initial engage as a result, but BLG finds so much momentum, and the juggling off the health bars allows them to survive. That's the critical thing. We talk about resets. No one died from BLG. They weren't able to get that reset potential, but the problem is they were all so low. They may have won the fight, but they lose the dragon.
Big thing that would have been sole point here for BLG, and for EDG, You just see the power you have. Look at this replay. Scout is just untouched, throwing out gold cards, stopping them from engaging on top of any of these carries. And like you said, fantastic kick opportunity here from Wei Wei.
Yeah, so Engage comes in, and then Wei watch the gobble. And then Tom's kicked as he's eating, right? And we do see the Jinx is able to flash out, right? And this is when it starts to get a bit better for EDG. They all group towards Viper to disrupt the Tryndamere, and they start kiting through a choke. And no one from BLG can really push through this choke point because of the threat of the Twisted Fate, because of the Mega Gnar being there. And that's where you start to see the two different win cons of the team fights. When it's messy, BLG do well. When Viper is safe on the backline, he does good. But BLG wants someone best. They're starting this Baron.
They shred it. They're going to get the Destiny Gate out of Scout. They have a TP available for Flandre. As this Baron goes down to about 50% HP, they're going to try and go for this one here. They're still sticking onto it. They do absolutely shred it. Chris, though, has a Hex Flash. He's going to try and keep himself over the wall, but they know exactly where he is. He gets caught, though, as Scout was too busy trying to find himself onto the gold card, and now we can see Chris with that Unbreakable Will being whittled down, and the resets can really start to come in as Chris doesn't go down just yet. Flandre jumps in. It's a double kill for Viper as he finally pops off on this Jinx. They try to go back in with the Viego, but he's not quite got it. And that's 2 kills back to the side of EDG.
And it's a good angle from Chris, but it's not enough. The Eat comes out from Mako. It becomes a front to back again for EDG, and that's enough. And now Scout, he's looking for Breathe.
He's gonna find him as well. No Undying Rage is just about being popped. That's going to be a big cooldown no longer there, but Uzi is huge. This is going to be a very similar situation to the last one. The health bars aren't exceptional here. Fofo will get trapped. They get to get double traps down. Uzi trying to put himself into a good position. Breathe
so scary.
is going to say they have to back away. You can't go for this right now. They will get Mako out over the back end with the Desolate Dive, but that is going to be Baron now for EDG.
And we can kind of see again the structure that comes in from EDG was something that was highlighted at Worlds by Azael, is that line of assault from this team. And it does end up a bit messy at first, right? Chris comes in with a Hex Flash. He knocks Scout forwards into a precarious position, but Mako eats him, and we get it reformed. Now, again, front to back, Flandre playing Bodyguard, Mako playing Bodyguard. The stun card comes out, and they move forwards as a unit. Breathe, look at him, he can't approach. Uzi, he's just kiting backwards, he's not able to find it, and once those resets come in, oh, we don't get more time.
No, we do not, as we're going to see Breeze use his Gale Force and his Flash trying to be defensive about this. He has no ult just yet, but they can't finish him off. The rest of BLG is here, and this is EDG turning the cogs, getting themselves that momentum, and they are really starting to put BLG on the back foot.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for BLG. You need to find, you know, those flank potentials from the Tryndamere, the quick engages, but it's so hard that Tahm Kench really shuts it down. And when EDG have the Baron, they can just move forwards. Now, Chris is toying with the idea of a flank, but Mako is trying to make sure he has no angle of approach.
This is just great from the side of EDG. You got, JJ going in with Flandre saying, look, we don't care if Chris tries to go for this. We are 6 levels between that top lane. And here we go. Here's a TP, but they know exactly where he is. They're going to try and force this one going as Fofo jumps straight in. Now he knows he's been caught out. Flandre going to say, hey, how's it going, mate? I'm going to go into Mega very, very soon. But now it's a separated fight as Chris finally finds Mako. They get the Devourer down. And Jinx gets spat out right in front of the enemy carries as Wei Wei will fall. The resets are coming in. And that's going to be enough for the side of EDG to take this fight. That being said, though, on the other side of this, we get to see now that Flandre is trying to take a 1v1 versus Fofo, but I don't think he's going to be able to take it. Fofo now on the wrong side of the map and needs to try and get himself back to safety.
Viper's still pushing here, right? No open to Tahm Kench. I think that's enough to make him back away. Dragon spawning in a minute, so the reset's going to come out. Now we'll see if Scout can find... Oh, he spotted him.
Yep, the reset. He's dead, and that's going to be an easy kill there for Scout.
And
having the red trinket is huge there, and they just catch him out.
And look at the dragon timer, right? Fofo's going to be up 5 seconds before the dragon spawns. Kind of just rules out contesting. Yeah, TP down. EDG should just be able to pick up that objective easily, and they managed to get, you can see the top right, 3k gold lead out of the Baron power play. They're 5,000 ahead, and things aren't really looking easier. We see how this one played out. So again, Engage comes onto Viper, but Mako's there just to gobble, so that kind of slows things down. But then Viper goes very aggressive off the back of this, but watch the stun card. You get the Lee comes in, gets stunned, can't find the second. You know, you come out of the replay, seeing Lee die. He dies again. EDG aren't even looking for the dragon right now. They're going to try and keep applying that pressure.
I mean, you gotta go for it now because you can see that Zeri, the Uzi's on the top side. You will lose out on the Baron buff, but this is a Jinx with a Gnar and a Twisted Fate. They will shred through this turret, and that's exactly what they do. They have broken the base. Zeri finally here, but Uzi has only got so much he can do. When the Dragon live, they're going to be able to pick up their soul point. This is just becoming harder and harder for BLG. EDG are just kind of becoming a bigger and better threat.
Yeah, 100%. And I think EDG are playing this one so well. They're going to pick up that dragon. Again, it's this Hextech soul. And it's not even just the soul yet, but it's the dragons, that extra ability haste. And speaking of ability haste, some of you might have noticed in Scout's inventory, he has just picked up the Chemtech Putrefy. You might be wondering, what the heck? You know, Twisted Fate doesn't have any shields, but the big thing with this item is it's very cheap, it's very gold efficient, and it offers ability haste. This is Scout wanting to have as much reduction on his cooldowns as possible for those rapid rotations of stun cards. That is essentially the goal here. You know, they get the Grievous Wounds as well. You're not going to get the empowered version because you're not shielding your allies. But basically, the process is he wants to be able to stun card in these team fights.
Big thing, you can see now BLG trying to play some Hex gameplay right now and seeing if they can catch someone out. They know there should not be any vision at all available to the side of EDG, so trying to just catch people out on a rotation. We will see the reset coming in here. The Alistair will go back and pick himself up some more wards, but it's just, again, good opportunistic gameplay. I like BLG at least looking for something like this, but EDG, they're not to be caught out. Now we come up into 30 minutes into this game. It is a 5,000 gold lead in favor of EDG. They are on soul point with that Hex Dragon. They have mid lane teaming in with super minions as well. Baron up in just over a minute. How do BLG get it? They need a miracle fight.
They have to break the standard convention, right? If you just walk at EDG, you lose. Like every single time, there's just no way to approach them where you're not going to get chunked out by Viper, stun carded, and killed. You have to find these flanks, these approaches where you're getting behind them, whether it's from just walking around or hex gating or whatever, but they aren't finding the opportunities. It's good vision setup coming out from EDG. It feels like Flandre is also always just kind of off to the side, watching out for anyone who's coming, and EDG are covering their sort of sides pretty effectively. But that's what BLG need if they're gonna be able to find something.
Oh, Breathe. He just spun to win all the way into the absolute danger zone right there. Has to use his Gale Force defensively, and Crisp down to about a quarter of his HP. That was just very unfun for him, and it's just a very unfortunate situation there for the side of BLG. They'll need to get a reset coming in, and Breed still trying to come get something in his own jungle, but I'm sorry, Breed, that's not yours.
Yep, come push up, right? And this control's being established. A lot of deep vision on the side of EDG, and now Baron up in 15 seconds. And it's so difficult to approach, right? Because you have the Hex.
Crisp, he goes straight in at the 4-man knockup. Can they actually make this fight work as the Destiny Gate comes out? Look at Viper on the backside of this. Uzi tries to jump in on the JJ. They get the reset though onto one. That's the Lee Sin dead. Double kill for Viper as he starts to try to turn this fight all on its head. But 2 strip kills all the way back. Triple kill for Viper. It could be a bit more. It's a quadra for Viper, and it's Viper versus Uzi. It's the 280 carries left alive, and we talked about how pivotal these guys were for their teams. They're the only ones left standing.
What a fight! I thought that was lunacy from Chris, but honestly, that was the ballsiest engage I've seen all split, and I'm there for it. It's a 4 for 4, and when BLG are so far behind, they will absolutely take that. The 280 carries left standing. Viper vs Uzi still yet to die in this game. But man, oh man, I literally had no idea. I was like, you're actually Hexgate here, but it worked. He just makes it such a chaotic situation where EDG are all grouped. They're like, what is this guy doing? He gets this massive pulverize. The glacial augment spreads over everyone, and it makes things chaotic, right? You see Mako flashes in to eat Scout, but Scout has already Zhonya's. He gets caught out, and look, this is a fight where EDG are really far ahead. The fact it is so close shows how well it went for BLG.
The fact that the Scout goes in, gets kicked, doesn't land a gold card onto Uzi. This was the closest I think we've ever been to a double penta that I've ever seen in my life. That has to be the closest we've ever gotten professionally to 2 teams both getting a pentakill at the same time. As BLG keep themselves alive. Still 5,000 gold down. Important to note, though, that a lot of summoners were burned. No flash of heal on Viper. No flash exhaust on Mako. Pretty much flashes across the board. Pretty much dead now. Except for Weiwei. You have got a QSS onto Uzi, so he's not without a way of getting the cold card off of him, but this is all going to be about positioning. You're going to have the Soul in 45. The Baron is alive, and Ox, this game is so close. Neither team willing to give an inch.
Yeah, EDG definitely still ahead in this one, but it is tense. You can see Breathe looking for Scout. And I love the use of the Hex Gates, right? BLG are getting creative with this new addition in the season, and they're trying to find angles of approach to get those flanks. They now have control of the Baron area. There isn't too much vision from EDG, and they're trying to pull them from the Dragon. They don't want to flip it at the Dragon, because obviously if EDG get the Soul, it's going to give them a big boost. So they just want to fight now for the Baron.
Here we go. Flandre not quite at Mega just yet. He will need to get a couple of auto attacks in, and here comes the Destiny Gates off to the side. And to get himself over the side of the pit, we're going to go in. Wei almost taken down. He needs to keep himself alive. He's going to die, and that's just going to be it. JJ gets himself with a Heartbreaker out as the Alistair has fallen. We need to watch Viper and Uzi as they try and turn this fight back around. The Gnar has been devoured. The Tryndamere has gone down, and they get the knock up onto Uzi as Fofo running for his life. Scout running head first, but look at Uzi trying to see if he can make this fight work. There's so many low health bars, he just can't get any kills.
Can't find it in, and I think it might be the play for Uzi to head straight to Dragon, but I don't think he's going to have time. So EDG, they get the fight, they get the Baron, and they should just be able to transition this into that Soul as well. Absolutely massive for the side of EDG. And again, it kind of comes back to the point, if you just face them head on, it's not going to work, right? Wei and Breathe are in the pit. They can't really do anything from this position, and Scout just locks him up for so long. He takes so much damage from the poke from Jinx and the Baron. Ends up going down, and they're not really going to win from this position with the goal discrepancy. The fact that it is going back into that front to back. EDG crushed this fight after the potential upset we saw in the previous one, and now have Baron in pocket, and I believe we saw in the picture-in-picture just picked up that Soul as well. We talked about trying to approach EDG was hard. It just got harder with that Hextech Soul, that slow effect from the long-range Jinx auto attacks.
Jinx, the king of ADCs right now. Those extra little bit of poke, the zap as well. Little fun fact about the zap, it does scale with your own attack speed in terms of its cast time. So if you are at the point now, which you are as Viper, full build with the GA in hand as well, you are just going to be able to get that zap out almost instantaneously. It's what we saw from Wei. He wasn't expecting the instantaneous damage and gets himself caught out before he could flash back out over the pit. But take a breath, come back in. We have pretty much hit full, basically critical mask. And the thing that I'm looking at from the side of EDG is delaying tactics. The stopwatch has been burnt by Flandre, but JJ now has his own. You have a GA and a Zhonya's here for Viper and Scout, very much respectfully. Destiny Gate does come out. Where you got to look for a hope. You got to look for a Hail Mary. You got to do something here, BLG.
Yeah, you gotta try and find the angle, but I love this from EDG solo laners. Flandre's doing this, been doing this pretty much every time EDG push. He's kind of on that flank angle, just playing bodyguard, not allowing anyone to push through him. And it means Viper can approach, get some autos onto that tower. They will take that inhibitor tower and can keep pushing forward.
Risk!
He's nearly dead!
He's nearly dead. He has to pop his ultimate just to keep himself alive, and even then he just about gets there. We are going to see Scout going into stasis. It's a 1v3 there as Breed needs to keep himself alive. They're going to have the Baron recalls coming in. Viper gets devoured. They're not going to have that, but he also still has his GA, and that is a kill going over to EDG. They get themselves 2 more. That's a 2-kill advantage for EDG. They're knocking on the base door, and it is going to be EDG looking to try and cement themselves into playoffs. They are looking to make this one work. That's a 2-man knockup. As you can see, they're looking to make it work, but Uzi just wasn't allowed to play the game. He ends with nobody able to take him down, but the Nexus has fallen. EDG book their ticket to playoffs.
And even Uzi wasn't enough on the Zeri. Unkilled in that game, but couldn't find the headway. And I feel like BLG missed the early win conditions with their composition. They had that great creative engage from Crisp to spice things up that did find them a good team fight, but ultimately EDG perform very effectively. They keep them at bay, they close it out, they claim the 2-1, and they lock in their playoff spot.
Miles, though, from the side of EDG, as they know that was and BLG, as they know that was a very tough fought series. And yes, you do end up making it to playoffs for EDG. You put yourselves up onto 9 wins, the magic number 9, Cloud9, except they're in LCS, but nevertheless, it is enough to keep them there, and this is where we start to see now where BLG can go. Sadly for them, they haven't locked in playoffs just yet. They are sitting on 7-7 now, so they are only got themselves 2 series left to play. They haven't really been that convincing. I will say their last 2 series are against Ultra Prime and LGD, so, you know, a slightly stronger, you know, setup would have been a bit more worrying, but they've got themselves at least a couple of, you know, kind of opportunities. And this is where we start to get a little bit of, you know, of a real feel to how these teams are going to do in playoffs, because that could have been effectively a playoff bout. That's how close that was between these two teams.
Yeah, it was a real fight, and I think it just felt difficult in the last game because it's like you set yourself up, have these really win cons, and when they don't come to fruition, it just became so incredibly hard. I feel like I kind of preferred the EDG draft quite a bit but especially, like, you know, we could have seen such a different game if we got the proactive plays from the mid jungle, if they were able to find those picks, if they're able to lean at top, if we saw Breathe getting ahead. There's so many ifs and buts in this one. But yeah, I mean, we just had this game where Viper's untouched, right? And Viper, I will say, you're up against Uzi. We hyped this matchup, but man, he does not miss.
I mean, there's a reason why he is considered the best bot laner in LPL, you know, up there along the likes of Ruler and the best in the world, because this guy, when he's given the tools and the facilities to be able to make it work, he makes it work. And I gotta say, Mako did his job as well. Mako was a very, you know, unsung hero in this as well, having that devour not only just for Viper. We saw it a couple of times on the likes of Flandre, Scout, JJ. He wasn't just exclusively keeping it for the Jinx, and he was very much a huge part of why EDG were able to kind of keep that momentum, because it just took so long for BLG to kill anyone.
Yeah, and I think it harks back to the other side, where we had a really good game too, but this game, man, it was rough on the Lee Sin. It felt, I mean, we said, I think we tuned in at 20 minutes, 0-0-0, level 11. Nothing had happened, and those team fights just wasn't able to make it work. But, you know, I feel like BLG still put up a good fight. There's definitely been some mixed views on this team over the course of the split. I think they showed a decent amount of proactivity in this series as a whole, even if that game 3 was a bit lackluster. But I think EDG, credit to them, that game 3 was like textbook from them.
Yeah, it really, really was. And they just played it slow, methodical. They said, look, we got the Jinx. We don't need to worry about this area. And funny thing is, Uzi didn't die that game, but he just couldn't play the way he wanted to play. He constantly had to position very defensively, because if he took one step too far forward, Gnar ultimate, gold card, tongue lash, Viego root, there was so many single target CCs that he would have been hit by, that if he didn't play backwards, he just would have died anyway.
Yeah, and I think you compare this to the game 1 composition that EDG had, because it's a similar sort of thing where you had this TF to check anyone who got up close. The difference was that in that one, it was very much relying on the poke coming out from Jason Viper, Jason Kaiser, but also as the fact that they didn't have the Tom Kench, that easy safety net. So many engages just shut down instantly, and then you have the Jinx just starts to ramp up, right? I think that champion has risen so much in priority for good reason, because when you have these immobile AD carries, it's so difficult to play against them. And it's the fact that we had the old Tom Kench who could just eat someone every 20 seconds, and that was great, right? But the new one, you have movement speed bonus when you've eaten them, and then you pop them out with like a humongous shield. It's so hard to play against.
It really is. It's obnoxious, and that's why we generally see that, yes, Jinx is still a priority, but you're trying to take away, similar to at the start of the split, 12.1, 12.2, you ban away the Thresh, you take away things that can work exceptionally well with this carry to try and mitigate it, but there's only so many things you can ban. There's only so many things you can take away off the board. And I feel like for the side of BLG, you were kind of pigeonholed into your composition. If you put it such a high priority onto the Zeri, you knew that you had to try and go for it if you were going to give up that Jinx and Tam Kench combination. So apart from ban away the Jinx, there's not really a lot else I could say about it.
I mean, that's the problem, is that we're kind of at this point where we see some of the drafts, we get a lot of AD carry bans come out, and you sort of move down.
Ones earlier. It was crazy.
Yeah, you see move down in the priority. We obviously do have 12.5 that's eventually going to come up, whether there's some of them are nerfed, but I just feel like at the moment, you know, a lot of these AD carries are really strong. Zeri, obviously exceptional when she can sort of flourish. Jinx as well, by all means. But it feels like it's so much the tools around it that either facilitate it or the tools on your team to shut it down, right? I remember there was the composition that we saw, I think it was RNG against EDG, Viper on the Zeri, and the enemy team had so much point and click, like it was the Camille Galio, the Nautilus, the Tristana, just couldn't play the game. And I think that's kind of not quite to the same degree, but similar here where Uzi just, you know, he had QSS and Cleanse, but still, like, the fact that we saw Scout go for that heavy ability haste build, where it's like, okay, I stun carded you, you cleanse it, I walk back, it's back up. It's suffocating.
It's absolutely suffocating. And like you called out the Chemtech Putrefier as well. Like you said, it is a much cheaper version of Morello's while still giving you the much more cooldown reduction, and also still giving you the grievous wounds, as we're going to see. a little bit more about that, and we're going to talk to Christina, who's standing by with Mako after the 2-1 win.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Mako, the support for EDG. Congratulations to you guys for qualifying playoffs with a reverse sweep in today's best of 3. How do you feel? 让我们欢迎 Mako 选手来到赛后采访。首先是恭喜你们今天让1-2拿下比赛的胜利，并且成功锁定到了季后赛的名额。现在感觉怎么样呢？
今天赢了的话是蛮开心的嘛，因为最近状态有些起伏，然后能进入季后赛还是蛮开心。然后今天也是，跟 UZI 的久别重逢嘛，很久没有跟他赛场上较量，还是蛮开心。
I feel pretty happy because we make playoffs, and most importantly, I haven't been playing against with Uzi for a long time. I feel pretty happy to win today's game. So my next question is about the draft, because we saw the Renata Glask and Zari's combination in today's matchup. And could you please share us your thought on Renata Glask? Do you think it will have a high priority in upcoming matchups, especially in playoffs? 接下来想要问一下有关于阵容和英雄选择的方面。今天我们在赛场上呢也是看到了有列纳塔和泽利这个组合。那么你对这个组合的看法是什么？以及你会觉得列纳塔在接下来的比赛中它的优先级会提高吗？
我觉得列纳塔和泽利算是比较搭配的一个下路组合了。然后因为列纳塔的加入的话，可能让泽利就是可进可退吧，对。然后后续我觉得在季后赛当中，可能列纳塔会大放异彩吧，有更多的人去选择。
I do think Renata Glask will have a high priority and a better performance in playoffs in upcoming matchups. And I do think the Zari and Renata matchup is pretty good because the Renata can help Zari to be both attactive or be protective. So next question is about the game 3. I feel like in a later game, the early start, the Miller really brings a lot of trouble to you guys. Like the first Baron team fight when BLG was rushing Baron, he can find a great opposition to engage the Twist of Fate. And how do you guys manage with it? 接下来想要问一下第3局的后期嘛，可能看起来对面牛头这个点是在抢开团方面给你们带来了一些不小的麻烦，像在第1波大龙团战的时候，以及他后续有乘坐这个海克斯飞门，成功的开到了你们很多人，所以你们后续应对这个点是如何决策的呢？
我们因为被他绕了一波之后，就改变了决策嘛，让打野和纳尔尽量去，找一下他们野辅的位置，尽量不要让他们绕后，然后也要注意听一下海克斯飞门的声音，然后去注意他们的位置。
After we got engaged by Alistar, we changed our strategy, like we caught our jungler and our top laner Nar to find the position of this support. Then we will listen to and pay more attention to the Hextech gate. So my final question is about your team's form, because we know that Edward Gaming really experienced a few ups and downs currently. How did you guys adjust your form specifically? 最后一个问题想要问一下有关于队伍的状态，可能在之前的比赛中 EDG 确实稍有起伏嘛，所以你们在这个方面是如何做了决策和调整，然后来调整你们状态的呢？
我觉得就是，这个版本以来可能就是对版本有一些不熟悉吧，所以说一直在调整，就是可能 BP 的策略，包括我们选手的一些选择上面，然后也是因为可能现在队伍的问题比较多嘛，所以说就在逐一的去大家去解决吧，然后一个个解决之后，我们后面就会打得越来越好。
After coming to the patch 12.4, maybe we're not so familiar with the new patch, so I tried a lot of maybe like our draft and our strategies and to increase our understanding to this new patch, and we will to find out our mistakes and to figure out these mistakes to solve it. Maybe we will have a better performance in upcoming matchups. 让我们再次感谢 Mako 选手接受采访，同时也再次恭喜 EDG 成功锁定季后赛的名额，跟观众朋友们说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Bye bye.
Thank you so much. I like to wave back, you know. I think it's rude if you don't. I think you're rude. Just gonna throw you under the bus right there. Is a great interview there. I love hearing from Mako as well. He's obviously very excited to coming seeing an old friend, and another old friend of his is going to be his long-standing teammate of Scout, who is our MVP for Game 3. Honestly, the man and his gold cards were unstoppable, and that puts him tied for the most MVPs of the split alongside Xiaohu, the old guard doing some work.
Kind of wild that Viper doesn't get this, but I think this kind of illustrates how much the team work as a whole to keep Viper in that position where he could carry, right? So many safety nets at play, and Scout landing these pivotal gold cards to shut down all these threats, diving forwards, trying to threaten his AD carry.
Yeah, it really was. You can see it here. It's starting off on this great engage, and he's just hunting, constantly looking around, having the wild cards, and of course, the Everfrost to set up all these wonderful plays. And it even comes from this. This was actually, I don't know if this is a great play for Scout. He actually gets knocked up, uses the gold card onto Crisp, and actually doesn't really do anything with it. But it is still nonetheless a fantastic performance there from the EDG mid laner, and a good confidence booster for this team coming into the end of the season and post-season playoffs.
And I think it's kind of needed, right? Because I think EDG probably, even if they lost this series, still would be within a good chance of making playoffs, right? Yep. You know, but I think the fact of the matter is that beating BLG in this manner with Uzi on the roster, right? Uzi starting there for all 3 games, big confidence boost, and kind of showing that return to form we were hoping for from EDG. Because bear in mind that last series before this was that loss to AL. That was a rough one, right? But this is kind of, you know,
That's how I think about that.
This is kind of some more of the form that we saw earlier in the split and the expectation, because that's the thing is we have so many teams in the LPL right now who people have talked about, where like, you know, could we see V5 win it, Weibo, Top Esports, RNG, so much hype on these lineups, but EDG are the reigning world champions. Expectations are still sky high for them.
Yeah, reigning world champions, reigning LPL champions as well. As we're going to have a quick look as we come to the end. They're all right. As we come to the end of our day, let's have a look at what happened if you missed out all the action. We went the distance. It was a 2-1 win for LNG over LGD. And of course, we just finished off with that absolute banger of a series with AGG taking out BLG 2-1. So BLG not looking so hot right now, 7-7 in the standings, and we have got 7 of our 10 teams locked for playoffs.
Yeah, that's the thing. 7 out of 10, those spots are running out and making things pretty precarious as times are going on. BLG 7-7, that's the thing. If they'd won the series against EDG, they both would have been 8-6, would have made them feel a lot more comfortable. But now, you know, I'm going to say it, they're still with a decent chance as things stand and with their schedule, but it is not locked in. And that always makes me nervous, especially in the LPL, where EDG can lose to AL, right? It feels like anything can happen in this league. We saw RA take down RNG in a 2-0. Nothing is secure other than for those top 7. They are the ones that are safe and know they will be in a playoff. So still a fight to go on to lock in those final spots. And we'll see matches tomorrow. Weibo and RA still fighting to lock themselves into playoff, and Weibo just trying to secure good seeding for themselves at the upper end.
Yeah, RA looking pretty damn decent, you know, able to take down FBX, RNG. They did lose in a very close series most recently against OMG, but it didn't let that deter them, and they are starting to look like the gatekeepers for the top 10 playoffs. They are starting to look like a team that is going to basically knock down anyone else who cannot beat them. And I will say, IG versus Top Esports, if IG lose, they are out. They have to win that series in order to have kind of a conversation about them maybe making playoffs, but it is not within their own destiny.
Yeah, it is definitely a long way away. And Top Esports, 7-win streak, right? They could actually finish the split on a 10-win streak if they keep winning. So, you know, pretty hyped to see their massive return to form. And then that final series, Team WE obviously knocked out, but RNG currently 10-3, second place in the league, really looking to try and contest those top spots. So much to play for still.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're going to have come to the end of our broadcast today. Of course, Ox, thank you for joining me for the literal, you know, jump down, go setup of this particular series we had for Game 1. And of course, thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Without them, none of this will be possible. Of course, we do apologize for any robotic voices, as Dagatron is trying his very best to sort out all the technical issues. I'll let you know how he gets on in his next series.
He's the one causing the issues. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, it's I've been brainwashed by him. That's why I'm hanging out with him too much. But that is all the time we have for today. We will have 3 series tomorrow, so we'll see you guys at a slightly earlier time, but on the same usual channel. We'll see you guys then.